Always on that. Order, order. Question is Secretary of State for Wales. We start with Scott Benton.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 1 and 2 together. My honourable friend, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary, and I have regular discussion with ministerial colleagues about cross-border connectivity and the Union Connectivity Review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the castles of North Wales to the Pleasure Beach in my own constituency, popular tourist attractions across North Wales and the northwest of England will host thousands of visitors this summer as people choose to holiday here in the UK rather than abroad. In order to support tourism and economic growth, it is vital that we strengthen transport links between both of those regions. And so would my right honourable friend agree with me that delivering on our manifesto pledge to upgrade the notoriously congested A55 must remain an absolute priority?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for raising that question. The answer is right. I visited the area myself quite a bit recently and seen exactly the challenges ahead. It is a manifesto commitment. We visited with the Transport Secretary. It's very much in our sights, and we hope to have some good news about that in the foreseeable future.
Right, Marco Longi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my Italian forefathers always understood the importance of sunshine, sandy beaches, and full-bodied, gorgeous ice cream. But if you live in Dudley, the nearest beach is in Wales, and access is almost mission impossible. What can my right honourable friend do to improve the well-being of my constituents by improving access to these basic rights?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, we can't move Dudley, but what we can do is progress the Union Connectivity Review and strengthen the links. And I know very well his part of the world, and of course the cross-border holidaying and other activity between the West Midlands and Wales is well known, and we want to improve it. And that's exactly what the review is about, because we know it not only brings sort of gratification to the residents of Dudley, but also economic prosperity to both areas.
First of 2 questions, Liz Sattleman.
Diolch yn fawr, Iwerydd. The Wales Governance Centre has calculated that were Wales to be treated like Scotland in relation to HS2 and rail funding, we'd be over £500 million better off. Only 1.26% of the firms in the HS2 supply chain are Welsh, and we know that when HS2 is complete, it will take £200 million out of the South Wales economy alone. What percentage of the HS2 supply chain firms should be based in Wales, in his opinion? Or is he happy for his government to continue to shortchange Wales?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the Honourable Lady has recognised the relevance of HS2 in terms of shortening journey times. Indeed, from her own constituency to London will benefit from the improvements which we're recommending and which are included in the recent Queen's speech, for that matter. There will be shorter journey time, but also there will be numerous opportunities for businesses in Wales to be part of the supply chain, not only in this construction period, but thereafter as well. So I hope what she's actually asked is, or pointed out, is how her party and her area are actually going to warmly embrace what's a major infrastructure scheme which will benefit Wales in whichever part of it you live.
Let's have a look.
Percentage would be nice, but I think an increase would be most welcome, seeing as the effect it will have. But in another area, Welsh language TV channel S4C has seen 36% real-term cuts since 2010, and there are now concerns it will receive a flat cash settlement in the next licence fee round. S4C only requires a modest £10 million per annum of additional investment and retention of CPI-linked annual increases in licence fee funding in order to remain competitive with the already advantaged BBC and, essentially, to reach audiences on new digital platforms. Will he work with DCMS to ensure additional investment for S4C so the channel is treated with equivalence to the BBC and, equally or more important, that it is viable into the future?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady raising these for cultural and linguistic significance of S4C, not least because it's headquartered in my own constituency, in fact. So I have a very sort of warm relationship with all of the individuals who've been making their case very powerfully to members across the House around the last few months. I can confirm to her that, yes, of course, the Wales office has made some very strong submissions to DCMS. The decision is yet to be made, but I urge her and other colleagues to continue to do that, because we do recognise the importance of this and we want to very much get to a speedy and correct conclusion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the ways in which the government could improve transport connectivity is to figure out what it's doing with its much-lauded Levelling Up Fund. Given the performance of the BEIS and local government ministers yesterday at the BEIS Select Committee, which can be described as confused at best, not knowing how the fund will work, how it will be delivered and whether or not funding will continue into levels 2 and 3, could the Secretary of State confirm that there will be funding available for the second and third funding bids, and it will be at the same level as promised by ministers just at the beginning of this year? And will he also commit to a further meeting with all Welsh MPs of all parties, with CRG officials, so that they can clarify the confusing state for those members who have more than one county in their constituencies, so the constituents don't lose out on this much-promised money?
That's right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, as far as meetings are concerned, more than happy to confirm that we will put those in the diary, whether it's with MHCLG or others, is a matter for discussion. Very happy to do that, as we have done on a number of issues. Actually, I've found that to be quite a constructive and collaborative experience. As far as the Levelling Up Fund is concerned, this is, at the end of the day, a good news story. I recognise that there are lessons to be learned from year one, but the Levelling Up Fund, in whatever shape or form we like to describe it, is here to stay, and I'm very keen to hear the lessons from the Honourable Member and indeed local authorities and other stakeholders as to how we can make it even better than it already is in years 2 and 3.
Answer your question to the Secretary of State from Matt West.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer questions 6, 7 and 8 together. The House only needs to look at the 16 million recently given to Meritor in Cwmbran, or the 30 million given to Celsa at the beginning of the pandemic to see our commitment to Welsh manufacturing. The Government has provided over £11.35 billion in direct and indirect support for businesses in Wales to tackle the pandemic.
Let's go to Matt Weston. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The news in recent days that the Serious Fraud Office has launched an investigation into Liberty Steel will be really concerning for workers in Newport and Tredegar and all of us who want to see a rescue deal. However, given that global steel production is actually increasing, the industry can clearly be viable, and it is, of course, critical to our supply chain infrastructure for so many industries. Can I therefore urge the Government to come forward in the next few days with a clear plan and confirm that it will do whatever it takes, including the option of public ownership, to secure UK domestic steel capacity and the jobs they support, including in my constituency of Warwick and Leamington?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm sure the honourable member will understand if I don't get drawn into any questions about liberty, particularly given the case that he mentions. But I hope he will be reassured by the fact that my earlier reference to Celsa, where we were able to step in at short notice and help a company for exactly the reasons that he rightly points out, is a demonstration of exactly how committed we are to a sustainable steel industry in Wales.
Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, way back in 2012, in the good old days, the Conservative-led government promised to build a Western rail link to Heathrow, which would not only benefit my Slough constituents, but the many Welsh businesses and families who would have a shorter, more direct route to our major national transport hub. So can the Secretary of State tell us, when can we finally expect work to begin on that line? And can he also guarantee that Welsh and other UK steel manufacturers will be at the front of the queue when this line is being built?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would be a beneficiary of that line, so I'm with him in terms of our ambition to always try to improve on our infrastructure links. It's good for the economy. It's particularly good for the supply chain economy, as he rightly points out. There would be plenty of businesses in Wales which could benefit from that. And, of course, the recent announcements in the Queen's speech around procurement, I hope will give him and others encouragement that we're taking that extremely seriously.
Let's go to Mick Whitley. Mick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. North Wales is part of an integrated cross-border economy that stretches from Wrexham and Flintshire to my constituency on the banks of the Mersey. COVID-19 has devastated key local manufacturers across this area, including the Vauxhall car plant in Ellesmere Port and many companies located in the Deeside Enterprise Zone. Can the Secretary of State inform the House what steps the Government is taking to expedite the proposed Mersey-Dee Alliance fiscal stimulus package, which will help manufacturers across North East Wales and the Wirral build back better and greener in the wake of this terrible pandemic.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I hope I can give the honourable gentleman some encouragement. We are enthusiastic about the Mersey Alliance and everything that it stands for. We're keen to continue working with them, looking at ways of recognising that the economic area stretches way beyond the geographical borders of Wales and England, so we absolutely recognise that point, and are determined to make sure that we get further progress and deliver on some of those commitments which we made around manufacturing and the other industries in Deeside that he referred to.
Let's go to Dr Jamie Wallace. Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Port Talbot and Bridgend area could lend itself fantastically towards the establishment of the UK government's first free port in Wales, creating up to 15,000 jobs in the process. Does my right honourable friend have an update on this initiative in Wales, and can he confirm if the UK government will start this free port process alone if the Welsh government continues to ignore this fantastic opportunity?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is right to point out how enthusiastically the Freeport scheme has been welcomed across the whole of Wales, in fact, and it is a source of some frustration that we have yet to get it over the line. He's right to ask the question as whether we could do that. Now, very clearly, we would like to do that in collaboration with Welsh Government, which is where the blockage currently resides. But we can, and if necessary, we will proceed to deliver on a manifesto commitment come what may.
Shadow Minister Gerald Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Trade agreements with other countries can provide new opportunities to promote our excellent Welsh manufacturers around the world, but we must make sure that these deals do not end up undercutting our own industries in the process. The Welsh Automotive Forum has said that current trading arrangements between the UK and Europe are leading to disruption to Welsh companies due to new checks on imports and rules of origin, and I've heard this from local companies in Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney too. So what has the Secretary of State done personally to address this, and what will he guarantee that Welsh agricultural producers do not lose out from the proposed deal with Australia?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As far as the issues that he raises in the automotive sector is concerned, we have regular meetings with that sector. We have regular meetings with stakeholders, supply chain and others to try and ascertain exactly what the issues are and how they can be speedily resolved. So we're engaged on that level. As far as the rumours around the Australia FTA, I should point out to him, of course, that no deal has been done, but if and when it is done, it will include protections for the agricultural industry, will not undercut UK farmers or compromise our high standards.
Alex Davies-Jones.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last year, the Government has provided £7.4 billion of additional support through the welfare system for people affected by COVID-19, including the £20 per week increase in universal credit. I have regular discussions with my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, about financial support for Wales, and I was able to personally congratulate him a few weeks ago on the outstanding budget that he delivered for Wales and the UK.
Mr. Speaker, but more than a year has now passed since the excluded UK was first mentioned in this place, and still nothing has been done to support the millions of people across the UK who have seen their livelihoods decimated by the pandemic but have not received a penny of support from this UK government. So the Secretary of State mentions and the Minister mentions they have met with the Chancellor, but what representations have they made to the Chancellor on behalf of Welsh people who have been excluded from support by his own government?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the £7.4 billion of additional support through the welfare system, of course, the UK government provided the Welsh Government with an extra £8.6 billion worth of support, and the Welsh Government were free to use that in any way they wish. They were free to give it out to local authorities and allow local authorities to make grants to anyone who had been badly affected. So we completely acknowledge that people have suffered as a result of the pandemic. That's why there was £8.6 billion of support for Welsh Government, why Welsh businesses received £2.75 billion of support, and why we supported 466,000 Welsh workers through the furlough scheme.
Secretary of State,
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Well, families across Wales would have appreciated the recent easing of COVID restrictions, made possible, of course, by First Minister Mark Drakeford's cautious, evidence-driven approach. But rising concerns about new variants of coronavirus remind us that the pandemic has not gone away. Now, the vast majority of people want to play their part to keep us all safe, but the UK government's failure to increase statutory sick pay is forcing many on low incomes to choose between going to work to support their families or staying at home to keep us safe. So what pressure can the Minister bring to bear on the Chancellor to put this right?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm sure the Honourable, possibly Right Honourable Lady, would acknowledge that Mr Drakeford has been able to work very closely with UK Government because he's been present at all of the COBRA meetings and Welsh Government ministers have been present at all the ministerial implementation group meetings, very much part of a joint approach towards tackling this pandemic. The Chancellor and Prime Minister have always been clear that people are going to suffer as a result of this pandemic. We haven't been able to help everyone, but we have, as I've already said, provided an extra £8.6 billion to the Welsh Government, £2.75 billion for Welsh businesses, 466,000 Welsh workers supported on furlough, plus the mortgage holidays, the cuts in VAT, the cuts in business rates, and in Wales alone, we've already created 5,000 extra jobs through the Kickstart scheme.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. Well, on a different matter, without delving into the chaos of this government's foreign travel policy, the reality for many airlines will be that this summer will be nowhere near a return to normal, with the whole aviation sector facing irreparable harm. We've already seen Welsh jobs lost in this sector, and Aerospace Wales has warned of thousands of more jobs are on the line. So what sector-specific financial support will the Minister's government provide to the aviation industry in Wales to get it through yet another difficult summer and ensure that it has a strong future?
Well, Mr Speaker, can I first of all welcome very much the Honourable Lady's support for the airline industry and for her stated view that we should get people back into planes and flying around as much as we possibly can. And it's in stark contrast to some of the some people in her party who seem to take an extreme environmental view that nobody should ever go into a plane. So I very much welcome that support for the airline industry. I can assure the Honourable Lady that we meet with the airline industry on a regular basis. I've spoken to the Space Aerospace Trade Body about 10 days ago. I met with Airbus online a few days ago. We haven't taken up a sector-specific support because this UK government believes that we should be able to go out there and help all businesses that have been affected by this pandemic, and that's why, as I said, we've already put out that £2.75 billion for Welsh businesses, and I hope she would welcome that.
Research by the Centre for Progressive Policy has shown that UK Government COVID emergency support was on average £1,000 more generous to London residents than to those in Wales, and that the UK Government spent nearly £7 billion more on London than it otherwise would have done if each nation and region of the UK had been allocated the same amount of emergency spending per resident. What explanation has the Minister been given by Cabinet colleagues for this discrepancy?
Well, Mr Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the money has gone to those in need in all parts of the United Kingdom. I've already mentioned the £8.75 billion extra that went to the Welsh Government and the £2.7 billion for Welsh businesses and the 466,000 Welsh workers who were supported through the furlough scheme. And to be honest with you, I really welcome these questions because they give me an opportunity to spell out the huge amount of support that the government's delivered for Wales. But on a UK-wide basis, UK-wide, the UK government has spent £280 billion supporting people from across the whole of the United Kingdom. With the greatest respect to the honourable gentleman, I don't think an independent Wales would have been able to manage that level of support.
Mr Speaker. John.
Mr Speaker, last week's Queen's speech announced legislation on procurement which will increase flexibility for contracting authorities and reduce bureaucracy, and this will simplify procurement in the public sector and help support Welsh businesses. I very much hope the Welsh Government will join us in further supporting Welsh companies.
The Minister will be aware that the Department of Transport are spending billions on their programme to decarbonise transport, but they don't seem so interested in building our green manufacturing capacity. So does he share my concern at recent reports of Welsh councils buying green buses not from British firms but from China? So will he hold urgent discussions with councils, government and with the Transport Secretary in London to demand taxpayer-funded green subsidies support British industry and British jobs?
Minister.
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, I'm absolutely delighted that the honourable gentleman has recognised and said in his question that this government is spending billions of pounds supporting green industries. He's absolutely right in that. Now, I don't know which specific councils he means. I know that Newport Labour Council recently bought some electric buses. I've no idea where they bought them from, but if he has a problem with the way in which Newport Labour Council are conducting procurement, then perhaps he'd like to discuss it with some of his Labour colleagues. The honourable gentleman will certainly know that we do, of course, have to abide by the WTO treaty agreement, and I don't suppose he's advising me to break our international treaty obligations. But if he is, I look forward to hearing more about it.
Number 16, sir. Minister.
Mr Speaker, the results of the recent election clearly showed that a majority of voters in Wales and in Scotland, actually, voted for pro-unionist parties. It is clear that voters in Wales want the freedom to be able to study, to work, to live, to travel freely between England and Wales without a border.
Sir Edward, apart from evident self-interest, will my honourable friend agree that the Union, following its elections, is ever stronger because of abundant common interest? Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman has been in this House for many years and has a great deal of wisdom. And he makes an important point. We are united by a shared love of the Union, our United Kingdom, and the firm belief that we are stronger together than apart.
If somebody wants to do a little tapping, there is room outside for that. Let's go now to a substantive question for Minister Davis again.
Mr Speaker, this fiscal settlement delivers for Wales. This year, the Welsh Government will receive almost £19 billion of block grant funding, which is £1 billion more than was agreed with the Welsh Labour Government as being a fair settlement for Wales.
Let's go to Deirdre, bro. Deirdre.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The fiscal settlement, of course, won't matter all that much if the possible trade deal with Australia goes through with a zero-tariff regime, which would cause serious difficulties for Welsh and indeed Scottish farmers. What compensation for those farmers is being built into the fiscal settlement should this latest gung-ho trade deal scupper their livelihoods?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, no trade deal has been signed yet, but I was on a call with the NFU yesterday who actually said that they welcomed the principle of a trade deal, and they have a few concerns about some of the details, and we will continue our discussions with the NFU and with farmers. But I'm surprised the Honourable Lady, I think, was in favour of having a free trade deal with the European Union. Why would she not want to have a free trade deal with a country with which we all, Mr Speaker, she and I, in fact, personally, have very close links indeed? Thank you.
John Howell.
Number 18, sir.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Senate election has shown that 3 out of 4 voters rejected separatism, recognising that our economic prosperity is indelibly linked to being part of the Union.
John Howell.
Thank you. I am concerned that one of the first priorities of the Welsh Government seems to be a universal basic income. Is my right honourable friend aware of the debate that I took part in at the Council of Europe, in which we discussed all of this and which the idea was completely rubbished?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, anybody who thinks this is a good idea should knock some doors of voters in working families. It might sound radical to academics and policy wonks, but it sounds out of touch if you ask most normal people. Mr Speaker, those aren't in fact my words. Those are the words of the new economy minister in Welsh Government. So it seems to me that they've got a problem in their own ranks, let alone trying to persuade us of the merits of it.
Let's go to Christina Rees. Chris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Secretary of State accept that it's Mark Drakeford's superb stewardship of the Welsh economy and Welsh NHS that secured Mark's overwhelming re-election? Will he welcome the Welsh Labour Government's new 10-year infrastructure investment plan for a zero-carbon economy and release the promised UK Government funding for the Global Centre of Rail Excellence to be built in my Neath constituency?
Mr. Speaker, many questions included in that, but I'm delighted to have played a part in getting the Global Centre of Rail Excellence situated in her constituency. That was a government announcement by the Chancellor in the budget, so it shows that actually collaboration can work when we try to achieve those aims, and certainly as far as COVID reaction is concerned, that has been a team effort. It has been a cross-UK effort, and the vaccination programme is probably the clearest indication of why the Union matters and how we've been able to work collaboratively with our colleagues in Welsh Government to deliver something which is genuinely benefited the entire nation.
Stephen Crabb. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent elections did demonstrate that the... Oh, beg your pardon. Question number 20.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend the Prime Minister spoke to the First Minister shortly following the election result. I have extended an invitation to meet the new Minister for the Economy. We've had calls with the First Minister and CDL last week and another one due this evening.
Stephen Crabb. Apologies, Mr. Speaker. I'm out of practice. Mr. Speaker, the recent elections demonstrated that the vast majority of voters in Wales have no time for independence. They have little time for ripping up the devolution settlement either. What I think they showed is that they want their politicians and ministers at either end of the M4 to work together to make good things happen for Wales, to make Wales a stronger, more prosperous part of the UK. Given that the success of the vaccination programme shows that it can be done, what needs to happen now to unblock other important policies like free ports, which are stuck between UK and Welsh Government?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely spot on. We've had considerable interest, really enthusiastic interest in the Freeport programme from across the whole of Wales. It will bring 15,000 jobs. It's a manifesto commitment. The only obstacle standing between us and delivering it is currently Welsh Government. So I'm determined to work collaboratively, as we've said before, to get this over the line, and any pressure that anybody in this House can bring to bear to help us achieve that will be very welcome.
We're now moving to questions to the Prime Minister, and we're now going to start with question 1, Gareth Thomas.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, an inquest found Francis Quinn, Father Hugh Mullen, Noel Phillips, Joan Connolly, Daniel Teggett, Joseph Murphy, Edward Doherty, John Laverty, Joseph Call and John McCurr, who were killed in Ballymurphy in August 1971, entirely innocent. On behalf of successive governments and to put on the record in this House, I would like to say sorry to their families for how the investigations were handled and for the pain they've endured since their campaign began almost 5 decades ago. No apology, Mr. Speaker, can lessen their lasting pain. I hope they may take some comfort in the answers they have secured and in knowing that this has renewed the government's determination to ensure in future that other families can find answers with less distress and delay. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Good. Mr. Speaker, I strongly associate myself with the earlier part of the comments that the Prime Minister made. Can I raise something slightly different, though? It's nearly 4 years since the Grenfell Tower tragedy claimed some 72 lives. Yet hundreds of thousands of families still live in unsafe, unsellable homes, and many leaseholders face crippling debts through no fault of their own. Trident Point, Pearmain House, Amber Court, all in my constituency. Given this was the biggest building scandal in modern UK history, why did the Prime Minister order his MPs to vote down our efforts yesterday to get this scandal sorted once and for all?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I in no way underestimate the suffering of those who the victims of Grenfell, and also those whose buildings, whose homes have been prejudiced by the spectre of unsafe materials, and that's why we provided an unprecedented £5 billion of investment. And I can tell him also that the most dangerous cladding is already gone or is going from all high-rise buildings, and we certainly agree that leaseholders should be protected from remediation costs, and people in high-rise buildings will pay nothing to replace their unsafe cladding.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will understand that Havering, just like Hillingdon, is located on the outskirts of London and has very different needs and aspirations from those in the core area of the city. My borough still prides itself as part of Essex, and I know that his does as part of historic Middlesex. And whilst we need cooperation on things like transport, will he accept that it is time for wholesale reform of the way London and the wider region are governed, and support my campaign to allow boroughs like Havering to take back control from the Mayor and City Hall interference, allowing Havering, and indeed all Outer London boroughs, the freedom to make their own decisions that best meet the needs of local people?
Well, I can understand the feelings of frustration that the people of Havering may feel about a current Mayor of London who does not understand the needs of Outer London, who has not invested in Outer London in the way that a previous Mayor did, who I seem to recall set up the Outer London Fund and drove through many other benefits for the outer boroughs. But I must tell him in all candour that what we need to do is work together to ensure that the glad day returns when we have a Mayor who truly represents all Londoners, Mr. Speaker.
Now comes the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Prime Minister's comments on the Ballymurphy inquest and the sentiment behind them? Does the Prime Minister agree that the single biggest threat to hitting the June 21st date for unlocking is the risk of new variants coming into the UK?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I certainly think that that is one of the issues that we must face, but perhaps it would be for the benefit of the House if I update the House on where we are, because we've looked at the data again this morning, and I can tell them, the House, Mr. Speaker, that we have increasing confidence that vaccines are effective against all variants, including the Indian variant, to his point. And I want particularly in this context to thank the people of Bolton and Blackburn, many other places who've been coming forward in record numbers, Mr. Speaker, to get vaccinated, to get their first jabs and their second jabs, Mr. Speaker. I think the numbers have doubled in Bolton alone, and I think the people of this country can be proud of their participation.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's a yes, that the risk of other variants coming through our borders is one of the biggest threats to unlocking. And we're not just talking about the Indian variant, we're talking about future variants. In those circumstances, why on Monday did the Prime Minister choose to weaken travel restrictions by moving 170 countries or territories to the amber list?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have one of the strongest border regimes anywhere in the world. There are currently 43 countries on the red list, Mr. Speaker. But if you're coming from an amber list country, everybody should know that if you travel to an amber list country for any emergency or any extreme reason that you have for doing so, when you come back, Mr. Speaker, you not only have to pay for all the tests, but when you come back, you have to self-isolate for 10 days. We are invigilating it, and people who fail to obey the quarantine can face fines, Mr. Speaker, of up to £10,000.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I think everybody would agree that having moved 170 countries to the amber list, absolute clarity is needed about the circumstance in which people can travel to an amber country. Yesterday morning, the Environment Secretary said people could fly to amber list countries if they wanted to visit family or friends. By the afternoon, a government health minister said nobody should travel outside Britain this year, and travelling is dangerous. The Prime Minister said that travel to amber countries should only be where it's essential. By the evening, the Welsh Secretary suggested some people might think a holiday is essential. The government's lost control of the messaging. So can the Prime Minister answer a really simple question that goes to the heart of this? If he doesn't want people to travel to amber list countries, if that's his position, he doesn't want them to travel to amber list countries, why has he made it easier for them to do so?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think that after more than a year of this, I think that the honourable gentleman would understand that what the public would like to see is some effort to back up what the government is saying, to deliver clarity of messages. And on his point about legal bans, as he knows, we're trying to move away from endlessly legislating for everything and to rely on guidance and asking people to do the right thing. And it is very, very clear, Mr. Speaker, you should not be going to an amber list country except for some extreme circumstance, such as the serious illness of a family member. You should not be going to an amber list country on holiday, Mr. Speaker. I can imagine he wants to take a holiday, but you should not be going to an amber list country on holiday, Mr. Speaker. And if you do go to an amber list country, then, as I say, we will enforce the 10-day quarantine period, and if you break the rules, you face very substantial fines.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, that completely swerves the question. The point was, if it's only in extreme circumstances, the Prime Minister's word, why make it easier to go? If it's extreme circumstances, why make it easier to go? And, Mr. Speaker, let's test it by looking at the consequences. Since the government loosened travel restrictions, 150 flights a day are going to amber list countries, and travel agents are reporting surges in holiday bookings to those countries. Prime Minister, this isn't just a coincidence. It's because of the messaging. So can the Prime Minister tell the House how many people are now travelling to and from Britain from amber list countries every day?
Prime Minister.
Well, I can tell the House, Mr. Speaker, is that there has been a 95% reduction in travel of any kind to and from this country, and that is exactly what you would expect in the circumstances of this pandemic. There are 43 countries on the red list, and if you come back from one of those countries, you have to go immediately into hotel quarantine. And the reason that we're able to move forward in the way that we have is because, as I have told the House repeatedly, we are continuing with the fastest vaccination rollout, I think, just about anywhere in Europe. And as of today, 70%, Mr. Speaker, of the adults in this country have been vaccinated. And I think that is a fantastic achievement, and that is enabling us to make the progress that we are.
Keir Starmer.
That's an I don't know. And the suggestion that in the last few days there has been a 95% drop-off in travel to amber list countries, Prime Minister, I don't think holds water. And I'm trying to understand the logic of the government's position. We know that new variants are the single biggest risk to unlocking. We know that the government doesn't think people should travel to amber list countries, save in extreme circumstances. But the government's made it easier to do so. The messaging is confused and contradictory, and as a result, Prime Minister, this week, many people are now travelling to amber list countries, but the government can't say how many or when. Mr. Speaker, we're an island nation. We have the power to stop this. Why doesn't the Prime Minister drop this hopeless system, get control of our borders, and introduce a proper system that can protect against the threat of future variants of the virus?
Prime Minister.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I think what would be helpful, I've set out the position about amber list countries, I think, very clearly, at least twice. Wouldn't it be great, Mr. Speaker, to hear the right honourable gentleman to back it up for a change, using what authority he possesses to convey the message to the rest of the country? Actually, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Labour position on borders, it's hopelessly confused. Last night, I think the Shadow Home Secretary said that they wanted to cut this country off from the rest of the world, Mr. Speaker. Pause all travel, even though 75% of our medicines and 50% of our food actually come from abroad, Mr. Speaker. And it was only recently that he was saying that quarantine was a blunt instrument and he'd rather see alternatives.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's just wrong again. We've called for a blanket hotel quarantine for months. I raised it here 3 times at Prime Minister's questions. The government ignored it every time, and look where we are now, talking about the Indian variant. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's former adviser had this one right. He said the government's border policy was a joke. Our borders have been wide out open pretty well throughout the pandemic. There was no hotel quarantine system in place until February this year, but that's not true. Flights are still coming in from India, and even as the variant is spreading, the Prime Minister decides now is the time to weaken the system even more. It's ridiculous. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to raise the appalling rise in anti-Semitism in the last week and the attacks and the violence we've seen. On Saturday, a rabbi in Chigwell was hospitalised after being attacked outside his synagogue. Many of us will have seen the appalling incident in Golders Green, and the Community Security Trust report a 500% rise in anti-Semitic incidents since the outbreak of violence in Gaza and Israel. Now, I know the government is working on this, and both the Prime Minister and I have condemned these anti-Semitic attacks and violence. But we will all know across this House that Jewish communities remain very anxious. So what more does the Prime Minister think can be done to provide the extra support and protection needed to reassure Jewish communities at this really very difficult time?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I share his horror at the outbreak of anti-Semitic incidents, and the government has conveyed that message loud and clear to those who are responsible for enforcing the law against hate crime of that kind. But obviously we will continue to work and to support the Jewish community in any way that we can, particularly working with the Community Safety Trust, who do an absolutely outstanding job, in my view, but also showing as a country and as a society that we will call this out at every stage, Mr. Speaker. We will not let it take root. We will not allow it to grow and fester. And in welcoming his remarks, I may say I think it's one of the most important changes of attitude, or U-turns, I should say, that I've seen from the Labour Party in recent times. And I'm delighted. I'm delighted that he's taking that attitude. I'm delighted that he's taking that attitude now. But I think what this country wants to see, Mr. Speaker, is a government that gets on with delivering on the people's priorities, making everybody safe. And it might have been a good thing, Mr. Speaker, if he had voted and he's got his party to vote for tougher sentences against serious and violent sexual offenders, to say nothing of people who commit hate crime.
I think, in fairness, this House is very united and will remain united. And, of course, we do support the CST. Let's come to Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second AstraZeneca jab reinforced my confidence, not only in normal life resuming, but also in the future of our life science industry. In Cheadle and across South Manchester and the Cheshire Life Science Corridor, investment in R&D and innovation will bring high-skilled, well-paid jobs. Will the Prime Minister join me in recognising and endorsing the work of our Northern universities, NHS trusts and life science sector, who, together with the Northern Health Science Alliance, are piloting health tech initiatives which will take us forward from jabs to jobs?
Yes. Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend, who is a great advocate for the people of Cheadle, and as part of our plan to move from jabs to jobs, I'm delighted to say that over £1 billion worth of government-funded science and innovation projects are currently taking place across the North West, thanks largely, or at least in part, to her advocacy.
Let's go to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for his comments on the Ballymurphy inquest. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Scotland's crofting community, I understand just how disastrous a Brexit trade deal with Australia, as proposed by this Tory government, be for Scotland's farming and crofting sectors. If reports of this Tory deal are true, farmers will lose their livelihoods, rural businesses will collapse, and ultimately families will be driven off the land. And let's be very clear, if that happens, this UK Tory government will be solely responsible. So, just for once, Prime Minister, give a straight answer to these farming and crofting families who are living with this threat. Can the Prime Minister categorically rule out that his government is prepared to sign up to a trade deal that will at any future point guarantee tariff-free access to Australian lamb and beef? Yes or no?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Right Honourable, but I'm delighted to see the shots of his croft. By the way, the humble representative of the crofting community. May I say that I don't think that he does justice to crofters, to farmers across the country and in Scotland as well, Mr. Speaker, because I think he grossly underestimates their ability to do great things with our free trade deals, to export Scottish beef around the world, Mr. Speaker. Why doesn't he believe in what the people of Scotland can do, Mr. Speaker? Why is he so frightened of free trade? I think there's a massive opportunity for Scotland and for the whole of the UK, and he should seize it and be proud of it.
Going back to Ian Blackford. Ian?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was quite chilling. To try and treat something as serious as this in the way that the government and the Prime Minister has done is really quite pathetic. The fact that the Prime Minister couldn't give a straight answer will send a real chill across Scotland's farming communities. The UK government led the betrayal of Scottish fishing, and now the Tories are planning to throw our farmers and crofters under their Brexit bus. This morning, Martin Kennedy, President of the National Farmers Union Scotland, told ITV that farmers will feel seriously betrayed by these proposals. This deal would be the final nail in the coffin for many Scottish crofters and farmers. It will end a way of life that has endured for generations, Prime Minister. I know that many of the Prime Minister's Tory colleagues privately agree with me and want him to pull back from this deal. So will the Prime Minister finally listen, think again, and ditch a deal that would send our farmers down under?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I really think, well, first of all, he's totally wrong about what he says about the fisheries, because, in fact, there are massive opportunities for fisheries for the whole of the UK as we take back control of our territorial waters. And that will be the same for Scotland and around the UK. And I think, again, he is grossly underestimating the ability of the people of this country, the agricultural communities of this country, the farming industry, to make the most of free trade. This is a country that grew successful and prosperous on free trade, on exporting around the world. Our food exports are second to none, Mr. Speaker. He should be proud of that. He should be celebrating that. And all he does, Mr. Speaker, is call for us to put up the drawbridge and go back into the EU to be run by Brussels. That's his manifesto, and I think the people of this country have decisively rejected it.
Joe Gideon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. North Staff's YMCA in my constituency undertakes fantastic work transforming the lives of young people locally in the Stoke-on-Trent community, and I am delighted that they have been recognised for their work through the Queen's Award for Enterprise. There is no better example of levelling up in action, and I would like to invite the Prime Minister to join me in congratulating all the staff, volunteers and partners of the YMCA in North Staffordshire, and I look forward to showing him levelling up in action when he next visits Stoke-on-Trent, the new second home of the Home Office.
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend very much, and she's totally right, and it's part of our levelling up. We're absolutely determined to do this as fast as we possibly can. Thank you for my honourable friend's message about it this morning. We are sending not just back offices, Mr. Speaker, but some of the most important departments of state will be run from around our great cities and towns in the whole of the UK, and I believe that will have a dramatic effect on levelling up across the UK, and I'm thankful to her for her question.
Ed Davey. Mr. Speaker, local planning reforms introduced by Liberal Democrat ministers have seen communities across England vote for new developments, including new housing, new affordable housing, new community facilities, whilst also protecting the environment and the countryside. So why is the Prime Minister so determined to push through his planning reforms that will do nothing to solve the country's real housing crisis, will allow developers to ride roughshod over local communities, and will mean, in the words of his immediate predecessor as Prime Ministers, the wrong homes being built in the wrong places?
Mr. Speaker, he's completely wrong, and he should look at the bill when it comes forward, because we want to protect the green belt, we want to protect our wonderful open spaces. This is a government that understands the value of the countryside and rural Britain, but we also think that young people have been deprived for too long of the ability to get onto the housing ladder, Mr. Speaker, and it's not just in the South East, it's across the country, and that's why we're bringing forward sensible reforms to allow brownfield sites to go ahead.
Andrew Barr.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. 2 weeks ago, in giving the Scottish Conservatives their highest ever number of votes in the era of devolution, the Scottish people decided that Scotland would remain at the heart of this newly reinvigorated global Britain. So with that in mind, would the Prime Minister accept my invitation to Stonehaven in my constituency to come and plant one of 120 cherry blossom trees donated by the Sakura Cherry Blossom Tree Trust to celebrate the deep and growing links between our country and that other great trading nation, Japan?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr Speaker, and I think that such a gesture would be the cherry on the cake of the free trade deal that we've already done.
Howell Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2019, before visiting Wales, the Prime Minister said, "I will always back Britain's great farmers." Now it looks as if he's backing Australia's farmers instead. So will he today keep to his word, really back Welsh farmers and permanently rule out tariff-free access for Australian lamb and beef imports?
Mr Speaker, I will back Britain's farmers and Welsh farmers in exporting their fantastic lamb around the world. Mr Speaker, is it not a disgrace that not a single morsel of Welsh lamb has so passed the lips of the Americans in the last 20 years or more, Mr Speaker? What about China, Mr Speaker? Has he no ambition for the people of this country or for the people of Wales or for Welsh farmers? I do. This government does, Mr Speaker. That's why we're getting on with our agenda.
Virginia Cross.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Prime Minister or Prif Weinidog agree with me that a free port on Anglesey would create much-needed skilled jobs and investment, protect our precious Welsh language and culture and breathe fire into the nostrils of the Welsh dragon? And will the Prime Minister accept an invitation on behalf of the people of Ynys-Môn to join me on a tour of the island to include a panad at the Truck Stop Cafe in Holyhead?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, it says here that I mustn't express a preference on the location of free ports, and I won't. But she makes an outstanding case as ever. She is together with our Welsh colleagues, Welsh Conservative colleagues. I believe she's helping now to apply the Vicks inhaler to the bunged-up nostrils of the Welsh dragon.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Despite the opprobrium which the Prime Minister always seems to seek to heap upon the Scottish National Party, at the Scottish elections 2 weeks ago, the SNP was returned to government with twice the number of MSPs as their nearest rivals in the Scottish Conservatives, securing 48% of the vote, 49% of the seats in a proportional system, and with 51% of voters backing parties which support an independence referendum in the current term. So if the Prime Minister genuinely believes that his criticisms of the Scottish Government have any merit whatsoever, why does he consider that the Scottish National Party did so well in those elections, while his own party did so badly?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I totally reject what he's just said. I noticed that actually the Scottish National Party did less well than they did previously under Alex Salmond in 2011. I hesitate to point that out to the Honourable Member, but that is the reality. And I think the reason for that is that the people of Scotland, notwithstanding the nationalist approach that he takes, the people of Scotland have been very disappointed by the actual record of the Scottish Government in fighting crime, in improving education and in making Scotland a great place to live and to invest. And that is the failing of which his government is being held to account.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A large part of Salisbury Plain falls in my constituency of Devizes, and I therefore have the honour to represent a lot of serving soldiers and veterans and their families. So my right honourable friend will understand that feelings are running high in Wiltshire about the treatment of British Army veterans of the conflict in Northern Ireland. Can he assure me that legislation will be brought forward in this session to protect veterans from further prosecutions or investigations unless compelling new evidence is brought forward?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, the House will have understood from my opening apology how difficult, how complex and how fraught these issues are. But we are committed to introduce legislation in this session to address the legacy of the Troubles in Northern Ireland and to introducing a fair package for veterans as well, and to protect them, as I've said many times before, from unfair, vexatious litigation when no new evidence has been brought forward.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There were no new measures in the Queen's speech to tackle youth unemployment. There are over 500,000 unemployed young people in this country, yet the government's flagship youth unemployment scheme is nowhere near sufficient, only helping around 1 in 25 young people. I and my honourable friend for Blaenau Gwent have already requested a meeting with the Minister to discuss local concerns from training providers and local businesses. So could I ask the Prime Minister what exactly he is going to do to address this and to safeguard the future of a generation of young people in this country?
We're putting very quickly, Mr Speaker, we're putting £2 billion into the Kickstart programme for 18 to 24-year-olds and investing massively in the Restart programme for those who've been longer out of work. But can I also tell them that the businesses I talk to are currently facing shortages of workers in many, many sectors, and we will work flat out to ensure that we get those who want jobs to those who need workers as well.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for the support he's already shown for coming forward with an offshore transmission grid, which he knows will help us both to export our surplus offshore wind into the continent and reduce the infrastructure associated with new wind farm capacity. So it's very important to our communities. But there's a question over timing. So given that he's already set out a very ambitious and clear timetable to increasing offshore wind generation, will he now come out with an equally ambitious timetable for delivering an offshore grid?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is spot on in what he says about the need for an offshore grid, as well as building the fantastic windmills. It's vital that we bring the energy onshore in a way that is, has minimal disruption for local communities and enables us to maximise efficiency.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What does the Prime Minister think when he hears Jenny McGee, the nurse who saved his life, say of NHS staff, "We're not getting the respect and now pay that we deserve. I'm just sick of it, so I've handed in my resignation." Surely even he must pause and think what can be learned from the mistakes of the past year, what Jenny calls the indecisiveness and mixed messages of his government. And will he think again about giving nurses more than an insulting 1% pay rise?
Mr Speaker, I think the whole House acknowledges our collective debt to the nurses of the NHS, and I certainly acknowledge my own huge personal debt. And that's why, of all the professions in this country, Mr Speaker, in very, very tough times, we have asked the Public Sector Pay Review Board to look at an increase in pay for nurses, but in the meantime we have increased starting salary for nurses by 12.8%. We have put in the bursary worth £5,000. We've restored that, Mr Speaker, as well as £3,000 for extra help. But above all, Mr Speaker, to all nurses, and I know what a tough year they have had. I know how hard it has been on the front line coping with this pandemic. We have done what I think is the most important thing of all, and that is to recruit many more nurses. There are now about 11,000 more nurses in the NHS today than there were this time last year, and there are 60,000 more, Mr Speaker, in training, and we are on target to reach our target of 50,000 more nurses in the NHS.
Sir James Davies. Following on that theme, Mr Speaker, patients in England have unfettered access to specialist hospital care anywhere in England, including within world-leading centres of excellence. But my constituents in North Wales have no such automatic choice, with access dependent on restrictive contracts or individual funding requests. So will my right honourable friend do all he can to ensure that healthcare features prominently within the UK Levelling Up agenda?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I thank my honourable friend for his point, and he knows a great deal about the subject. We've worked very hard with the Welsh Government throughout the pandemic, supporting them with £8.6 billion of additional funding through the Barnett formula. But clearly we need to learn the lessons together as we bounce forward from this pandemic.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's now 664 days since the Prime Minister said he had a plan for social care. But the Department for Health and Social Care are advertising at the moment for social care policy advisers to, and I quote, develop proposals for reform. Why do that if there is a plan already? Every day more people lose their life savings to pay huge social care costs, and we can't even get a straight answer as to whether the government have a plan to fix social care. Never mind find out what it actually is. So just tell us, Prime Minister, do you have a plan, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, yes is the answer. But I mean, the Labour Party, junked it in 1990. This is something that for decades politicians have failed to address. 1999, Labour failed to address the plan. They had 13 years in government, Mr. Speaker. I think it was 13 unlucky years for this country. They didn't do it. And this government is going to tackle it. This government is finally going to address the issue of social care. And if they want to support it with their customary doughty resolve, Mr. Speaker, if they want to support it without wibble-wobbling from one week to the next in whatever their policy is, without changing like weather vanes, which is what they normally do, if they want to support it, if they want to back it, then I'm all ears, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this week, businesses across Burnley and Padiham have reopened their doors to customers inside, from Usher and Molly Rigby's to Bellissimo and Real Cinema. Would the Prime Minister join with me in wishing them all the best of luck as they get back on their feet? And does he also agree with me that if we're to support local businesses in the long term, we need to create the environment and the opportunities they need to succeed, and that includes schemes like the Levelling Up Fund and the Lifetime Skills Guarantee?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're investing, for instance, £3.6 million from the Getting Building Fund for the development of Pioneer Place. Burnley will also benefit from our High Streets Task Force. But what Burnley and towns across the country need more than anything else is passionate leadership, such as my honourable friend shows in championing their localities and getting the right investment in.
Final question, David Lind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be aware of Gladys's proposal to close the McVitie's factory in Glasgow's East End, putting at risk up to 470 local jobs. So will the Prime Minister join with me in engaging with Gladys Global CEO Salman Amin and call upon him to rethink these plans, which would definitely unleash economic Armageddon on a very, very, very fragile part of the local economy?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I think McVitie's have been a proud part of the Scottish economy since 1800, and I know that people at the Tollcross factory, their relatives, will be very concerned about what's happening. I thank him for raising it. I know that conversations are now going on to see what we can do with, I think it's the Turkish company that now owns Vitties, and I know our honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Scotland, is meeting the honourable member to discuss the situation.
I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements for the next business. Order. Order. I call Wayne David to ask his urgent question. Wayne David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to ask the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs if he will make a statement on the UK's government's efforts to secure a ceasefire in Israel and Gaza.
I now call Minister James Cleverly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I was last at the dispatch box on the 13th of May, we have sadly seen further violence and more civilian deaths. I'm sure the House will join me in offering condolences to all the families of those civilians who have been killed or injured across Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will set out to the House the work that the Government is doing, along with others, to bring about a peaceful resolution. We are urging the parties to work with mediators towards an immediate ceasefire to prevent further loss of life and a worsening humanitarian situation. We are supporting the United Nations, Egyptian and Qatari efforts to that end, and we work closely with the United States. We're also prioritising our own diplomatic efforts through both bilateral and multilateral channels. The Foreign Secretary and I, with the support of our diplomats on the ground, have been working to progress the conditions needed for an immediate ceasefire. The Foreign Secretary has spoken in recent days with the Israeli Foreign Minister and the Palestinian Prime Minister, where he reinforced our clear message of de-escalation and our desire to work together to end the violence. I delivered similar messages to the Israeli ambassador and the Palestinian head of mission in London. We have also engaged regional partners at ministerial level. The Foreign Secretary spoke with the Foreign Minister of Jordan on the 17th of May, and I spoke just this morning with a number of ambassadors from Arab states to reiterate the need for immediate ceasefire and underline our shared goals of a peaceful two-state solution. We are playing a leadership role in the United Nations Security Council, where we are calling for measures by all sides to reduce further violence. We will participate in the emergency UN General Assembly session later this week. The UK unequivocally condemns the firing of rockets at Jerusalem and other locations within Israel. We strongly condemn these acts of terrorism by Hamas and other terrorist groups who must permanently end their incitement and rocket fire against Israel. There is no justification for the targeting of civilians. Israel has a legitimate right to self-defence and to defend its citizens from attack. In doing so, it is vital that all actions are proportionate, in line with international humanitarian law, and make every effort to avoid civilian casualties. We are aware of medical institutions, a number of schools and many homes in Gaza that have been destroyed or seriously damaged, and we are concerned that buildings housing media and humanitarian organisations, such as the Qatar Red Crescent, have been destroyed. We call on Israel to adhere to the principles of necessity and proportionality when defending its legitimate security interests. We are also concerned by reports that Hamas is once again using civilian infrastructure and populations as a cover for its military operations. Humanitarian access is essential, and we urge all parties to allow the unimpeded entry of vital humanitarian supplies. Hamas and other terrorist groups must cease their mortar attacks on these crossings. We urge all parties to work together to reduce tensions in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. The UK is clear that the historic status quo in Jerusalem must be respected. Violence against peaceful worshippers of any faith is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, the UK position on evictions, demolitions and settlements is clear and long-standing. We oppose these activities. We urge the Government of Israel to cease its policies related to settlement expansion immediately and instead work towards a two-state solution. Mr. Speaker, the UK will continue our intensive diplomatic efforts in the region focused on securing a ceasefire and creating the conditions for a sustainable peace.
Can I just remind people that we do have set times. We've got to try and stick to them. Wayne David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is of enormous concern to everyone in the House that in this conflict between Hamas and Israel, there have been nearly 300 people killed, including 65 children. This is truly appalling, and we condemn the rocket attacks by Hamas and the Israeli airstrikes, which have killed so many innocent people and severely damaged schools and medical facilities. I listened carefully to what the Minister had to say regarding the government's position, and his statement in favour of an immediate ceasefire. We have heard in the last few hours that the French and Jordanian governments are making real efforts to bring about a UN resolution which will help secure an immediate ceasefire. We have heard that there have been discussions with the Egyptians and the Germans. The name of the United Kingdom government has not been mentioned. And I would ask the Minister if he would care to elaborate upon what representations he's recently made to secure that objective of an immediate ceasefire. Could I also press the Minister on what efforts his government is making to provide humanitarian support for the people of Gaza? And I would also urge the government to do everything it can to restart a meaningful peace process as a matter of urgency. If further conflagrations are to be prevented, we need a process which will uphold international law, end the illegal occupation of the Palestinian territories and create a viable Palestinian state alongside a secure Israel.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for the recognition he has given as to the diplomatic work that the UK government has put in. I can assure him that we remain fully committed to an immediate ceasefire, and we're working to that end. As I say, the Foreign Secretary spoke with his Jordanian opposite number just a few days ago, and I spoke to ambassadors from the region just this morning. Some of the diplomatic efforts are quite rightly done very visibly through institutions such as the United Nations. Some are, and I'm sure he'll understand why, done perhaps more discreetly and quietly. The international community is pulling together, both in the region, in Europe and in the United States, to try and bring about a meaningful ceasefire and work towards what can only be the right way of bringing a permanent peace to the region, which is through negotiated political means.
Israel has the right to defend its citizens from terrorist attack, and I welcome the Minister's strong confirmation of that this morning. Will he go further, though, and send a message about terrorism by prescribing the whole of Hamas and also the IRGC that are making possible these horrific rocket attacks?
Minister. I thank my right honourable friend for the points that she has made. She will know the military wing of Hamas is internationally recognised as a terrorist organisation, and the entirety of Hamas is on a no-contact. We have a no-contact policy from the UK government. We enjoy a good working relationship with the leadership of the Palestinian Authority. Solutions to this will be done, must be done through negotiated political means rather than through military means. She will also understand that we do not speculate on future prescriptions.
We now go to SNP spokesperson Chris Law. Chris.
Mr. Speaker, we are witnessing the second week of horrific violence in Israel and Palestine. It's reported that 10 have been killed by Hamas and over 200 have been killed by Israeli airstrikes, including 65 children. The SNP abhors all indiscriminate violence against civilians. So firstly, what further steps can the UK government take in demanding an immediate ceasefire? Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly proud that last month my city of Dundee voted to recognise Palestine as a nation state. So secondly, will the UK government today commit to recognising Palestine as an equal and independent nation state? The UN Secretary-General has accused the Israeli government of acting contrary to their obligations under human rights law. Indeed, Amnesty International have highlighted potential war crimes by both Israel and Hamas. So thirdly, what pressures is the UK government bringing to investigate these shocking breaches? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, UK arms export licences to Israel have increased by over 1,000% in the last 2 years. This is not neutrality. Therefore, finally, will the UK government immediately suspend these exports until they are thoroughly examined?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the honourable gentleman, for whom I have a huge amount of respect, not to equate the legitimate government of Israel with a terrorist organisation, the military wing of Hamas. As I have said at the dispatch box a number of times, Israel has a right to self-defence, but we've also made it clear that we expect at all times for them to do so in accordance with international humanitarian law and make every effort to minimise civilian casualties. But ultimately, the best way of minimising civilian casualties is to bring this conflict to a conclusion. That is why we are working both with the Palestinian leadership, the government of Israel and our international partners both in the region and further afield to bring a timely end to this conflict, work towards a more permanent ceasefire and ultimately to a peaceful two-state solution.
Let's go to Robert Halford. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reports indicate that at least 500 Hamas rockets, 1 in 7 of the total number fired, have exploded within Gaza, and a Palestinian NGO has confirmed that 8 Palestinians were killed last week by a rocket that fell short. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that Hamas rocket fire doesn't just threaten Israelis, it also causes great harm to ordinary Gazans and must be condemned in the strongest possible terms? Would he also acknowledge that far from being able to negotiate with the democratic Palestinian government, Israel is facing existential threats from Hamas and Hezbollah, extreme Islamist terrorist organisations funded and backed by Iran, and that there should be no moral equivalence between democratic Israel and the terrorism of Hamas and Hezbollah?
Mr. Speaker, the UK enjoys good relations both with the Government of Israel and the Palestinian Authority. And I would urge all members of the House and further afield to recognise that Hamas, which is the military wing of which is recognised as a terrorist organisation, is no friend of the Palestinian people. We will work with the leadership of both the Palestinians and the Israelis alongside our friends and partners internationally to work for peace, because ultimately nobody wants to see continued images of fatalities of either Palestinians or Israelis.
Let's go to Leila Moran. Leila.
Speaker. Last week, I read the names of 4 of the then 14 Palestinian children and 1 Israeli child who had died. And a week on, the number of Palestinian children dead is now 63 in Gaza alone. If my heart was broken before, it's shattered now. We need a ceasefire. And the UK shouldn't have left it to France to be the main sponsor of a UN resolution calling for it. This government is shirking its historic responsibility, and it is time to step up. So today, I wear my kufiyeh in recognition that if we want lasting peace, we cannot go back to how it was before. The police brutality, the demolitions, and the oppression. We need a peace process that isn't doomed before it begins. So if this government is committed to a lasting peace, then why doesn't it recognise the state of Palestine?
Mr. Speaker, I recognise the Honourable Lady's passion for the Palestinian people and her own background, and I completely understand how painful it is for her in particular, but for all of us, seeing images of those who have lost their lives. I can assure her that we are working with international partners, both at the United Nations and more broadly, to bring about peace. When I last stood at the dispatch box in response to her urgent question, I made the point then that the UK was pushing towards a cessation of violence and ceasefire, and we are absolutely committed to a meaningful two-state solution. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Palestinian recognition is one that is rightly to be debated in this House, but at this point, our focus is relentlessly on bringing about an immediate end to the conflict so that we can work in good time to a negotiated political solution and a two-state solution for the benefit of both the Israeli and the Palestinian peoples.
Steve Buckland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and the commitment to a two-state solution. Can my right honourable friend update the House as to what extent we are using our presidency of the G7 to help to broker an international consensus for a ceasefire?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. We are using all of our diplomatic contacts and our diplomatic leverage. Understandably, the United Nations is the predominant multilateral body through which we are working, but as I say, I spoke to a meeting of the Arab ambassadors just this morning. We are ambivalent as to which organisation helps bring about peace, and we'll work with whomever, wherever we feel able to apply positivity. But I can assure her that we will leave no stone unturned in our efforts to bring about an end to this conflict.
Dr. Rupert Huck.
The sad aftermath of a tragedy where children pulled from the rubble are considered lucky amongst the three-figure death toll is, he said it himself, newly displaced people from their homes, double refugees, destroyed schools, hospitals, cultural centres, all at a time when we're cutting our aid contribution internationally. Would he agree with his two recent predecessors, Alistair Burt and Alan Duncan, that although, he stated it again, UK government policy is against illegal settlements and for a two-state solution, our long-standing lack of proactivity sometimes looks like we don't really mean this, and the only real victor of all this is Netanyahu. Until recently, a caretaker leader of an inconclusive election he's now well cemented himself.
Mr. Speaker, the outcome of democratic elections in the State of Israel is for the Israeli people. We will continue to work with the government that the Israeli people elect, but it does strike me that that is an important but fundamentally different issue to the one that is the subject of the urgent question today. We will work with international partners, with the Israelis, with the Palestinians, to bring peace to the region, both in terms of this specific conflict, which we seek to resolve as quickly as possible, and ultimately for a sustainable, prosperous two-state solution. That remains the UK government's policy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Iran's role in this conflict is just one more example of Iranian efforts to undermine peace and stability throughout the Middle East via its proxy terror group allies. Given that it was exactly this kind of behaviour that many warned was a blind spot in the JCPOA agreement, what assurances can my right honourable friend give today that the current discussions around resuscitating that agreement won't just repeat that mistake all over again and give a free pass to Iran to continue rearming its Hamas allies?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and we recognise that in our desire to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, we cannot be blind to their broader regional destabilising activity. That will remain one of the UK's priorities. It is something which is regularly raised with me by my interlocutors in the region, and I can assure him that that will be at the forefront of our minds throughout the forthcoming negotiations.
Richard Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How many more Palestinian children have to be killed? How many more Palestinian homes have to be reduced to rubble? How many more Palestinian schools and hospitals have to be bombed before the British government takes the action necessary to finally force the Israeli government to stop its war on the Palestinian people? Surely now is the time for all UK weapon sales to Israel to be stopped. Surely now is the time for sanctions on the Israeli government for its repeated violations of international law. And surely now is the time. This House voted for it back in 2014 to recognise the state of Palestine because Palestine has the right to exist.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind the honourable gentleman of the sequencing of the events that have unfolded in Gaza and Israel. Israel's actions were in response to indiscriminate rocket attacks from an internationally recognised terrorist organisation. Israel has the right to self-defence. We have urged them at every step to do so proportionately and make every step that they are able to minimise civilian casualties. I am sure, like him, I am horrified I'm sure, like me, he is horrified when we see images of fatalities, whether they be Israeli or Palestinians. And that is why, whilst the issue of recognition is an important one, it is not for now. Now it's about bringing this conflict to an end.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I welcome the Minister's statement here today? But given our history and our legacy there, could I ask Britain leans into this more? We call for a ceasefire. Let's ask the United States to join us there as well. It's difficult to see how any tactical or strategic advantage could be gained from either side continuing this conflict. But once we get to that ceasefire, of course, those old legacy challenges will remain, and Israel will require a partner to work with. My concern is that Palestinian elections have not taken place for about 16 years, and Hamas is now supported by the Iranians, and has no interest in either working with Fatah in the West Bank, let alone the Israelis. So would my right honourable friend agree that perhaps the neighbouring Muslim countries, particularly those who just signed the Abraham Accords, could be invited to help encourage Palestinians to hold fresh elections so we get more representative voices for which Israel can then work with?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He makes an incredibly important point. The UK has been fully supportive of elections for the Palestinian Authority, which are now well overdue. We have seen on numerous occasions the Palestinian Authority working and coordinating with the Government of Israel, and we are always supportive when that is the case. The actions taken by Hamas are not to the benefit of the Palestinian people. The solution to the conflict, both in the short term and ultimately, will be through a negotiated political solution. And I would urge the Palestinian people to choose leadership who are respected on the international stage and are able to negotiate with international partners.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his very balanced response to the questions that have been put. The Minister knows that Hamas is trying to make the Palestinian Authority and Mahmoud Abbas redundant, to make him appear relevant, to present themselves as the ultimate defenders of Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa. Our own history in this country proves the folly of doing business with terrorists. Will the Minister take the opportunity today to tell Hamas that the British Government will never do business with terrorists?
Mr. Speaker, he makes the point that the military wing of Hamas is recognised as a terrorist organisation, and ultimately the future of the Palestinian people should lie in the hands of people who are able to negotiate on the international stage, and Hamas is not in a position to credibly do that.
Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's call for both sides to step back from the brink and show restraint. Does my right honourable friend agree that continued escalation in the region will only lead to further violence and more deaths, and that both sides need to urgently down their arms?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes absolutely the right point. The images that we've seen of fatalities and injuries are heartbreaking, of both Israelis and Palestinians. We continue to work with international partners to work to peace and an ultimate, sustainable two-state solution.
Let's go to Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The images of death, destruction and loss of life all over the region are horrific. The targeted bombing that has taken place on buildings in Gaza, the tanks on the West Bank, and the destruction of educational and health facilities is absolutely appalling. Could the Minister explain exactly what is the nature of Britain's military relationship with Israel? What is the nature of that cooperation with Israel? And can he tell the House if any weapons sold by Britain or munitions sold by Britain to Israel have been used to bomb places in Gaza, or if any drone equipment that is supplied by Britain or bought by Britain has been used as a surveillance method on either the West Bank or Gaza that has been followed up by destruction of civilian life and the death of many people, including the tragedy of the death of whole families and children. I think our public need to know exactly what the nature of this military relationship is with Israel. And of course, he quite rightly says the occupied territories which are occupied by Israel are the places that suffer as a result of this bombardment.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the UK has a robust arms export licensing regime, and all export licences are assessed in accordance with it. I can assure him that the UK takes its arms export responsibilities very seriously. And I would also remind him that Israel is responding to rockets fired at it from an organisation closely associated with Iran, and we would urge all nations to take their arms export responsibilities as seriously as the UK does.
Alexander Stafford.
Mr. Speaker, can my right honourable friend confirm that he is working with international counterparts on calming tensions in the region and bringing an end to the violence, to ensure that all sides can move towards a peaceful dialogue? And can he also give assurances that he will work to ensure that the hard-won Abraham Accords between Israel and the Gulf nations remain intact?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman makes a very important point, and I can assure him the conversation I had this morning with representatives of the Arab nations, including the representative of the Palestinian people here in London, was balanced, it was thoughtful, it was productive, and I can assure him that our friends in the region share our desire to see peace come quickly to this region, and we are all working closely with each other to pursue that particular goal.
Let's go to Diane Abbott. Diane.
The Minister will be aware that around the world, people want to see an end to the violence and to the rising death toll, both of Israelis and Palestinians. And so around the world, people want to see a ceasefire and welcome efforts to that effect. But does the Minister also accept that the long-term solution to these issues lie with, first of all, the UK government, amongst others, demanding an end to forced evictions of Palestinians in East Jerusalem, the UK government insisting that sacred sites, including the Al-Aqsa Mosque, are treated with the utmost respect, the UK government asking for an immediate halt to new settlements and adherence to international law, and that the UK government should recognise Palestine as a state with full membership of the United Nations. The Minister has said earlier that recognition of Palestine is not an issue for now. But I would say to the Minister, if justice for the Palestinians is not an issue for now, in the midst of this violence and death, when will justice for the Palestinians be an issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me read verbatim from the section of my opening speech. The UK position on evictions, demolitions and settlements is clear and long-standing. We oppose these activities and we urge the government of Israel to cease its policies related to settlement expansion immediately and instead work towards a two-state solution. So our position on the very questions that she raised is clear and long-standing, and I don't understand why she is raising them again. On the issue of Palestinian state recognition, again, the UK position is clear and long-standing. We'll do so when it's best conducive to advancing the peace effort.
The Minister's point on the two-state solution does him great credit, and it should be clear for anybody to understand. Long-range rockets at scale are not possible without the involvement of a sophisticated, malign state actor that will never be content until the State of Israel is driven into the sea. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that there will never be peace in the Levant, never be a two-state solution, and there will never be a solution of any sort until Iran ceases to be a feral bandit state, uncouples itself from its regime, and rediscovers the dignity, poise and leadership appropriate to its history and its culture?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my predecessor and good friend for the point that he has raised. I've already said that the UK encourages Iran to be a more thoughtful and less disruptive regional player and to stop arming and supporting terrorist and militia groups in the region. We will continue to work towards a two-state solution with the framework that has been explained at this dispatch box many, many times. I pay tribute to the work that he did in this role to try and make that a reality.
Let's go to Dr. Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Gaza has been under a suffocating blockade for almost 15 years, which already undermines the delivery of healthcare. Having been involved in breast cancer projects in Gaza for many years, I'm aware from colleagues that 14 government hospitals and clinics, including the COVID laboratory, have been bombed, along with those run by international charities. We've been in this situation before. So once a ceasefire is finally agreed, what is the government's plan to achieve a long-term yet just solution for both the Palestinians and the Israelis?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I pay tribute to the Honourable Lady's work in this area and more broadly in the provision of health services to communities around the world. We are aware of the reports and indeed footage of medical facilities that have been damaged or destroyed, but we are also deeply concerned about the continued use by Hamas of civilian infrastructure for its military operations. Ultimately, we seek to bring about an end to the conflict so that humanitarian support can get to the people that need it. We remain one of the most generous humanitarian donors in the world, and we're working hard to keep those humanitarian access routes open so that our support and the support of others in the international community to get to the people it needs.
Mary Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hamas has consistently chosen to prioritise its goal of the destruction of Israel over the safety and prosperity of Palestinians. But in conflict, it's always the innocent, Palestinians and Israelis, who suffer. This must end and a ceasefire must be agreed. Does my right honourable friend also agree with me but that we can't only just condemn Hamas, but we must ensure that moderate Palestinians representatives are supported and are championed?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. We seek, and indeed the international community seeks, a peaceful life for the Palestinian people and the Israeli people as well. This can only be done through international cooperation and ultimately has to be done by representatives of the Palestinian people who respect Israel's right to exist.
My mother always wanted me to take a side, either for the Palestinians or the Jews. She could never decide which side I should take. But isn't it profoundly unhelpful for us to take a side? Yes. Wouldn't it make far more sense, if we are going to take a side, that it's on the side of the families who've been fleeing rocket attacks from Hamas, on the side of families who've been evicted in East Jerusalem or in the illegal settlements, on the side of the doctors who've seen their facilities bombed, or for that matter, don't have any vaccines to be able to deal with coronavirus? In the end, haven't we just got to, I know this sounds terribly pious, but haven't we just got to be on the side of the humanity in this?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman speaks with a huge amount of wisdom on this. It is perhaps seductive, but ultimately futile to work to just reinforce a side of an argument whilst an argument persists. What we should do is seek to end arguments, to end conflict, to pursue peace and to pursue the rights of Palestinians and Israelis to live in peace, side by side, in harmony and prosperity, and the government will continue to pursue that as our primary goal in this region.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister says he has a policy on evictions and demolitions in East Jerusalem and the West Bank, on the attacks on Al-Aqsa and the expansions of settlements. But the illegal settlement and occupation of the Palestinian territories has been going on for more than 5 decades. What is the Prime Minister, what is the Minister actually going to do to tackle the causes of violence? What steps is his government actually going to take?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman, I suppose, answers his own question in the fact that the tensions in this region have persisted for decades and have done so under British governments of both Conservative governments and Labour governments. If it were simple, if it were easy, it would have been done. The simple truth of the matter is that we are seeking to have a sustainable future for both the Palestinian people and the Israeli people. We will work with the representatives of those peoples and more broadly in the international community to pursue that goal.
Let's go to Jacobium. Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I join the Minister in urging both sides to move to a ceasefire to prevent the further loss of life. We've all seen the images of what is happening in Israel and the Gaza Strip, and I have to say thank God for the Iron Dome. Were it not for this outstanding piece of Israeli technology, today we would see thousands of innocent Israeli citizens dead and maimed at the hands of Hamas terrorists, and no doubt even worse conflict in the region. Does the Minister agree with me that we must condemn Hamas and weaken its close relationship with Iran and work to bring moderate Israelis and Palestinians together through coexistence projects?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. There are plenty of thoughtful and passionate Palestinians and Israelis who are determined to bring peace to the region, and we must ensure that their voices are heard. We will work alongside them and our friends more broadly in the international community to that end, and he makes a very important point about what might have been the situation had Israeli air defence systems not been as effective as they are.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm utterly horrified by the scenes unfolding in Gaza, as are hundreds of my constituents who've contacted me to express their concerns. The UK government is absolutely right to condemn Hamas's rocket attacks, but it must also condemn, in much stronger terms, the completely disproportionate response from the Israeli government, which has resulted in the loss of hundreds of civilian lives, including at least 63 children, coming on the back of sustained breaches of international law for many years. So I ask again, given the UK's historic responsibility in the region, will the Minister urgently intensify and accelerate efforts with international partners to broker an immediate ceasefire by both sides, and will he suspend arms exports to Israel?
Mr. Speaker, I have already made clear our desire to see an immediate end to the hostilities, a permanent ceasefire and a negotiated settlement between the Palestinians and the Israelis. We have also urged that in their response to rocket attacks from within civilian infrastructure in Gaza, that the Israelis exercise all caution to minimise civilian casualties, and that will remain the UK government's position on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Israel facilitated dozens of trucks filled with humanitarian aid, including field hospitals and COVID vaccines, to enter Gaza. Yet Hamas deliberately fired repeat barrages of mortars at the Israeli crossing terminal, injuring an IDF soldier involved in the aid transfer and killing 2 foreign workers nearby. Will my right honourable friend join me in condemning this appalling incident, which further shows, as he stated earlier, that the actions of Hamas are categorically not in the interests of Palestinian people?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. The targeting of civilians, as I said in my address, in my statement, is unacceptable. The specific targeting of humanitarian support, particularly so. I have urged Hamas and other terrorist organisations to cease their targeting of humanitarian access routes so that our support and the support of others in the international community can get to the people who need it.
Let's go to Liam Byrne. Liam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard the Minister's statement of policy. We just don't understand the strategy for advancing it. The Minister has got to realise, like the rest of us, that there is no peace without justice. The way to disarm Hamas, the way to make progress towards peace, the way to ensure genuine calm and de-escalation can only be achieved with the full realisation of Palestinian rights and the end of systematic discrimination against Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territory. So look, it's vital the UK uses its influence with the United States to insist on a ceasefire. It's vital the UK government fully supports the ICC investigation into all alleged war crimes, no matter which party stands accused, including those who are launching appalling rockets and those launching airstrikes. It's vital we suspend the sale of arms to Israel until we know the outcomes of these prosecutions. But crucially, it is vital the UK understands that the hope of peace is disappearing because people no longer believe a two-state solution is possible. That is why we have to act now to sustain hope amongst Palestinians by ensuring recognition of the state of Palestine. We voted for it in 2014. On the 7th of July 2020, the government said that we will recognise a Palestinian state at a time when it best serves...
I think the Minister, in fairness, has got the question. Minister.
Mr Speaker, I recognise the passion with which the Right Honourable gentleman speaks, but I have to say there can be no legitimisation of indiscriminate rocket attacks against civilian targets from within civilian infrastructure by an internationally recognised terrorist organisation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his robust support on behalf of the British Government for Israel's right to defend itself from attack from a prescribed terrorist organisation. Listening to what he said about the prospects for peace, it's clear Hamas have no interest in dialogue and moving towards peace. What can we do to strengthen the Palestinian Authority, who are a credible partner for peace, and to reduce the influence of Iran, which is trying to strengthen the hand of those who are Israel's enemies and who wish not to see peace for the Palestinians?
Mr Speaker, my Right Honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. The Palestinian people have many friends and allies in the international community, and they have people within their own leadership who are determined to bring about peace and see a peaceful two-state solution. We should find ways of strengthening their voices, strengthening their hands, and work with them in pursuit of a two-state solution. There are also people who claim leadership or who aspire to leadership who will never accept the existence of an Israeli state, and we cannot and will not and should not work with them.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. At the nub of this issue, having visited both Israel and Palestine, is a colonial-era mindset of a gradual land grab, the forcible eviction of people from their homes, the building of illegal settlements, the extreme violation and the shameless violation of human rights and international law, and the sheer suppression and humiliation of an entire nation. But at this point in time, the efforts of the international community should be focused on securing an immediate end to the bloodshed and hostility. So can the Minister explain where is the logjam and exactly how much aid have we managed to get through to the inhumanely blockaded Gaza?
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman makes a really important point, that the priority at the moment is twofold: an immediate end to the conflict and the immediate access of humanitarian aid. The UK remains one of the most generous donors to the humanitarian support to the Palestinian people, and we're very proud of that fact. I'm not able to give him an accurate assessment, as I say, because humanitarian access routes have been closed because of their targeting by Hamas. But we will continue to pursue the joint aims of bringing about a conclusion to this conflict and ensuring that humanitarian support reaches the people that need it.
Let's go to Bob Blackburn. Bob.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Reports emerged yesterday that Hamas had launched a torpedo at Israel's natural gas field in the Mediterranean, and also an armed UAV caused an explosion at Israel's Ashkelon power station. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that Hamas's ability to acquire these non-conventional weapons is a very worrying development? And will he join me in condemning Hamas for targeting energy infrastructure which will disrupt energy supplies not only in Israel but also in Gaza?
Mr Speaker, I'm not able to confirm the reports that my honourable friend has just made reference to, but I would reinforce the points I've made about the need for Iran not to be a destabilising influence in the region, and for Hamas to step back from this conflict, for both sides to step back and pursue peace, so that we can work to a negotiated, permanent two-state solution to the region.
Williams.
Mr. Speaker, and I associate myself and my party with the Minister's opening words about the wholly unacceptable deaths and casualties, particularly to children. Mr. Speaker, self-evidently the first step to peace is to stop the violence. Now, President Biden has expressed support for a ceasefire, according to press reports. Can the Minister reassure me that all relevant international partners are actively working for an immediate ceasefire as a prelude to a substantial international attempt to secure a permanent and just solution?
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable gentleman that everyone that I have spoken to in the international community is absolutely focused on bringing about an end to this conflict and to a ceasefire, and that is true both within the region, with our European friends and partners, and indeed in recent conversations that my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has had with President Biden's administration. That will remain, I have no doubt, the focus of the international community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of Hamas's many deplorable aspects, its cynical locating of military infrastructure within densely populated civilian areas is perhaps the worst. This was confirmed again yesterday, as Hamas was found to be launching rockets close to a school. Will my right honourable friend join me in condemning this double war crime?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. The location of military activities from within civilian infrastructure is completely unacceptable and demonstrates a disturbing attitude towards the lives of the Palestinians that the leadership of Hamas claims to be defending.
Right, let's go to Caroline Lucas. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many underlying reasons for this most intractable of conflicts, most notably 54 years of occupation of Palestine, 14 years of the blockade of the Gaza Strip. But the most recent violence and devastating damage and loss of life has been inflamed by Israeli violations of the Fourth Geneva Convention in occupied East Jerusalem and the rest of the West Bank. So whilst I welcome the government's long-term focus on peace and the two-state solution, can the Minister tell us specifically what consequences the UK is advocating to the international community to deal with Israel's illegal actions? What steps is he taking, beyond raising in bilateral talks with Israeli ministers, to ensure the end of all settlement building, the cancellation of all forcible evictions and demolitions in Sheikh Jarrah and elsewhere? He's been asked this before, but has not given any concrete details in his response. I would be grateful if he did so now.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady implies somehow that conversations with bilateral partners are something invalid. But that is diplomacy. That is how diplomacy is done. Speaking with our friends and partners around the world and in the region is how we bring about positive change. The UK's position on settlements, on evictions, on annexation is well known, and we have been vocal at the dispatch box and indeed in our conversations directly with our Israeli interlocutors. And that is what we will continue to do. We will continue to work with friends in the international community to seek peace in the region.
Let's go to Andrew Percy. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet again, we see the distasteful spectacle in this place of a pile-on against the democratic state, which is under attack from terrorism, whilst those who hide their weapons and their murder weapons amongst children and civilians are given a near free pass. And it is that, Mr. Speaker, and the misinformation circulating by certain groups with regards to access to religious sites, which is directly contributing to the rising hate against some in this country and what we saw on the streets of London this weekend. So can I ask my honourable friend to call out all of those who spread this misinformation?
Mr. Speaker, I think in issues as sensitive as this, we all have a duty to speak carefully, to ensure that what we say is accurate. And I would, to the point he made about some of the scenes that we saw in London and elsewhere over the weekend, I would say that those people who would seek any excuse to perpetrate anti-Semitic attacks or to say anti-Semitic things should not be given any justification, whether it be from members of this House or indeed anywhere else.
Bel Ribeiro Ade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be aware that the United States has specifically blocked the adoption of a joint UN Security Council statement calling for a halt to Israeli-Palestinian violence. I'm sure members right across the House agree that we need a joint international approach to achieve a ceasefire. So what steps will the Minister take to urge the US administration to stop blocking or call for a joint ceasefire? And just listening to this debate, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has repeatedly expressed support for a two-state solution. I would just like to understand how the government expects to command the confidence of the public and the House on this matter when they will not recognise Palestine, one of these two states, because 1 + 0 doesn't equal 2.
Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom will continue working with the whole of the international community, including our European partners, partners in the region and the United States, towards what is our explicitly shared goal, which is an end to the violence and ultimately to peace for both the Palestinian people and the Israeli people. That remains our focus, and that is what we will work towards.
Let's go to Dr. Matthew Offord. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in this House hopes that hostilities will end soon with a permanent ceasefire. However, the reality is that there will be further rounds of fighting unless the international community ends Iran's bankrolling and arming of Gaza-based terrorist groups such as Hamas. Now, there are some members today who appear to be defending the actions of this terrorist group. I am not one of them. So I ask, as nuclear talks continue in Vienna, can my right honourable friend outline how the P5+1 intend to finally end Iran's ability to fuel conflict in the region?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for the questions that he has just put forward. I can assure him that in addition to preventing Iran acquiring nuclear weapons, a priority is for them to cease their destabilising actions in the region, and that will remain a priority in our bilateral talks, our bilateral relationship with Iran and our multilateral work with regards to Iran. We will continue to pursue an end to the specific violence that we see in Gaza and Israel, and then we will redouble our effort to bring about a sustainable, peaceful, two-state solution.
Let's go to James Murray. James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to press the Minister to set out specifically what further actions the government will take to ensure there is a coordinated international response to secure an immediate ceasefire, and then specifically what the UK will do to address the sources of long-term injustice and insecurity, including forced evictions and the expansion of illegal settlements.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman would have heard in my answer to the honourable gentleman's question that we have had a long-standing opposition to settlement expansion, to demolitions and evictions. Some of our multilateral diplomatic work is done publicly, some of it done more discreetly and privately, but I can assure him we will work closely with our international partners, both in the region and further afield, to pursue peace in the Middle East.
Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Large numbers of people gather at the Al-Aqsa Mosque to pray. Does the Minister agree that the attacks we saw on people praying there and the large number of civilian casualties which resulted can't be justified? Will he urge the authorities there to ensure no repeat?
He makes a really important point about the ability of the faithful to worship and the importance of the status quo of the holy sites of all religions in Jerusalem. It's the UK government's explicit policy that those holy sites need to be protected, that worshippers should be able to worship in peace and confidence. That will remain the position of our government.
Jerome Mayhew.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very glad that my right honourable friend has made it absolutely clear today that the current situation was provoked by Hamas firing rockets into Israel, and he's made it clear that Israel has the absolute right to defend itself. But the Minister's also referred to the goal of a negotiated political settlement, the two-state solution. And we have to accept, do we not, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the continued building of illegal settlements makes that two-step solution ever harder to achieve. So what steps can the government take to dissuade Israel from this policy?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend makes a really important point about actions which might make a two-state solution more difficult. The UK's position is continued settlement expansion does make a sustainable two-state solution more difficult, and that is why we have been opposed to that, and that's why we've communicated our opposition to that to the Israeli government. We will continue to do so, and that will form part of the work that we put forward to make a peaceful two-state solution more likely rather than less.
Dave Duggan.
Many thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. The UK Government previously halted military export licences to the Israeli Defence Forces after attacks in Gaza in 2014. But since 2015, there's followed £400 million worth of licences to Israel from the UK to date. There exists a profound asymmetry to this conflict, evidenced by the appalling civilian death toll in each territory, with almost 200 Palestinian civilians and 10 Israeli civilians killed, all victims, all wasted lives. So, is the UK content to uphold this asymmetry with continued military sales, or will it promote de-escalation dynamically with renewed limits on military exports to Israel?
Madam Deputy Speaker, Israel seeks to defend itself against attacks from the military wing of Hamas, which is an internationally recognised terrorist organisation. In terms of our export licensing regime, as I said, it is very robust, and we are proud that we have such a robust arms export regime in place, and all export licences are measured against that. I would say that we will work with the Israelis, with the Palestinian people, to bring about peace, and once that has been achieved, once the ceasefire has been achieved, we will continue our work to bring about a peaceful, sustainable two-state solution.
Anthony Higginbottom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his balanced statement opening this urgent question. Securing a ceasefire will be very difficult, but maintaining it will be more difficult still. So could the Minister confirm that once that ceasefire has been secured, we'll offer whatever support we can to the Palestinian Authority so that they can hold free and fair elections, which is the only way that moderate voices can get into power and then take the country forward?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point. A ceasefire to this conflict is the beginning of an incredibly important process, which will include ensuring that the Palestinian people have credible voices to speak on their behalf on the international stage, and that we work together with the Israelis, with the Palestinians and the international community for the thing that we should all aim for, and I believe the vast majority of people, both in this House and more broadly, seek to see, which is a peaceful, sustainable, prosperous two-state solution.
Thank you. I will now briefly suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order. Order. Call Minister Paul Scully to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with your permission, I'd like to update the House about changes to the Post Office Horizon IT inquiry. Over a 20-year period, the Post Office's Horizon computerised accounting system recorded shortfalls in cash, which were allegedly caused by sub-postmasters, leading to dismissals, recovery of losses, and in some instances, criminal prosecutions. I know that members across the House are aware of the terrible impact that this has had on those affected postmasters and their families. The life-altering implication of these accounting errors can't be overstated. The Post Office Horizon IT inquiry, led by Sir Wyn Williams, was launched in September 2020 as a major step towards righting the wrongs of the past. The inquiry was established on a non-statutory basis to enable the Chair to work quickly, to establish a clear account of the implementation of failings of the Horizon IT computer system over its lifetime. On the 27th of April, I made an oral statement to the House following the Court of Appeal's decision on the 23rd of April to quash the convictions of 39 postmasters who had been convicted for Horizon-related shortfalls. As I said then, the Government recognises the gravity of the Court's judgment and the scale of the miscarriage of justice that it makes clear. Sir Wyn and I are both of the view that the context for the inquiry has changed in the light of the Court of Appeal's judgment, and that now is the right moment to convert the inquiry to a statutory footing. Therefore, I can now inform the House that with the agreement of the Prime Minister, I will convert the inquiry to a statutory footing on the 1st of June 2021. I've also agreed that Sir Wyn will now have more time to undertake his work. The inquiry is now expected to report in autumn 2022 rather than summer 2021. Together, these changes will give Sir Wyn the powers and the time that he needs to conduct an in-depth analysis of the decision-making processes that led to the Horizon scandal. He will be able to compel organisations to provide documents and witnesses to give evidence under oath if necessary. It's now for Sir Wyn to consider his next steps, and I expect that he will provide more information on his proposed approach soon. In the short term, the inquiry will complete its planned engagements through May, but public hearings that had been expected to take place in June will be delayed. I've always said that the inquiry should proceed quickly to get the answers that postmasters and their families are seeking. Sir Wyn has gathered a lot of evidence from key parties and engaged with many affected postmasters. I've therefore asked that Sir Wyn provides a progress update to his original timeline of summer 2021 to make public progress to date and any initial findings. I hope that still more affected postmasters will choose to engage with Sir Wyn as he continues his work on the statutory footing. The inquiry's overarching aims to ensure that the right lessons have been learned and to establish what must change will remain. However, there will be some changes to the terms of reference in the light of the Court of Appeal judgment. I've today notified the House of the updated terms of reference in a written ministerial statement. I'd like to thank Sir Wyn for his quick progress in the inquiry to date and for taking the time to consider the next steps for the inquiry with me in recent weeks. I'm pleased to confirm that he has agreed to remain as chair of the inquiry for the next phase. Finally, I note that converting to the inquiry to a statutory footing and proceedings over a longer period will of course have cost implications, but I can assure colleagues across the House that these are being fully considered with my colleagues in HM Treasury. The Horizon saga has wrecked lives and livelihoods. We can't undo the damage that has been done, but we can establish what went wrong at the Post Office and ensure that something like this is never allowed to happen again. The events surrounding the dispute have long been shrouded in darkness, and this government is determined to bring them into the light. The landmark Court of Appeal judgment changed the context for the inquiry. Following it, the government did not hesitate to act to give the inquiry more teeth and to equip Sir Wyn with more powers. To affected postmasters and their families, Madam Deputy Speaker, my message is this: we are listening, and we will get to the bottom of this appalling affair. I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you. Simon Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. The member for Newcastle Central is not able to attend today, but she, like me, welcomes today's statement, including the conversion, much belated, of the inquiry to a statutory footing, the extension also of scope, but which we believe does not yet go far enough. This is indeed the largest legal miscarriage of justice in our history. It is estimated that there are 900 false prosecutions in total, each one its own story of persecution, of fear, of despair, of families destroyed, of reputations smashed, of lives lost, and innocent people bankrupted and imprisoned. I'd like to start by thanking and congratulating everybody who has campaigned over so many years to reveal the truth for over a decade, including the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance and the Communication Workers Union. I want to congratulate as well honourable and right honourable members across this House who have fought for justice for their constituents, and in particular to mention the member for North Durham who has worked tirelessly on this issue. The campaign for justice has been long fought, and there is still a long way to go. The Minister's announcement is a step in the right direction. The Labour Party and the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance have always said that this inquiry must be a statutory one. But less than a month ago, in this chamber, 4 days after the Court of Appeal's decision, the Minister rejected calls for a statutory inquiry on the grounds that it would take 3, 4 or 5 years. So can he tell us what actually has happened in this period to change his mind? The horrific miscarriage of justice did not happen overnight. For a decade now, we have known that there were serious problems with the Horizon system, but the Post Office denied all wrongdoing, pursuing the victims and imposing huge lawyers' fees on the claimants. Even after the High Court ruling vindicated postmasters in 2019, the government refused to act. The step has been delayed and victims' lives disrupted by this government. And it's important to remember that justice isn't of itself having a statutory inquiry. There remain also a number of urgent questions for the Minister that were not answered by him a few weeks ago. The government are the Post Office's only shareholder, yet time and time again the Post Office was allowed to abuse its power over postmasters. This was the finding, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the Court. And I think this is a really important point. Will the Minister acknowledge the government's failure of oversight and due diligence with regard to public money? And will he apologise to the victims and to their families today? Second, the postmasters were criminalised for a culture that assumed technology is infallible and workers dishonest. How will the Minister change that? And what are the implications of management of human teams relying on AI or computer algorithms? We welcome any new powers as well for SOWIN and the review of scope. It was reported, and it seems to be in the statement, that SOWIN will have the power to summon witnesses to give testimony under oath and to force the Post Office to hand over documents. Can the Minister confirm this, and will that power apply to any other entity or organisation from which evidence is sought? But whilst the terms of reference have been updated, they do not seem to reflect the issues raised by my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle Central, previously. For example, compensation still appears to be out of scope of the inquiry. Why? And who has also been consulted in the revised terms of reference? Now, Fujitsu were the ones that provided faulty software. An independent investigator, Second Sight, drew attention to this as far back as 2013, yet the government don't appear to be doing anything to hold Fujitsu to account. Instead, the Horizon software has been renewed, rewarding Fujitsu with a new £42 million contract. So will ongoing government contracts with Fujitsu be reviewed? And Paula Venels led the Post Office during this time and was honoured with a CBE along with a long list of others. Is it right that she and others continue to be honoured? The Minister has referred to what he described as a full and fair final settlement for some postmasters with the Post Office. However, of the £58 million settlement that was approved in the High Court case, he will know that only £12 million of it will go to the victims, the rest taken up in legal fees. Does the Minister consider that they should be considered for, does the Minister agree that they should be considered for appropriate compensation? The JFSA and Labour want there to be a public consultation to guarantee that the inquiry will deliver for all of the victims and provide conclusive answers. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Post Office is a government-owned company that has been found to be at fault. It's vital the government act to improve the corporate structure of the Post Office to prevent this kind of thing ever happening again. It should never have been allowed to develop into the scandal it is, but all we can do now is to ensure that we get to the truth and that those wrongly convicted get justice and lessons are learned. Securing this statutory inquiry, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be a big victory for sub-postmasters, trade unions and justice. But despite the government's U-turn, this is only the start. The government have failed to live up to their responsibility and to prevent the scandal occurring, and they have until today stood in the way of justice. I urge the Minister to apologise, to own the government's mistakes and to start work to ensure that justice is served and a scandal of this magnitude can never happen again.
I want to interrupt the Honourable Lady, but Mr Speaker would be annoyed with me if I didn't point out that she's taken a minute longer than she ought to have had, and that's a minute that will not be taken later today by some other member who wishes to speak. Paul Scully.
Deputy Speaker, and please send my best wishes to the member for Newcastle Central. I understand why she can't be here. But I appreciate the response from the Honourable Lady, and let me try and answer some of her questions. She talked about the Minister's role in this, and clearly our department, government and ministers' roles within this will be included within the inquiry. We do want to learn the lessons. We want to make sure that all of these come through, and that will clearly be the case. But as we've seen from the judgment, the Post Office consistently maintained that Horizon was robust and it was misguided in its approach to the issue, and leading to the decision to prosecute these postmasters. We pressed management on issues regarding complaints brought by postmasters about Horizon and received repeated assurances that the system was reliable. But as I say, the inquiry will be looking into that itself. But in terms of the government's response to this, we clearly recognise the impact of the convictions have had on individual postmasters and their families, and that's why the Prime Minister and I met with a small government a group of them last month to hear directly from them, and there were some incredible and tragic and terrible stories from them, and I can understand therefore why they find it difficult to trust anybody within this regard after for many years of difficulty and impossible situation that they and their families have been into. In terms of Horizon itself, the Post Office are looking into that. You can't, unfortunately, just switch off the system and change midstream. But clearly, they will be looking to work on the a CRM system, a successor CRM system, moving forward. Yes, the terms of reference allow the statutory footing, allow the SOWIN to be able to compel people to give evidence and documents, and there are sanctions for them if they should fail to do so under the Inquiries Act, which is one of the reasons that we wanted to give that extra confidence to people, that as we move to that second stage, as we get to I hope, engage the more sub-postmasters to give their stories, that we can give them the confidence that people will be giving their evidence. And I must say, though, to date, still everybody related to this that Sir Win has asked has given their full undertaking and work on this. Nobody has resigned from the inquiry, but it's important that we do this. In terms of the term of reference for compensation, an inquiry, whether statutory or not, cannot determine liability in itself. That still has to be done through the courts. But the sub-postmasters clearly can raise the issue, and I would fully expect them to raise the issue of the losses and difficulties as they outline the difficulties that they've had. In terms of Fujitsu, clearly, as I said, the Post Office will be looking at what they do in further compensation, and that will include Fujitsu. There are criminal criminal investigations going ahead, so that's outside the scope of the inquiry. But I'll continue. The GLO, the settlement, was a full and final settlement. Government didn't have part in that litigation, so it's not part of the inquiry itself. But nonetheless, this is one part, important part, but one part of making sure we get to the bottom and sufficient justice for the postmasters so badly affected.
Lucy Allen.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I warmly congratulate the Minister on his statement today, and I think it's fantastic news for sub-postmasters. I would also like to thank the Prime Minister for meeting sub-postmasters, including my constituent Tracy Felstead, and for understanding the terrible injustice that they have suffered for so long. Can the Minister assure me that compensation will be paid to all of those affected, including those who were party to the horrendous struggle that was the group litigation? And does he agree that these sub-postmasters should not be penalised for shining a light on the conduct of the Post Office, and they should not be required to fund the pivotal judgment of Mr Justice Fraser, without which there would have been no convictions overturned? So please, can he agree with me that compensation must be fair to all sub-postmasters?
I thank my honourable friend who has been really dogged in her championing of Tracy Felstead and many others that have been affected, and I was pleased to meet Tracy with the Prime Minister who gave such tragic testament. But in terms of compensation, we're clearly working is the Post Office are engaging in the compensation process. I will, in my regular meetings with the Post Office, make sure that we keep on top of that, because we want to make sure that there is justice and fair compensation for all that have been affected.
Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Telford, who is a member of the APPG on post offices. And I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement and welcome the statement that the inquiry into the Post Office's Horizon scandal is to be put on a statutory footing, as MPs across the chamber have been calling for months. However, if this is the case, it should have been set out properly by the UK Government in Parliament and not briefed beforehand to the press. The Horizon scandal has been a serious miscarriage of justice and potentially carried out knowingly. It's a grave injustice that some have sadly taken their own lives and others have been imprisoned. The SNP has repeatedly called for the judge-led statutory inquiry, and the Minister and I have had discussions on this previously. Entire lives have been ruined, and it's critical that no stone is unturned in securing real justice for those affected. The UK Government must agree to meet all costs as a result of any compensation due, so that the Post Office network is not impacted. We mustn't lose sight of that. We absolutely welcome the statutory inquiry, as I've said, but we must also make certain that those responsible are held to account. This is really important. I want to thank the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance, the CWU and the long-standing members of the APPG who have fought tirelessly for this outcome, and I look forward to seeing the Minister next week in my capacity as Chair of the APPG when he comes to talk to us further.
Thank you, and I always welcome meeting the Honourable Member for Motherwell and Wishaw, and congratulate her on her work for the APPG, and I appreciate her support for this change, and I absolutely agree with her that we've got to make sure that in getting justice, in making sure that we can right the wrongs of the past, that we don't jeopardise the future of the Post Office, the social value that it gives, as well as the economic value for so many people across this country. We must make sure that we can restore confidence for future postmasters within the network, but also for its customers, and make sure it's there for many years to come.
Now we go by video link to Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted that the Minister has announced that we're going to get the full public inquiry which we've needed for so long to finally draw a line under this tragic fiasco, and we'll finally get to the truth. Following his and the Prime Minister's recent meeting with a few of the sub-postmasters caught up in this debacle, including my constituents Mr and Mrs Rudkin, does my honourable friend agree that the sub-postmasters are ordinary, honest and credible people who've been caught up in incredible events which were not of their making, not of their responsibility, but which have had a massive detrimental effect on their lives and the lives of their families?
Can I again thank my honourable friend for his work in raising the case of Mr and Mrs Rudkin and other postmasters, and indeed he's absolutely right. Mr Rudkin was one of the leading witnesses who blew a hole in the evidence there, and that led to success for those postmasters in various stages of the court case. And unfortunately, it was Mrs Rudkin that was left to carry the can in her experience as postmaster. And she is very typical of many postmasters that have been affected. Ordinary people, stalwarts of their villages, their towns, their communities, and that is why we must redouble our efforts to seek justice and fair compensation for them.
Now we go by video link to Darren Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for advance copy of the statement? My Select Committee and I called for this inquiry to be on a statutory footing from the beginning, and so we welcome the statement today. However, if I've understood it correctly, the terms of reference are still being decided by ministers and not by the independent chair, Sir Wyn Williams. Why?
It's actually been done. No, it's incorrect. It's actually been done in collaboration with Sir Wyn. I've spoken to Sir Wyn very shortly after the Court of Appeal's judgment and comments, and so he asked for more powers, not just statutory, but to be able to look further back, and so that's why we changed some of the matters, because he believed that although the inquiry wouldn't explore matters of substantive criminal law, which of course should be decided by the criminal courts, he felt better that he could look at this, one, within the statutory footing, but two, within some of the changes to the terms of reference that we have expanded today. But that was done in collaboration with Sir Wyn.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statutory footing of this. Indeed, it was just a few weeks ago that my Prime Minister's question was about this matter, so thank you for the Government to listening. I think justice and peace of mind is just one thing, but adequate compensation for the victims is another. And Fujitsu must not be let off the hook on this. What assessment has the Minister made of ensuring that Fujitsu contribute compensation to the fund to make sure that those people who are still, as we know, hugely at loss are properly compensated?
Former postmaster himself, he absolutely understands the situation, and he's been a dogged champion. And we did say that if things should change, we would change, and things have clearly changed as a result of the Court of Appeal judgment. But he raises a pertinent point about Fujitsu. It's for Post Office Limited to work out the terms of compensation and to build an issue around there. But I'm sure that they will hear what he said and absolutely raise that incredibly pertinent point as they seek redress.
Kevin Jones.
Madam Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement, and can I pay credit to him that in the 10 years plus myself and the member for North West Leicestershire and Lord Arbuthnot have been campaigning on this issue, it's the first time I've had a Minister who admits that when things go wrong, he will change it. It's right now that we get full disclosure of the facts and that we get justice for those that have been wronged. Can I ask the Minister, in terms of disclosure, will that include the ministerial submissions from the Post Office throughout this scandal, and also the role of the government shareholder on the board of the Post Office, because that is key to reasons why things were not questioned. And also remember that in 2019, the Post Office spent £100 million of taxpayers' money defending the civil case in a case which, frankly, was their case was completely indefensible. And can I just stress one last thing too? I know ministers like to hide behind the Post Office, it's their fault. It's not. It's a wholly owned company of government. Government have got to take responsibility for some of this. They cannot just blame the Post Office.
That my rightful friend, and he's worked for a number of years and has been rightly pushing on behalf of postmasters in general. And yes, nothing is off the table in terms of this. I think we want to get answers. We want to make sure that we get justice and we get those answers for people. And that includes the role of government. Clearly, that includes the role of the shareholders. I do have to say, though, in terms of the fact is that, yes, we are the single shareholder through UKGI, but that allows Post Office Limited to work operationally independently of government. Otherwise, there's no point splitting it in that regard. Nonetheless, as I say, our shareholders, our representatives on board, have been asking that question. We were assured that Horizon was robust and all of these areas. But nonetheless, within the inquiry, those questions that no doubt will be asked, and I expect them to be answered.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome my honourable friend's statement and the work being undertaken by Sir Wynne in this now statutory inquiry. It's right that the inquiry looks at how on earth this was allowed to happen in the first place, and I think most pertinently why the Post Office and Fujitsu completely ignored the red flags that were being waved by trusted sub-postmasters across the network. But compensation is going to be key to this, and for sub-postmastresses like Isabel Ward from Barrow, she lost her home, she lost her business, and was left with nothing. So can my honourable friend guarantee that this is the focus of the government, fair compensation for those who have been completely wronged through this process?
Thank you, and please, through you, Madam Deputy Speaker, can you please pass my best wishes to Isabel Ward, because I can only imagine what her and her family have been through, and as many as we talked about and will be continuing to talk about over the next year as this inquiry goes through. But yes, this inquiry looks at what went wrong and goes back historically to give that confidence to them, but also to give the confidence to the future network. But clearly, we want to make sure that postmasters do get fair compensation as well as justice.
Now we go by video link to Carl Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for finally recognising the need to make this a statutory inquiry. The Minister knows full well that at every turn, the Post Office has done everything it can possibly do to defend the indefensible. And the inequality of arms in terms of legal representation has enabled these persecutions of innocent, hard-working men and women. So what discussions has he had with the Treasury for funds to be put aside to ensure these innocent victims are fair and equal representation in this now statutory inquiry?
I thank the honourable gentleman who again has been persistent in his standing up for postmasters. This has been going on for 20 years and it's a long time. It's so important that we get to the bottom of it. But clearly we've already been speaking to Treasury who have supported the Post Office in the historical shortfall scheme, and we will continue to do so because it's so important that, as I say, that people do get fair redress and compensation, but also we put the Post Office on a good footing for the future. And it's important that although this has been going for 20 years, I should say that the Post Office Limited, now under the Chief Executive Nick Reed, are determined to look positively for the future whilst standing up and supporting us in getting the answers over those last two decades.
Mark Palsy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was a member of the Select Committee which in March last year heard really distressing accounts from Post Office staff, including the constituents of my honourable friend, who were wrongly convicted of discrepancies, and we heard about the devastating effect on their lives. And I'm really pleased that the Minister, the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have heard about that from themselves, so I really welcome today's action. But I've also heard from Binley Wood's sub-postmaster, Shailesh Patel, who tells me that he's got increasing amounts of hours worked, reducing commissions right now. And I wonder therefore whether the Minister can take steps to make sure that the Post Office properly looks after its staff who perform such a valuable role in our local communities.
I thank my honourable friend, and I absolutely agree with him about the role that post offices play in communities, and that's all based on postmasters. And clearly, I speak regularly to the Chief Exec and other people within Post Office Limited, and fair remuneration for postmasters moving forward is absolutely at the heart of the discussion that we made to ensure that they keep adding social value.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know I'm not the sort of man to stand here and say, I told you so. But on the 20th of June last year, I told the Minister that this was exactly what was going to happen, and I do hope that the work that Sir Wynne Williams has done thus far will not be wasted and will not have to be repeated. The Minister also knows that of the £58 million settlement that was given to sub-postmasters by the Post Office, £46 million went in payment of legal fees. These legal fees were only necessary because the Post Office sought to defend a case that it should not have been defending. If the Minister really wants to reset the relationship between the Government, the Post Office and sub-postmasters now, he could do no better than to give an undertaking today to give that money back to the postmasters.
I thank my right honourable gentleman. And first of all, I can say that the work of Sir Wynne to date will not be wasted, which is exactly why we're converting the inquiry to statutory rather than stopping and starting again to allow him to continue his work until we get to the phase 2. But in terms of the group litigation settlement, I've talked about the fact that it was in full and final settlement, but I understand exactly where he's coming from, and that's not within the scope of the inquiry, but we'll continue to look at what we can do to give full and fair settlement of compensation for postmasters in the different tranches of the stages of the civil cases and indeed the criminal cases.
Andrew Jones.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for his statement. I welcome these changes to the Horizon Scandal inquiry, and I think it will help those seeking justice and compensation. I think it will also help boost trust in the inquiry, and trust is central to a thriving post office. Trust is necessary for people to take on the role of sub-postmaster or sub-postmistress with any certainty or security. Because people do not take on a post office licence, then we will have them disappear from our high streets and the critical role they play in our communities will be lost. So how is my honourable friend going to work with the post office to rebuild that trust, to make sure that our post office network is going to serve our communities long into the future?
I thank my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right. My uncle was a postmaster, and I remember him retiring and putting his savings into a post office in Leicestershire many years ago, predating the knowledge of the Horizon situation. And I wonder, would he have done that again years later? So that's why it's so important that we get these answers, get that settlement to give previous postmasters justice. But it's really important as well, and I know this is happening, is that we recalibrate, or Post Office Limited recalibrate the relationship with postmasters to feel them valued parts of the company as well as the community, rather than distant stakeholders.
Now we go by video link to Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last time the Minister came to this House, I asked him if full legal costs would be compensated. He said then that he would lean in on this and ensure everyone is adequately compensated. And it may be that his idea of adequate may not be the same as those affected. So I ask him again, will full legal costs be included in the compensation packages?
As I say, compensation packages are a matter for the Post Office, and we will continue to work with them on that. But Post Office Limited will be the people, and are the people who are designing and working with postmasters, wronged postmasters, to determine how that compensation package should look.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know my honourable friend understands the financial and emotional suffering that this process has caused many postmasters and their families, including some of my constituents, and I welcome this statement today. Is he able to reassure the House that the Government will do everything within its power to encourage affected postmasters to come forward and engage with the inquiry so that their voices can be heard?
I thank my honourable friend, and absolutely, it's incumbent on all of us. I really hope now that we can give confidence to sub-postmasters, not just the people that have had their convictions quashed, but wider the members of the group litigation, and all postmasters should feel some confidence that they can come forward, tell their stories, know that we're determined to get them answers.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Post Office scandal is one of the gravest miscarriages of justice in this century. It destroyed many lives and families, and justice must be given to these families in full. While I welcome the premise of a statutory inquiry, will the Government now address the limited remit of the inquiry, which does not cover compensation or the accountability of managers in this scandal?
Well, to be fair, accountability managers will absolutely be in there, because that's part of the expansion. Sir Wynne can now look right the way up to the settlement of the group litigation and make sure that it's not just the wrongs of the 20 years, but it's the lead up to that civil case as well. I've answered the question about compensation in so much that an inquiry, statutory or not, cannot determine liability in itself that needs to go through the courts, but I dare say that postmasters giving evidence will share their experiences of their financial losses as well as their emotional impact on them and their families.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The behaviour of the Post Office and the failures of Fujitsu have destroyed the lives of many hard-working and innocent postmasters. The Minister is clearly right to put this inquiry on a statutory footing, but what will he be able to do to ensure that whatever that inquiry concludes, that the Post Office acts on those recommendations and the report is not simply allowed to gather dust in a drawer?
Part of the inquiry actually is to measure whether the Post Office has put into place the things that they promised to do as a result of the civil litigation and the many pages of evidence and comment by Lord Justice Fraser as well. So there's a lot of areas there that really should put the Post Office on that firm footing for a future relationship with their postmasters. So this is actually testing whether they have done so already.
Jonathan Edwards.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week we received news that Barclays was closing its last branch in Ammanford, the main town in my constituency, leaving only one remaining bank. If fate was to hit all the market towns in my constituency, some left with none. This leaves the Post Office as the last remaining financial provider of everyday vital services for our communities, a fate across, I would imagine, shared across the whole of Wales and the rest of the UK. Is it not time to give said postmasters the option of being recognised as employed workers as opposed to independent contractors, so that they are remunerated properly for the vital role they play in our communities and as a means for righting the wrongs served upon them by the Horizon scandal?
Well, this is something that the Post Office clearly speaks regularly to the unions and members of the postmasters in general. And there's 2 postmasters being elected to serve on the board themselves. But he's absolutely right to talk about access to cash, and the Post Office have got good plans to pilot new ways of access to cash to replace the last bank in town that he absolutely rightly articulates.
Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former chair of the All-Party Group for Post Offices, I welcome the announcement by the Minister of putting this inquiry of the absolute disaster of the Post Office Horizon IT issue onto a statutory footing. This has already damaged the lives of many people and shaken confidence not just in our ability to have effective public sector software contracts, but also indirectly of our justice system, which, because of wrong information, delivered wrong verdicts. So the opportunity to provide redress for many of those involved is surely vital for us all. Would the Minister confirm that all possible technical advice will be provided to the inquiry, so that some of the technical issues, like the data library and so on, will be exposed, and above all, who knew what? And would he also confirm that the role of the Federation of Sub-Postmasters will be looked at closely to see what alarm bells they sounded and what communication there was between them is limited as well?
I thank my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right. Absolutely, Sir Wynne will look at both of those. He'll look at those alarm bells because that's so important to learn those lessons. You can't learn those lessons any other way, so he's absolutely right to do that. But clearly, with it being a computer software issue over over 2 decades, Sir Wynne is getting the technical advice that he needs, and he will always have that support from us. The more that we can provide him whatever he is asking for in terms of technical support, we'll make sure he gets it.
We now go by video link to Maria Eagle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Serious concerns have been expressed about the conduct of many of the private prosecutions which have led up to the 900 or so wrongful convictions of innocent sub-postmasters, including some of my own constituents. So why has the government just declined to accept the Justice Select Committee's recommendation to introduce a binding and enforceable code of standards for private prosecutors and an inspection regime which would have identified these abuses at a much earlier stage? And will the Minister now accept that recommendation?
Well, the actual private prosecutions themselves are not within the scope of the inquiry, but we have worked with the use of private prosecutions. But clearly, the way that the Post Office investigated absolutely is. But in terms of private prosecutions, the Post Office hasn't used one since I think it's 2013, and has pledged not to be using that. But we'll always look into the systems of prosecutions, and as I said in my last statement, there are clearly wider lessons to be learned for the justice system in general.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the Minister for his statement. On behalf of my constituents on Anglesey, I welcome the news that those wrongly accused will not face prosecution. I have many happy memories as a child spending time with my great-grandfather's post office, and I've seen firsthand how vital the role of postmasters play in the community. Will the Minister confirm that the recommendations from the inquiry will be used to ensure that this travesty, a travesty that's torn apart lives of people like Marjorie Williams and Noel Thomas, both on Honest Morn, and these lives of people will never actually happen again?
Yeah, I can assure about Noel Thomas and Marjorie Williams that we must right the wrongs for these people and many, many others. And just to correct on one thing, because unfortunately, yes, the Post Office won't be prosecuting anymore, but we've clearly got to get through that judicial process for the many, many people who have been prosecuted, and to see exactly how many of them have been prosecuted, with Horizon being a significant factor in their prosecution. And the Court of Appeal has got a lot of work to be done following this statement.
Chris Elmore.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Minister's change of heart? It's welcome. It will provide much-needed reassurance, as he's mentioned, to sub-postmasters, including my own constituent, John Bowman, who I've mentioned to him previously. But can I ask now, what will happen for those sub-postmasters who've lost everything in having the financial confidence to give evidence to Sir Wynn's inquiry? So in the sense that if they can't afford to give that evidence, if they require legal support, what work is the Minister doing now with the Treasury to ensure that those postmasters who've lost everything, including in some cases their homes, have that funding available to take part in this now statutory inquiry?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and look, absolutely, we want sub-postmasters to be giving evidence. There is obviously a cost implication to extending the inquiry and to making it statutory, and I'm working with my colleagues in Treasury to work through that process. And we do want to make sure that everybody and anybody can come forward that's been affected to give that evidence with confidence, no matter what their financial situation is.
Teresa Villiers.
My sympathy goes to everyone affected by this appalling scandal. Looking to the future, will the Minister agree with me that one of the best ways we can support sub-postmasters and the Post Office network that means so much to our constituents is by using it to deliver more government services, which up to now has been made difficult by EU procurement rules, which we can now change?
My right honourable friend, and it's exactly things that each government department that has been traditionally used the Post Office will continue to explore. But nonetheless, the Post Office doesn't necessarily also just need to be limited by government services as well. There's plenty more things that they can do to modernise, to make sure that they're better reflecting customer demand. And that's something that I push the Chief Executive, Nick Reid, on. And this is something that he doesn't need pushing on, because he's very front-footed on that situation himself.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the move to a statutory inquiry, but note also the extension of the timescale for the inquiry, which is extended by some, I think, 9 months or so. John and Pat Moyer had a post office in Winleighton Mill in my constituency, and we're caught up in the Horizon Standard. They're now constituents of my honourable friend, the member for Newcastle North, who had hoped herself to ask a question. Mr and Mrs Moyer have spent over a decade fighting this case and fighting to clear their name, and clearly they welcome this inquiry. But what assurances can they have that this inquiry will work to timescale so that they and others can see the outcome before more time passes?
honourable lady, and she's absolutely right to ask that question, because this is one of the key reasons that I originally set it up as a non-statutory inquiry, to make sure that we weren't overly burdened with bureaucracy and the need to, in inverted commas, lawyer up. Which tends to extend statutory inquiries to 3 years and beyond. So we've said to Sir Wynne, I do want an interim report into the original time, so that we can show progress, show the public progress, but we're going to have an extra year to make sure we can consider the extra bits and take that extra evidence. But clearly, we will hold him to time as best we can, but we do want to make sure that we get the answers.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The importance of the Post Office has increased in every community across this country, especially as high street banks continue to close, like in Redcliffe and my constituency, where there is now no banks. So does my honourable friend agree that postmasters truly are the backbone of the Post Office, and it is those postmasters who have delivered these vital services up and down the country, in particular in towns like Redcliffe, Whitefield and Prestwich, and we need to strengthen this relationship moving forward? And does he therefore share my concern that the way that many have been treated by the Post Office with this scandal?
My honourable friend's absolutely right, and this is what is so galling for those postmasters that had those wrongs in the past, because they were the stalwarts, the backbone of their community, and then to have the stigma of being accused of false accounting or fraud must have been so unbearable, an incredibly tragic testament that we've heard. So we do want to, as well as getting those answers, reset the relationship with postmasters so that they can go back to being the centre of their community and adding such social value and bringing and keeping communities together.
Alexander Stofford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will join with me in welcoming the fantastic news that the sub-postmasters wrongly accused across the UK will no longer face prosecution, meaning this hugely difficult time for them is finally at an end. I shall always stand by the Rother Valley's hard-working sub-postmasters and postmasters, and it is incredibly important that their full and timely justice is served. Therefore, will my honourable friend commit to holding the Post Office's feet to the fire on this, making sure it studies whatever recommendations may arise from the inquiry carefully to make sure this can never, ever happen again?
I thank my honourable friend, and just to say this is the end of the beginning. Clearly there's a long way to go in terms of making sure that we get the answers, but I do, as in holding the Post Office's feet to the fire, what I don't want to do is to add stigma to the Post Office moving forward, because for the reasons that we've heard today, they are right at the heart of all of our communities, and so it's important that we have that day zero and reset the future relationship with postmasters and its communities, whilst getting answers and justice and fair compensation for those who have been wronged over the last 2 decades.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do welcome this statement today, but it has taken far too long for it to happen. My constituent was held responsible for missing funds, charged, convicted and sentenced to 13 months in prison. It cost her not only her home, which she had to sell to meet these debts, but her marriage also. She was left penniless and had to move out of the area, and she is understandably concerned that nearly 40% of the compensation awarded is to be swallowed up by legal costs, and as others have said, that has to be addressed. So my constituent has lost everything. What does appropriate compensation look like for people like her?
Minister.
Well, I hope that the honourable gentleman's constituents will feel confident coming forward and outlining her case and outlining those financial losses exactly as he's described, so that Sir Wynne can take that in a holistic view. In terms of compensation, as I say, its Post Office now needs to make sure that they are working with the postmasters and addressing issues like the Fujitsu, as my member for West Norfolk talked about earlier on, to make sure that they do compensate all of these wronged postmasters in a fair way.
And finally, we go by video link to Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend will be well aware that the overwhelming majority of men and women who run our post offices are small business owners who work extremely long hours and have to deal with extremely complex different sets of not only accounts but transactions as well. Given the circumstances that have risen under this Horizon scandal, what actions will he take to make sure that the position is rebalanced between those small business owners and the vast monolith of the Post Office, so that we get justice for everyone running these businesses?
My honourable friend, he's absolutely right. This is a process that's already taking place under the leadership of Nick Reed, who's come from an independent supermarket background, where a very similar relationship to the one that he describes that he wants to see in the post office. He managed to grow that culture there, which is why I'm confident that we can, if we can get these answers and get the recompense, the justice and fair compensation for those that have been wronged, that we can recalibrate the relationship between Post Office Limited and the sub-postmasters, those small business people that he was saying in their communities.
Thank you. Point of order, Mr Chris Bryant.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. You will recall that in 2013, the former Prime Minister set up an independent panel to investigate the failed investigations by the Metropolitan Police into the horrific murder of Daniel Morgan. That independent panel was meant to be completely independent of government. It produced its report last week. The panel understood that the process, because the terms of reference make it very clear that the only role that the Home Secretary has is in arranging publication of the report to Parliament. The panel thought that it would happen the next day, the next sitting day. That should have been this last Monday. For some unknown reason, the Home Office has decided to delay this. There's no guarantee when it's going to be published at all. Is there any means of us making sure that the government does publish this, and when the report is published, because there may well be, no, I haven't seen it, but there may be very serious issues for policing and corruption in this country, that the Home Secretary in person comes to the House and makes an oral statement on the back of it?
I thank the honourable gentleman for having given me notice of his point of order, and I can answer his main question simply by saying that I've not received any notice from the Home Office that they intend to make a statement about this matter. That doesn't mean that ministers won't possibly decide to come next week to the Chamber to address the matter. The honourable gentleman knows that ministers' appearance in the Chamber is not a matter for the Chair, but he also knows that there are many ways in which he can seek to require that a minister comes to the Chamber, and I'm sure that he will pursue those lines of inquiry. I also note that the Treasury bench will have taken note of what he has said and what I have said, and that those matters will be conveyed to the appropriate ministers. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Emma Buck.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday, at the dispatch box, the Secretary of State for Health stated that the truth is that when we put Pakistan and Bangladesh on the red list, positivity among those arriving from those countries was 3 times higher than it was amongst those arriving from India. However, the data he referred to, which he also directed me to in the same debate, states that India's positivity rate was 5%, Bangladesh's 4% and Pakistan's 6% from the 25th of March to the 7th of April. It is during that 2-week data period that Bangladesh and Pakistan were put on the red list. So it is clear from this data that the positivity rates were not 3 times higher, and in fact India's positivity rate was higher than Bangladesh's when they were put on the red list. As the Secretary of State is here, can you, Madam Deputy Speaker, urge him to clarify his comments?
Well, the honourable lady knows that that is not a matter for the Chair, that she is seeking to continue a debate or an exchange of questions and answers which occurred earlier in the Chamber, and no, the honourable lady mustn't interrupt when I'm answering her question. She can't answer back. I accept her apology. I was about to say that we are about to have a debate, and the right time for the honourable lady to raise these matters would be during the debate, but I noticed that the Secretary of State is at the dispatch box, and if he would like to deal with that matter now, outside of the debate, I will exceptionally allow that to take place. But I do not encourage members to bring points of order like this at this sequence of events. Secretary of State.
On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thought this point might come up in the forthcoming debate, but since it's come up now, I can address the question. Of course, it's important that parliamentary debates use accurate statistics, so therefore I want to correct the honourable lady, and I can give you the statistics on which this decision were taken. The positivity rate in India, on which the decision to put Pakistan but not India on the red list, was 1.6% in India and 4.6% in Pakistan, which is 3 times higher, as I said. Now, there's a further point that is very important in this debate, which is the dates that are covered by the data that the honourable lady just gave, and indeed were widely circulated in the media this morning, included dates after the decision was taken. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's perfectly reasonable to hold politicians to account for the data on which their decisions were taken, but unfortunately we can't take decisions based on data that has yet to occur. So I've just given the facts, and we'll now be able to have a debate very soon, not only on these facts but on other facts. But it is important that we stick to the facts.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his clarification point of order, and I will reiterate that points of order should not be used in this way. That was a matter for debate, and it is exceptional that I have allowed this exchange because I recognise the matter to be exceptional and important. But I do not encourage honourable members to bring forward points of order in this way. In future, I will now, very briefly, for 2 minutes, suspend the House in order that arrangements can be made for the next debate. Yes, and order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Queen's Speech, motion for an address, adjournment debate on question.
Now. Thank you. I inform the House that Mr Speaker has selected Amendment J in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, which will be moved at the start of the debate. And amendments... I was really hoping for a little bit of a prompt there. And and amendments numbers.
Sorry? J and G.
I knew it was something like that. And amendments J and G, which will be moved at the end of the debate. No. No, I can assure the honourable gentleman of that. It wasn't his amendment. The question is that a humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. I call Jonathan Ashworth to move Amendment J.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the amendment that stands in the name of my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, and my other right honourable friends and honourable members. And can I also take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to note that while the amendment in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Rhondda, has not been selected, I think its contents on brain injury are important and welcome, and I hope ministers take on board the recommendations contained within that. Of course I will.
Too tempting, isn't it? And I've never objected to temptation. Just to say on brain injury, I really do want us to think about legislation now. The United States of America made dramatic changes when they introduced legislation 4 times now, and I just think it is time that we went down that route.
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and I hope the ministers on the Treasury bench listened carefully, and if the ministers on the Treasury bench are prepared to bring forward legislation, that we would work constructively across the House to ensure its speedy passage. And can I also just thank the honourable member for putting in his amendment a reference to the impact on children infected by alcohol abuse. He knows that this is something very close to my heart, and I am grateful on behalf of the children of alcoholic community that he has referenced that in his amendment as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, although we have said this often now in this House, I still think the whole House will want to today remember the 127,691 people who so far have lost their lives to this awful disease, including the 850 health and care workers. Although remembering these or repeating these numbers has become almost routine in this House, it nonetheless does not make the scale and gravity of the loss any less shocking. We do indeed grieve as a nation, and of course we all pay tribute to our healthcare workers, our social care workers and our public sector workers as well. And I'm sure the whole House will want to dedicate ourselves in good faith to learning the lessons for the future. Because we are, sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in an era, according to the experts, when pandemics are becoming more predictable, will become more regular because of climate change and biodiversity loss. So learning lessons is about preparing better for the future rather than settling scores, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, we know that the B1617.2 variant is spreading. It looks so far, from the data I've seen at least, that it has a growth rate advantage over the B117 variant of about 13%. It could well become the dominant strain in the United Kingdom. And although vaccination should mean that many are much safer and ought to avoid hospitalisation, the government still has a responsibility to do all it can to contain its spread, minimise sickness and ensure that the June 21st target is not disrupted, if at all possible. It's why I said on Monday that we need more surge vaccination in hotspot areas. We know that with vaccination there are always pockets where rates are lower than necessary, and we need to drive those rates up. We've seen that throughout history with measles, for example. So we urge the government again to do all it can to drive up vaccination rates in Bolton, Bedford, Blackburn and the other areas where we know there is an issue. But we also need the government to do more to contain the virus through test, trace and isolate. We need more surge testing. We need more enhanced contact tracing locally, with local authorities given the resources to carry it out. And we need sick pay and isolation support fixed as well. And for those who are going into work, or for those who are now socialising in premises, those buildings and premises need proper air filtration systems. There are experts now who can easily fix these air filtration systems in buildings to make them much more COVID secure, and we should be inspecting workplaces in all of these areas to ensure that every workplace is COVID secure. And we need transparency in decision-making as well. So for the first time in my life, I think, I find myself agreeing with Mr Dominic Cummings, who, now I know the Secretary of State doesn't often agree with Mr Dominic Cummings, but I find myself agreeing with Mr Dominic Cummings, who tweeted yesterday, with something, this is what he said, quote, "With something critical as variants escaping vaccines, there is no justification for secrecy. Public interest unarguably is open scrutiny of plans." Mr Cummings on this occasion is correct. A wry laugh from the Secretary of State. Mr Cummings may well have been saying something different when he was in government, I don't know. But at least his public statement yesterday is correct, which is why our amendment today calls for the publication of the government's lessons learnt review. Not so we can try and undermine the government or find some hole to use across the dispatch box, but so we can learn the lessons in our efforts to contain variants and ensure we are better prepared for the future. And I hope the Secretary of State looks sympathetically upon that request and perhaps joins us in the division lobbies later this evening. Now, turning more generally to the gracious address. This should have been a gracious address that unveiled a new NHS plan to bring down the elective waiting lists, which now stand at 5 million. This should have been a Queen's speech that outlined proposals to tackle the backlog of 436,000 people waiting over 12 months for treatment. Many of them waiting in pain and anxiety, many of them facing permanent disability as a consequence of these waits. So where is the plan to bring down, of course I will, to my fellow Leicester City fan? I most certainly will give way to my fellow Leicester City fan.
Shadow Minister and I and others in this House share that wonderful victory on Saturday. After 139 years of Leicester City, we won the FA Cup, so it's great news. This morning, Shadow Minister, as Chair of the APPG for Respiratory Health, we were given some figures, very worrying figures. The figures indicated that the halting of the lung cancer screening pilots, restricted access to diagnostic tests, contributed to a 75% drop in urgent lung cancer referrals. Does the Shadow Minister agree with me and share my concern that the outcomes for patients from the fastest progressive cancers, such as lung cancer, are indeed very worrying?
He's absolutely spot on. I'm going to come on to cancer in a few moments, and he's a great champion for improving cancer care. And I thank him for reminding the House that Leicester City won the FA Cup on Saturday. It is a reminder that even when the odds are stacked against you, a small team can still beat a well-funded, complacent opposition, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, moving on to the elective waiting. Moving on to the elective waiting list. Where is the plan? Where is the plan in this Queen's speech to bring down the rocketing waiting lists for treatment and surgery? Where is the plan in this Queen's speech to roll out technology, such as in ophthalmology, for the thousands awaiting for a cataract operation in all of our constituencies? There are already 81,762 of our constituents waiting over 12 months for orthopaedic surgery. Where is the plan to get on with the hip replacements and knee replacements that many of our constituents will be raising with us in our surgeries? And how much longer will they have to wait? Where is the plan for the 24,407 of our constituents who are now waiting over 12 months for gynaecological surgery? How much longer will they have to wait, Madam Deputy Speaker? Now, everyone understands, of course, there's been a pandemic, and that would have meant care pathways would have been disrupted. But the NHS was forced into this unprecedented position because we went into the crisis on the back of 10 years of Tory underfunding on cutbacks. We went into this crisis on the back of a 6% reduction in bed numbers between 2010 and 2019. That's why at the beginning of 2020, when we debated the last gracious address, 4.5 million people were on the waiting list for treatment. The target for 92% of patients to begin treatment within 18 weeks of referral from their GP had not been met for 5 years. But we need a resourced plan now, because the queues are set to lengthen further, because those who may have delayed seeking treatment for fear of COVID infection will begin to emerge once again. And the NHS today, even when dealing with significantly less COVID patients, is still operating at much less capacity than is needed to treat everyone in need of care. Infection control measures meant that that the numbers of beds fell by 9% in the first quarter of last year, and they only partially recovered over the last 3 months, but are still 6% lower than the previous year. That is in the so what that means when you look at the most recent figures is that there's almost an average of 14,000 fewer patients in NHS general and acute beds than the equivalent period pre-COVID. Now, the Prime Minister has delayed the review of social distancing for entirely understandable reasons, but we have to have a plan to drive up this capacity in the NHS, because the solution to these capacity issues in the NHS cannot be, I'm afraid, a multi-billion-pound deal with the private sector, because loss of capacity in terms of beds in the NHS is actually far larger than the whole capacity that the private sector reopen those closed and empty general and acute beds in the NHS. We need more capital investment instead. And this sort of investment needs to be built up now so the NHS can get on with the routine surgery that it's clearly going to have to confront in the coming years. And I'm afraid both the Queen's speech and indeed the budget from a few weeks ago failed to deliver that. Of course I will, yeah.
For giving way. Is he saying that under no circumstances would he use the independent sector to reduce the pressure on elective surgery waiting lists?
The only problem is if you think the answer to driving up capacity is just a 4-year, £10 billion deal with the private sector, then you are not going to be in a position to reopen the beds over the coming years in the NHS. That is the issue. It undermines capacity. It undermines capacity in the NHS. We need capital investment in the NHS so we can drive up capacity. That is the thing. I'll give way one more time, yes?
I just repeat the question. Is he explicitly ruling out using the independent sector at all to drive down that backlog?
Independent sector is not the answer to this. The answer is investing in capital in the NHS. And the answer for his local area, where there's 8,485 patients waiting for diagnostic tests, that is 25%. That is 25% of that is 25% when the operational standard is supposed to be 1% or less. He should be arguing for capital events. He should be arguing for capital investment in the NHS, but he's not sticking up for his constituents. I'm going to make a bit of progress, because if he wanted to have more beds in the NHS and if he wanted greater diagnostic capacity, he would have been arguing for the investment in capital, which we didn't get in the budget and we didn't get in the Queen's speech. Which brings me to diagnostic capacity. I've just given him his local diagnostic figures. It's not about a new hospital. This is about diagnostic capacity. Because he knows that we still have some of the lowest numbers of CT scanners, MRI scanners per capita in the OECD. We still have only average amounts of RTE, radiotherapy machines. We need investment in this technology, which we're not getting in sufficient numbers. And that is why, in the last year or so, we've seen 4.6 million fewer diagnostic tests for cancer. 46,000 fewer people are starting cancer treatment. We shouldn't have to choose between COVID care and cancer care, but for too many, this has been the reality of the past year. And it means 4,500 additional avoidable cancer deaths are expected in the next 12 months. It means progress in survival rates for colorectal cancer, breast cancer and lung cancer are all expected to be undone. And the proportion of cancers diagnosed while still highly curable has dropped from 44% to 41%. Now, the long-term plan, which the Secretary of State fought the general election on, also promised rapid action on cardiovascular disease. Yet experts are now predicting the highest cardiovascular mortality in a decade, where experts are now predicting 12,000 additional heart attacks and strokes over the next 5 years. So this Queen's speech needed proposals to expand access to the appropriate cardiovascular healthcare facilities. But this Queen's speech also needed real interventions to tackle smoking rates, alcohol abuse and reduce salt intake. Yes, there is a commitment to a tobacco control plan, but will there be a reversal of the 17% cuts to smoking cessation services? And when 7,400 people died last year from alcohol abuse, record number, will he reverse the cuts to drug and alcohol addiction services that have seen budgets cut by 15% over the last 3 years? We are promised action again on banning junk food advertising. But when? I've heard him and the previous Secretary of State, to be fair, come to this dispatch box and make this promise many, many times. When will he get it? When will we get it? And when will he reverse the cuts to public health weight management services? Now, narrowing health inequalities should be at the heart of every government policy. But there can be no levelling up while life expectancy advances stall for the poorest in society. Levelling up and tackling inequalities applies to mental health outcomes as well. More people suffer from depression in the poorest areas of the country than the richest. And we know mental health is particularly prevalent among certain minority ethnic communities. Black men in particular are more likely to be detained under the Mental Health Act, more likely to be subjected to seclusion or restraint, but less likely to access psychological therapies. So we do welcome the commitment to reform the Mental Health Act, like we welcomed it last year, and I look forward to working with him constructively on Mental Health Act reform. And I also, Madam Deputy Speaker, just want to put on record my thanks to Sir Simon Wesley for his pioneering work on this front. I know Simon is a committed Chelsea fan, so I dare say he'll be more responsive to my felicitations this morning than perhaps he would have been on Saturday evening. But we face a crisis in mental health now, and we need action now. There are 235,000 fewer people referred to psychological therapies. Eating disorder referrals for children have doubled. And the pandemic, again because of the infection control measures, has seen a reduction of almost 11% in beds occupied, equivalent to 1,700 fewer patients over the last 3 months compared to a year earlier. So will the government, or when will the government, implement its promise of significant increases in staff and resources for mental health, to ensure that mental health care is genuinely given parity of esteem with acute services? Which brings me to staffing more generally. When we are short of 200,000 staff across the health and social care sector, why was there nothing new in the Queen's speech to recruit and train more doctors, more nurses, more social care staff? And why was there no plan to give our NHS staff the pay rise they deserve? NHS staff, including nurses who have cared for those with COVID on wards, and district nurses who in the first wave cared for those discharged home from hospital earlier than planned so they could stay at home safely, have gone above and beyond. Yet they feel the 1% pay rise, which could well turn out to be a real terms cut because of inflation, is a kick in the teeth. Is it any wonder we have nurses leaving the profession, even including the one who cared for the Prime Minister, blasting ministers for treating NHS workers with a total lack of respect? It's simply not fair. Our NHS staff deserve better. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the gaping hole, of course, in this Queen's speech is the plan for social care. 2 years ago, the Prime Minister stood on the steps of Downing Street and said he had the plan to fix social care. He said, "We will fix the crisis in social care once and for all, with a clear plan we have prepared to give every older person the dignity and security they deserve." Not a plan that was to be developed or work in progress. No, this was a plan that was already done. Oven ready, you might say, Madam Deputy Speaker. But 2 years on, where is it? Has the Health Secretary seen it? What do we need to do to see it? Perhaps pay for some cushions in the Downing Street flat, maybe. They promised us cross-party talks. They now brief that cross-party talks have taken place. Well, when? Did they forget to send the Zoom link? But there is a consensus on social care, isn't there? Care workers should be paid the living wage and proper sick pay. There should be a cap on costs, as this House legislated for. And when the IPPR, the Social Care and Older People's Charities, when the House of Lords Committee, a committee which at the time consisted of true blue Thatcherites like Noble Lord Lamont and Lord Forsyth, all call for reform of free personal care, why isn't the Secretary of State engaging in that debate with us? But to be frank, lack of cross-party talks isn't an excuse for not getting on with reform. A Prime Minister with an 80-seat majority should be able to show some leadership and get on and fix social care. And if he wants to talk social care reform, I'm free this afternoon. He knows where I am, I'm happy to sit down with him at any time and discuss it. Because I think we'd have a very constructive. I think we would have very constructive conversations on this one, because I think it is true to say, members have detected it, we have developed something of a bond these last 12 months in here, haven't we? We have. The Health Secretary has been so friendly to me across this dispatch box, I'm half expecting to win a lucrative PPE contract by the end of the day. But I do have, because we have this new friendship. So, as we say on our side, I do have some comradely advice for him, because I know he's bringing forward a bill to neuter the independence of the NHS Chief Executive and bring powers back to the Secretary of State. Now, I've actually been around a long time. I remember when Tory MPs used to complain that the NHS needed independence, but we'll leave that to one side. But can I just suggest we ought to be careful what he wishes for, what he wants. Because I've been reading the Evening Standard, courtesy of Mr. Tom Newton-Dunn. And Mr. Tom Newton-Dunn of the Evening Standard reveals that Mr. Simon Stevens, who he's trying to neuter, not only was Simon Stevens the best man at the Prime Minister's wedding, but the Prime Minister is said to be about to appoint Simon Stevens, Lord Simon Stevens. The Prime Minister is about to appoint Lord Simon Stevens to, yes, you've guessed it, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the newly empowered post of Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. Madam Deputy Speaker, it brings a whole new meaning to the phrase, the best man for the job, doesn't it? But this is a Secretary of State. Who set up Test and Trace, who was responsible for PPE procurement, who failed to protect care homes, and for whom Dominic Cummings said the department under his leadership was a smoking ruins, and now he wants more control. But the Queen's speech itself was remarkably unspecific in its description of the content of this coming health and care bill. So perhaps the Secretary of State can reassure us today. Can he commit today to ensuring that neither the NHS nor the partnership boards to be set up in each integrated care system will permit the inclusion of private sector participants? Will he rule that out? Can he guarantee that as statutory bodies, ICSs will meet in public, publish board papers and be subject to the Freedom of Information Act? And what guarantees can he give this House that the establishment of integrated care systems will not lead to more private corporations taking over GP practices, as has happened recently with Centene, or services currently delivered by NHS providers? I hope he can give us those very simple reassurances today. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, with nearly 5 million on the waiting list and rising, with ever-lengthening queues in our constituencies waiting for hip replacements and cataract removals, with cancer survival rates worsening, with mental health care in crisis, with social care reform kicked into the long grass and a costly morale-sapping reorganisation on the way, we needed a fully resourced 10-year rescue plan for our NHS, and I commend our amendment to the House.
Thank you. The original... This may take a moment. The original question was that a humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper, since when an amendment, Amendment J, in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, has been proposed by the Honourable Member for Leicester South as on the order paper at the beginning of this debate. I fear that it wasn't quite clear which other amendments have been selected by Mr. Speaker. I have now had an opportunity to look up my notes on my order paper, so for the sake of clarity, let me tell the House that Mr. Speaker has not selected the amendment in the name of Mr. Bryant, as I predicted earlier. He has selected the Amendment G in the name of the Honourable Lady for Walthamstow, the Right Honourable Gentleman for Halton, Price and Howden and others. He has also he has also selected Amendment I in the name of the leader of the Scottish National Party. I remind honourable members that while their contributions should address the terms of these amendments, it is in order also for them to refer to other matters relevant to the gracious speech. Secretary of State, Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I just start by thanking the Right Honourable Gentleman for his comradely advice, and just correct the record, because thanks to the Right Honourable Gentleman's steadfast support for the government action through the pandemic, his very grown-up approach that he takes to these exchanges, Her Majesty the Queen was pleased to invite him to join the Privy Council, and we on this side welcome that. I'm grateful to him for describing the bond that has grown between us. It's true that even whilst challenging each other from time to time, in times of pandemic, sometimes relationships are strengthened in the heat of responding to something so serious, and that is absolutely true. I think he's a wonderful man. And I know that occasionally he has to criticise because he has to please his backbenchers, but I know he doesn't really mean it. Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout these great challenges and these difficult months, we have protected the NHS, and we've protected and supported the amazing people who work in it, and we're determined to give the NHS all that it needs as we emerge from this pandemic. And the Queen's speech underlines this commitment. First, with a total focus on beating COVID through our unprecedented vaccination programme, then through an ambitious programme of support for our whole health and care system to tackle the backlogs that he rightly describes caused by the pandemic, and a health and care bill to set the NHS fair for the future, a bill whose ideas and central propositions come from the NHS themselves, alongside social care reforms to tackle injustices that have remained for far too long, public health reforms to learn the lessons of the pandemic and promote the health of the nation, mental health reforms to bring that legislation into the 21st century, and digital health reforms to harness all the opportunities that modern technology provides. This is our mission, and a mission to ensure that in support of all this, we also turn our nation into a life sciences superpower. The last year has proved, in my view, beyond measure, the value of the NHS across Britain, the importance of social care, and the strength of feeling that people rightly have for these cherished institutions. And our task in this Parliament is to help further strengthen and build back better, and that is what this Queen's speech will allow us to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I can turn first to the immediate task of tackling COVID, with more than 70% of adults now having had a first dose and almost 2/5 already double vaccinated, we have much to celebrate. Vaccination underpins our roadmap, which means we can now have pints in pubs and hugs in homes, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yet, as I updated the House on Monday, the race between the virus and the vaccine has got a whole lot closer. I can tell the House that 2,967 cases of COVID-19 with the B1617.2 variant have now been identified. We're protecting the progress we've made and the progress everybody has worked so hard to achieve, with the biggest surge in local resources of this pandemic so far. That means surging vaccines and testing. In the last week, across Bolton and Blackburn with Darwin, we've given 26,094 jabs, as well as delivering 75,000 extra tests. But this challenge is not restricted to Bolton and Blackburn. We have used the extensive biosecurity surveillance system that we've built and new techniques to identify the areas we're most concerned about, where we will now surge testing and vaccinations further. We, of course, look at the data on cases, on variants, on hospitalisations, and all of these we publish. But we're now able to use further tools too. Mobility data shows how often people travel from one area to another, and we look at this in deciding where the virus is likely to spread. And we analyse now wastewater in 70% of the country, and we can spot the virus and the variants in the water to identify communities where there is spread. As a result of all this analysis, I can tell the House that we will now surge testing and vaccinations in Bedford, Burnley, Hounslow, Kirklees, Leicester and North Tyneside, and we're supporting the Scottish Government, who are taking similar action in Glasgow and Moray. What this means in practice is we're putting in place more testing and more testing sites, and on vaccinations, we're making more vaccinations available to everyone who's eligible. We are not yet opening up vaccinations to those who are 35 and younger, because everywhere across the whole country, the message is crystal clear. This episode shows just how important it is that every single person who is vulnerable to COVID-19 gets not just 1 but 2 doses, because the vaccine offers the best possible protection against this disease. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning next to our programme for the future, we must learn from the success of this vaccine rollout, which shows how we can deliver huge projects with huge flexibility at huge pace. We must apply these lessons to how we tackle the backlog. And I want to set out very clearly to the House the sheer scale of this challenge left by the pandemic. And in fact, on this, I agree very much with the analysis the Right Honourable Member opposite set out in respect to the scale of the challenge. We now have 4.7 million people in England waiting for care, and more in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Before the pandemic, we had succeeded in getting the 12-month waiting list down from 18,700 in 2010 to just 1,600 in the months leading up to the pandemic. Now, 380,000 have waited more than a year for care. But these figures do not yet include the returning demand of those people who have a problem but have not yet come forward during the pandemic, often because they have been trying to reduce the burden on the NHS, but are now rightly regaining the confidence to approach the NHS. So the real waiting list is far larger than these figures. And as people re-present with problems that they might not have wanted to bother the NHS with this past year, we will see the waiting list go up. We know that during the pandemic, 6.9 million fewer patients were added to the waiting list for diagnosis and treatment. The scale of this pent-up demand that will come forward is unknowable. But to give the House a sense of the scale of the challenge, since the start of the pandemic, the NHS performed 70% fewer electives than in a normal year, and some of these will return. Some, of course, will have been resolved without the need for hospital treatment, and that is fine. But some will return. And we do not yet know how many will present themselves and add to the waiting list. But what we do know is the NHS needs to operate at a scale never seen before across the whole United Kingdom to clear the backlog. So we're working hard to support the NHS to accelerate the recovery of services. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman and then to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful. One of the things he will know is that people with brain injury, traumatic brain injury, might well have been treated because they'll have been in a car crash or something like that over the last year, but then the ongoing neurorehabilitation simply won't have been made available to them. And on top of that, we have a new set of people who have neurocognitive problems because of COVID itself. Can I urge the Secretary of State to think of putting a single person in charge of the whole sphere of neurorehabilitation and brain injury to try and get this back on course?
Well, I'll absolutely consider that. And the honourable gentleman raises one example of the sort of backlog that has not yet presented itself in many cases to the NHS, and I know that he met the Minister of State recently to discuss how we can tackle this further.
I'm very, very grateful, Madam Chair. He heard the intervention I made earlier on the right honourable gentleman opposite. Is he aware that in January, Ipswich Hospital was able to more than double the number of ICU beds it had available from 11 to 25, precisely because it moved cancer patients to Nuffield Hospital in the independent sector? And does this not show the danger of ideologically ruling out the use of the independent sector, which immediately reduces the capacity available to the NHS?
Yeah, he's absolutely right, and I thought it was disappointing, his exchanges with the right honourable gentleman, because we know that the right honourable gentleman, the spokesman for the opposition, we know that he supports the use of the private sector in the NHS. because he was the guy behind the PFI projects of the last Labour government. Mr. PFI there is a huge fan of the use of the private sector in the NHS, but he can't admit it because of the people sitting behind him and the lady sitting next to him, keeping watch over him from the hard left of the party.
For goodness sake, I was not responsible for a single PFI contract. Actually, I remember the previous Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne, for whom he was chief lickspickle and bag carrier, signing off PFI contracts when he was first appointed to the Treasury. You can go through all the Treasury documents, you can FOI it till the cows come home, and you'll find I was not involved in any PFI contracts when I worked in the Labour government. But I was responsible for helping invest in the NHS, which brought waiting lists down to their lowest ever.
Well, they didn't actually, because after 2010 we then had to bring waiting lists down, and we brought them down. The 52-week waits came down to just 1,600 before the pandemic, and it is our task and it is our mission to make sure that we get them down once again. But this will take time, and it will take all the resources that are possible, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, extra staff, and that is happening. Yes, extra capital investment, and that's happening. Yes, extra diagnostics, and that is happening. You've got to use all the capacity, everything that we can. North, south, revenue, capital, public and private. What people care about, what our constituents care about, is can they get the problem fixed? And the last year has demonstrated this without doubt. So we'll use everything in our power on this side to support the NHS. It's only the other side that have the ideological divisions, and that just demonstrates once again that we are the party of the NHS. Madam Deputy Speaker, in March we committed £7 billion for further funding for healthcare services, including £1 billion to address backlogs from the pandemic, and that's taken our additional funding for COVID-19 to £92 billion. We're also helping the NHS to recover medical training, and today I can confirm to the House an additional £30 million for postgraduate medical training. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the formula for beating this backlog is looking closely at the demand as we emerge from the pandemic, putting the right resources in to meet this demand, and putting in place an ambitious programme of improvement in the NHS. And that brings me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the third thing I want to talk about, which is how we're going to build back better. The Queen's speech outlines improvement in almost every area of healthcare, applying vital lessons that we've learned from the pandemic, including from the successful vaccination programme, when the whole health and care system has worked as one in the face of challenge and adversity. The vaccination programme brought a jigsaw made of academics, the private sector, volunteers, the NHS, civil servants and many more. And put this together, it revealed a bold picture of what is possible in this country when we pull together. That is the spirit and the energy that will underpin our reforms. And all of them have a common thread, which is to improve the health of the nation based on the principle that prevention is better than cure. Turning to our health and care bill, as outlined in Her Majesty's most gracious speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the lessons of the crisis is the importance of integrated working. We knew this before, but it's come right to the front of mind. For years, people in the NHS at all levels have called for stronger integration within the NHS and between the NHS and others they work so closely with, like local authorities. And the bill will allow for a more preventative, population health-based approach to how we spend NHS money, helping people to stay healthy in the first place. And that is at the core of our health and care bill. He asked about the new integrated care systems, and they will bring together decision-making at a local level between the NHS and local authorities to ensure decisions about local health can be taken as locally as possible. The bill will tackle much of the bureaucracy that makes it harder to do the right thing and free up the system to innovate and embrace technology as a better platform to support staff and patient care. Madam Deputy Speaker, Her Majesty also set out our commitment to reform adult social care, and we will bring forward proposals this year to give everyone who needs care the dignity and security they deserve. Throughout the pandemic, We've sought to protect the elderly and the most vulnerable, and this will remain our priority as we look to end the care lottery and make sure people receive high-quality, joined-up care. Madam Deputy Speaker, just as this country understands the importance of the NHS and of social care, I also think there's never been a greater appreciation of the importance of public health. Never has the public been more engaged, and never have we learned quite so much in such a short space of time. So we must capture the lessons of the pandemic on how we do public health in this country and put that together with the innovations of the last decade, innovations like in data and genomics and population health, in science and in research. And one of the lessons that we've learned, that we've had to learn very quickly, is that health security and health promotion each need a single-minded focus. The people who get up in the morning and think about how we increase healthy life expectancy must be different to the people focused on fighting novel pandemic threats. Each is important. Each needs dedicated focus. So we've split these functions into two purpose-built organisations, so we're better at both. The new UK Health Security Agency has a dedicated focus on responding to the current threats, planning for the next pandemic, and scanning the horizon for new threats in good times as well as in bad. And of course, pandemics do not respect administrative boundaries. The UK HSA's role is specifically to promote this and protect the security of the United Kingdom as a whole. Next, the job of our new Office for Health Promotion is to lead national efforts to improve and level up our health, addressing the causes of ill health, not just the symptoms, like our plans to tackle obesity and make healthier choices easier and more accessible, and supporting our colleagues in primary and community care. General practice, after all, is at the forefront of all population health measures, and GPs are the bedrock of the NHS, and general practice will be central to our levelling up the health of the nation, because we know and they know that prevention is better than cure, and a greater proportion of our efforts will now be directed at preventing people from becoming patients in the first place. That then brings me to mental health reforms, and to truly level up health and reduce health inequalities, we must level up every part of our health, including mental health. I'm determined to see mental ill health treated on a par with physical ill health, and to ensure supports in place for those who are struggling with their mental well-being. We've provided record levels of funding for mental health services, especially to meet the additional burdens of the pandemic. But we need a better legislative basis, a Mental Health Act fit for the 21st century. So we're modernising the Act to improve services for the most serious mental illnesses and support people so they can manage their own mental health. The Act will tackle the disparities and inequities of our system, improve how people with learning difficulties and autism are supported, and ultimately, it's going to be there for every single one of us if we need it. Yes, of course.
Well, I thank very much my right honourable friend for giving way on this topic. I know he shares my passion in terms of legislative reform for the Mental Health Act. Every 20 years or so, we go through this process. And I was wondering if he could unpack just how that's going to go forwards in terms of the need to get this law right, but also to deliver it very quickly so that patients can get the benefits it will muster.
Yes, well, my honourable friend has enormous expertise and wisdom in this area, and he's right to make this argument that we need to both support everybody's mental well-being, but we also need specific focus on very serious mental ill health, much of which has been, in many cases, exacerbated by the privations that have been necessary during the pandemic. This, of course, is a process. He says it happens once every 20 years. It's almost 40 years since we had a new Mental Health Act. And so we want to do this with stakeholders on a consensual basis. I'm very glad for the reiteration of the cross-party support just now from the Right Honourable Member opposite. And our goal here is to bring forward a draft bill in this session, and then a bill potentially in the next session, so that we make sure that this is legislated in this Parliament. That is a timetable on which we've worked with the many experts who've informed this process, led, of course, by Sir Simon Wesley, whose report sparked off this work, and I look forward to working with him and the Minister for Mental Health on this. Yes?
I think he just said that we haven't had a Mental Health Act for 40 years, but I remember sitting on the Public Bill Act committee, which led to the Act in 2007. I know everybody's against lobbying, but my experience was, as a member of the committee, that actually the lobbyists that came from the mental health charities, from the BMA, and from the pharmaceutical companies were absolutely invaluable in making sure that we got the legislation right. Will he make sure that that is available again this time?
Yes, I'm absolutely happy to stress this point, that this is a consensual process where taking into account all of the expertise from those who rightly want to influence. And, you know, he made almost a joke about lobbying. The truth is, listening to people who have an expertise and an interest is absolutely critical to getting such a sensitive piece of legislation right. And the piece of legislation that this will replace is early 80s legislation. It is essentially 40 years old. There have been some updates, but there are still some extraordinarily antiquated things in our current mental health legislation. For instance, that if you don't declare, then it is automatically assumed that if you are unmarried, your father should take decisions on your behalf, rather than you choosing who might take decisions on your behalf. Not your mother, not one of your parents, but your father. That's just one of the examples of the antiquated practices in this area that we need to address. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to our digital reforms. The pandemic has shown one of the greatest allies we have in our battle for the nation's health are data and technology. Digital health has truly come of age over the last year, and there's no doubt about it. Data saves lives. So as we reshape health and social care, we will do it underpinned by a modern data platform so we can get the most out of this powerful new technology. And I'm glad, again, this is an area of cross-party consensus. Telemedicine has taken off. The NHS COVID-19 app has been downloaded almost 24 million times, and the wider NHS app, on which you can now demonstrate your vaccine status, was downloaded more times on Monday this week than any previous day. And if you haven't downloaded it yet, I recommend that you do. You can see your medical records, and you can show somebody when you had the jab. NHSX committed to delivering this app by the ambitious schedule of the 17th of May, and they delivered, and I'm grateful to everybody who worked on this incredibly important project. But the lesson of our data-driven vaccine rollout must be applied everywhere. As citizens, we value the ability to see our data. After all, it's about us. It effectively belongs to us, and we want to see it used to drive better decisions, better research, better treatment, better support for colleagues on the front line. Now, my view, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that for years, the health system has shied away from the modern use of data and struggled on with paper forms, fax machines, clunky systems that don't talk to each other. But no longer. The pandemic has proved without doubt the incredible value to patients and clinicians alike of the modern use of data. Because of the gift of a universal NHS, we have the opportunity to have the best data-driven healthcare in the world, and I'm determined that we seize it. So our health and care bill and our new data strategy will drive a whole new approach to unleash this potential. Madam Deputy Speaker, in addition to all these changes, we must, throughout, support all those who improve our health, including in our life sciences too, and also those who work in the NHS. Last week I attended with colleagues a service to commemorate the life of Florence Nightingale. In his bidding, the Dean of Westminster reminded us that in Florence Nightingale, compassion and care had the power to deliver not just healing but change. That must be our mission too, not just to heal but to change. I'm proud to be a member of a government that delivers on our commitments. We delivered on our commitment to Brexit. We delivered on our commitment to protect the NHS. We're delivering on our commitment to vaccinate all. This Queen's speech is a commitment for healing and for change, for a United Kingdom that is stronger and healthier and more prosperous together. And I commend this speech to the House.
Thank you. It might be helpful for the House to know that the initial time limit on backbench speeches will be 5 minutes. And in that cohort of 5-minute speeches. We have 2 maiden speeches this afternoon, but I can see the Honourable Lady for Twickenham looking at her notes, and I'm sorry to have to say that when we come to the Honourable Lady for Twickenham and those after her on the list, the time limit will reduce to 3 minutes. She's taking it very well. So now we go by video link. Now we go by video link to Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to move Amendment I in my name and those of my colleagues. But at the start of my speech, I want to pay tribute to all health and social care staff right across the UK for everything they've done in this last difficult year. While there are real concerns about the rise of the Indian variant in multiple areas, we are all hoping we can continue to slowly open up our society. Our attention is therefore now turning to patients who've been waiting many months for treatment or who have not yet even come forward with their health concerns. All 4 health services are working on recovery from the COVID pandemic, and the Scottish Government have put in place their 100-day plan to utilise some of the innovations used in the last year to increase the diagnosis and treatment of both elective and cancer patients. However, the well-being and recovery of NHS staff must also be put front and centre. Otherwise, we will simply lose staff who are worn out, and especially after Brexit, the UK already faces workforce challenges. All NHS staff have worked above and beyond over the last 15 months, and the public have shown how much they value them through clapping on their doorsteps and sticking rainbows in their windows. It has to be said that the derisory 1% pay rise for NHS staff in England isn't exactly making them feel valued. You can't spend claps in the supermarket. For NHS staff, this feels like a kick in the teeth. Many feel disrespected and are considering whether they will stay in their profession. In contrast, in Scotland, where our NHS staff were already higher paid, they will get a 4% pay rise, the largest since devolution. Our nurses still get a bursary of £10,000 a year and don't pay tuition fees. This means the Scottish Government invests £20,000 a year in every student nurse so they don't start their careers £50,000 to £60,000 in debt. NHS staff in Scotland have faced the same horrendous pandemic year, but we are trying to say thank you with a simple bonus of £500 and by focusing on their well-being and support services during recovery. The 4 national health services across the UK are not about hospitals or machines. It is the NHS staff who diagnose us, treat us and care for us, and now it is vital that we look after them so they can recover. There can be no NHS recovery without allowing staff to recover. It's only by supporting staff that they in turn will be able to look after patients and contribute to the huge task of treating those who've had to wait because of the pandemic and those who come forward now. Clearing the backlog of cases will take many months, but will also require significant investment. Yet the additional COVID funding in England has already started to be removed since April. While last year English trust debts were wiped and the NHS was told it could have whatever funding it needed, analysis by the King's Fund shows the core health and social care budget actually fell by £1.7 billion. The main piece of health-related legislation in the Queen's speech is the Health and Care Bill, which less than 10 years on will repeal some aspects of the Tory Lib Dem Health and Social Care Act of 2012. It was that policy that brought me into politics. I'd been following the proposal since 2011 in sheer disbelief that anyone could think that breaking up the NHS in England would somehow make it work better. While I and others will be glad to see the back of Section 75, which forced GPs to put services out to tender, this government's management of the COVID response doesn't suggest they are any less keen on outsourcing. Exactly how commissioning will work is not at all clear, and that's causing concern for key community services, such as dentistry and community pharmacies. While the Secretary of State rightly highlights that prevention is better than cure, public health in England was decimated by funding cuts and reorganisation before COVID hit, and even went through further upheaval at the height of the pandemic. So let's just say, with regard to the white paper and the bill, the devil will be in the detail. Personally, I'm concerned about how the UK Internal Market Bill is reversing devolution, and particularly how the procurement bill might be used to undermine our integrated public NHS in Scotland. Overall, it's easier to talk about what's not in the Queen's speech than what is. The most glaring omission is the long-awaited social care bill. While this is in keeping with its complete absence from the budget in March, it's unforgivable. Not only has the pandemic highlighted the vulnerability of the social care sector, particularly those living in care homes, it has also brought home to all of us the important role played by care staff, whether in care homes or looking after people in their own homes. During the 2019 election, the Prime Minister claimed to have his fully prepared social care plan, but maybe he was mixing it up with the oven-ready Brexit deal he was boasting about at the same time. Far from being ready to go, it has yet to see the light of day. Recently, various government ministers have tried to blame delays on opposition parties taking too long to sign up to a cross-party approach. Well, I've certainly never seen it, and I note the Shadow Care Minister has said the same. I don't know why they're finding it so difficult to make contact with us. Our email addresses are all in the parliamentary directory. But we haven't just been waiting since December 19 or even last July. A green paper on social care has been promised since 2017, 4 years ago. And during that time, social care in England has been allowed to wither on the vine, with the gap between what is funded and what is needed growing to between 8 and 10 billion pounds. The Scottish Government spends 43% more per head on social care, which allows us to provide free personal care, letting people stay in their own homes for longer, something all of us would prefer. After the experience of the COVID pandemic last year, the Scottish Government commissioned the independent Feely Review, which has proposed a human rights approach to social care, valuing and enabling participation in society, rather than always just looking on care support as a burden. The report outlines the route to establishing a national care service, with Scotland-wide service standards, staff training and national terms and conditions. Another key element that is missing from this Queen's speech is any real detail about rebuilding a better society and economy than the one that was driving poverty and inequality before the pandemic brought life to a shuddering halt. We all know we need to have a different economic model ahead of 2030 if we are not to burn or consume the planet. With the added economic damage of Brexit, it will take the investment of time, energy and money to recover from COVID. We therefore have a choice about what kind of society we want to rebuild, one that exacerbates inequality or one which focuses on the well-being of everyone who lives here. Well-being isn't about healthcare or the NHS. It's much more than an absence of physical or mental illness. It comes from having a decent start in life, a warm and safe home, enough to eat, and fair opportunities at school and beyond. Scotland already has a broad range of well-being policies for all ages, from the baby box to welcome newborns, through to free personal care to support our older or vulnerable citizens. The Scottish Government is the founder of the Wellbeing Economy Governments Group, with Iceland and New Zealand. They have already committed to a Wellbeing and Sustainability Act to ensure that every level of government and every public body in Scotland put the health and well-being of local people at the heart of all policy decisions. We've seen the impact of COVID on those in low-paid and insecure jobs who, without decent sick pay, simply couldn't afford to isolate when they tested positive for COVID. Failing to properly support people to isolate has been one of the biggest mistakes in the UK government's COVID response. Yet we see no evidence that any lessons have been learned or any proposals for change. Where is the employment bill we heard about? And where is the plan to tackle child poverty, which has been driven up right across the UK since the first welfare cuts in 2012 and exacerbated by the benefit freeze and heartless policies like the two-child limit and rape clause? There is nothing in this Queen's speech about genuine levelling up for the most vulnerable. That's just a slogan for blatant pork barrel politics. In Scotland, the government pays the bedroom tax and is providing the Scottish Child Payment to help fight child poverty. But more people are beginning to recognise the effort and money which is spent just trying to mitigate the policies of Tory-led governments, which repeatedly put the heaviest burden on the weakest shoulders. Poverty is the biggest driver of ill health, and a decade of Tory austerity has been the biggest driver of poverty. But the Chancellor has already stated that the uplift to universal credit will be cut in September, signalling the start of yet another decade of Tory austerity. The people of Scotland certainly aspire to something better, a fairer society that looks out for those who need support. As we rebuild from the pandemic, we need to move away from an economy based on relentless growth and consumption to a more sustainable one, which values people rather than just GDP. This demonstrates the clear blue water between the UK government's plan for yet more austerity, poverty and inequality, and our vision for a fairer, healthier and more sustainable independent Scotland. The people of Scotland have the right to choose between these two visions. In Scotland, more people are beginning to recognise that we need the full powers of a normal, independent country to be able to direct our recovery from COVID and build the better country we want to live in and pass on to our children and grandchildren.
Thank you very much. Jeremy Hunt. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I want to start my comments this afternoon by thanking the NHS and care staff who looked after my constituents in South West Surrey so magnificently in the last year. Every resident of Farnham, Godalming and Hazelmere is in their debt and incredibly grateful. And as this is Dementia Action Week, I also particularly want to thank those who looked after people living with dementia, whether care home staff, home visitors or family members. It is about the quality and safety of NHS care in normal times as well as pandemics that I want to address my comments this afternoon. I will never forget the first members of the public who came to see me when I was Health Secretary to talk about issues of quality and safety. It was a young couple from Devon called Scott and Sue Morrish who lost their 3-year-old son Sam to sepsis. And an independent inquiry ultimately decided, 2 investigations decided, that every single NHS organisation that they had dealt with, the GP surgery, the out-of-hours service, NHS Direct as was, the hospital, had failed Sam in his care. Now, Scott and Sue are a modest couple, the last people to kick up a fuss. But when they asked politely for a meeting to discuss Sam's care a few months after his death, they said the shutters came down, no one was prepared to talk to them. It was like talking to a brick wall. And ultimately, it took them 6 years to uncover the truth of what happened to Sam. We should never, ever put a grieving family through that kind of agony. And that is why I focused on safety and quality. It's why I introduced Ofsted ratings for hospitals, care homes, GP surgeries, which I think have had some success. And indeed, I'm happy to say I've had particular success at the hospital where Sam was treated, where there's been a big change in culture. But that is the reason why, with these new reforms, it is absolutely essential that safety and quality is at the heart of what we ask from the new integrated care systems. It's vital that they are outward-looking to the needs of patients and not upward-looking to the requirements of the NHS bureaucracy. And I'm delighted the Secretary of State wrote to me yesterday confirming that safety and quality would be one of the core requirements being asked of the new integrated care systems. And on that basis, I will be supporting these reforms and the bill, as I believe will select committee on the basis of the report we published last week. But there were two omissions from the White Paper that I do need to mention. The first has been mentioned this afternoon already. It's social care, and I know the Secretary of State will say that reforms are on the way. I just want to say to him, as the only person here this afternoon who's done his job, I had 4 winter crises in a row because we tried to fix the problems of the NHS without trying to fix the problems of the social care system at the same time. If you fix one system and not the other, the social care system will continue to export its most vulnerable patients into hospitals where they're much more expensive to treat, and indeed it's much worse for them, particularly people with dementia. So I know money is a big issue, this is a very expensive thing, but if the NHS really is a priority for this government, the social care system has to be as well, and I urge him Godspeed and all strength in the battles ahead to secure those reforms for social care that are so urgently needed. The second omission is around workforce reform. We have an NHS where there are gaps in nearly every medical specialty, as well as in nursing. I was proud to set up 5 new medical schools and had a big increase in the number of doctors, nurses and midwives we train. But even with 50,000 more nurses, even with 6,000 additional doctors, we need a major overhaul of workforce planning. The obvious reform is to give Health Education England the statutory duty to publish annually long-term workforce requirements, to act as a kind of OBR-style discipline on the government to train enough doctors and nurses, and I hope you'll consider that. But in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, integration of care, offering joined-up care to patients is a vital objective, but without enough doctors and nurses to do it, without a social care system that is able to integrate with the NHS, then the worthy objectives that we all have for these reforms will not meet the aspirations that people on all sides of this House rightly have.
Chris Bryant. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Alison was 68 when she fell down a long flight of stairs and hit her head. She was bright as a button until that moment, but the damage has left her feeling befuddled and trapped. Heather was 7 when she was hit by a car as she turned the corner on her scooter. Thank goodness she survived, but she suffered a terrible blow to the head. She's now 13 and she still struggles to concentrate. Gareth played rugby from the age of 10 until he retired as a professional rugby player in his 30s. He took blow after blow to his head in the game and was repeatedly concussed and kept on going back on the pitch. He now suffers from panic attacks, depression and anxiety. He thinks of taking his life every day. He fears dementia. Rees is in his 80s. He gets terribly confused and forgetful. He half remembers that he's been diagnosed with dementia, but sometimes paranoia sets in and he gets very angry with those who are looking after him. Kate is 19. She was in a car with 3 friends when another car suddenly appeared on the wrong side of the road and crashed into them. The ensuing crash left her paralysed from the neck down and with significant cognitive impairment. She feels completely trapped. Mark is now 19 and lives on his own. He finds it difficult to control his emotions and to perform normal executive functions like turning up on time. His doctor thinks this is because the boiler in his childhood home was pumping out carbon monoxide for years without being spotted. Richard and Jane adopted Keir when she was 3 months old. She suffers from fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Nick is a former fusilier in the British Army. He was caught by an IEP in Iraq, but because there was no physical sign of an injury, he was never checked for brain damage. He too suffers from depression, anxiety and suicidal thoughts. Faisal had COVID last year. He's never shaken it off. He suffers from terrible fatigue and brain fog all the time. Maria is 42. She was in a horrible, abusive relationship for a decade, but never dared go to the doctor when her partner smashed her head repeatedly against the kitchen worktop. She suffers from terrible paranoia and has just been sent to prison for possession of illegal drugs. These people, I've changed the names, and the 1.4 million people like them really do now need legislation, a Brain Injury Act. It would do 5 things. Guarantee neurorehabilitation for all, bridging the gap between acute services and community services, which so many people miss out on. Put in place proper protocols on concussion in all sports, so that they're identical in all sports, so that children who play more than one sport don't end up getting terribly confused about it. And I mean that both for professional sports and for grassroots sports. Thirdly, help prevent brain injuries by legislating on carbon monoxide poisoning and employers' duty towards their staff, including in the British Armed Forces. Fourthly, ensure research into the causes, effects and treatment of brain injury. It still seems remarkable to me, as the child of an alcoholic mother, and as somebody who has seen various different forms of brain injury in my own family, that we still don't really understand how the mind sits inside the brain. We really do need to invest much more dramatically into research in that area. And the final thing it would do is it would require all public bodies, including schools, police, the Department of Work and Pensions, assessors and the courts, that all of those people are trained in brain injury. Because one of the things that repeatedly comes back to me from people is they know that their injury isn't visible to everybody else. And it changes from day to day and week to week the strength of the internal agony that you might be suffering. And being able to know that when you're dealing with somebody in our public services, that they will fully understand that, is absolutely essential to banishing some of the taboos there are in this field. So I hope that one day, I know we've not selected the Amendment E today, I never thought we would, but I hope that one day we will have proper legislation in this field. And I just want to end by paying an enormous tribute to the people in the Rhondda who have been doing the mass vaccination programme there. I've seen the work they do every Friday afternoon when there are lots of people who haven't turned up. They're so desperate not to waste a single dose that they ring anybody they know to get them in. And that's an enormous tribute to them.
Green. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's always a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. I want, like others across the House, to welcome the performance and incredible dedication of NHS and social care staff throughout the pandemic. But specifically in the context of the Queen's speech, I want to welcome also the Government's commitment to greater integration. The NHS is a great institution full of massively dedicated people, but my observation over the years is that it's also a series of individual institutions, all of which are tenacious in the defence of their own interests. So GPs are wary of hospital trusts, community services have a separate set of interests, so do ambulance trusts, and there are others, such as pharmacies, who play a vital role but too often don't feel engaged enough. So the integration that the bill we promised seeks to bring about is exactly the right solution. And it's integration in a number of fields. Technology is clearly one key, not just at the cutting edge of diagnostics or life sciences, but straightforward stuff so that systems talk to each other, so you don't have patients having to repeat the same set of symptoms to doctor after doctor in different settings because the records haven't been passed on. That kind of frustration has no place in the 21st century and should disappear. But, of course, the biggest prize of all is proper integration between the health and social care systems. The Secretary of State, my right honourable friend, is absolutely right to focus on that in one of his white papers, and I welcome that as well, but with two caveats. This mustn't be a takeover by the NHS of social care. The white paper suggests integrated care systems, which are fine, but I'd slightly raise my eyebrows at the dual system proposed, where the NHS effectively gets its integrated decision in first and then shares it with the social care system. It's vital that social care has a voice at the table where the decisions are taken. And my second caveat is that that social care voice must be properly representative. Too often, When people say, oh, we've consulted social care, they say what they mean is we've consulted the local authorities. Now, clearly local authorities have a key role to play in this, but they are not the whole social care sector. There are third sector providers, there are private sector providers. Their voice needs to be heard as well. There are 1.6 million workers in the sector. It's larger than the NHS. Their voice needs to be heard as well. And, of course, all of this will only mean something if we have a stable and sustainable solution to the social care conundrum that's defied governments since the 1990s. On that, I want to make 4 quick points. The first is on funding, which lies at the root of many of the frustrations. I think it must be out of national, not local taxation. It must certainly involve extra state spending, possibly through a hypothecated national insurance increase for some people, but it should also involve extra personal savings from those who can afford it, perhaps based on a small percentage of total assets rather than a flat figure for the whole country. But as well as funding, you need to solve funding to solve it, but that isn't all of it. We need a proper workforce plan, not just in terms of better pay, though that's needed, but actually a career structure. So a social care career can be seen as the equivalent of a career in the NHS. And the great value of social care workers should be reflected not just inside the system, but in wider government policy, including, for example, in the immigration system. We need changes to our attitude to housing and planning. We need to build homes so that people can live in their own homes for longer than they too often can now. Everyone prefers to live in their own home. And to assist that as a 4th point, we need to do much better with technology in this area to allow people with the technologies that are now available, it's not cutting-edge technology, to spend much more of their life in their own home, living a life in comfort before they may have to go into residential care. It's not only better for people, it's actually much cheaper for the taxpayer and much cheaper for the families. So all these reforms are necessary if we're going to have a long-term, stable system. Along with my right honourable friend from South West Surrey, I've called for a 10-year plan for social care to go along with the long-term NHS plan. I think that's absolutely essential. And the last thing that's essential is that this is the year that we have to start down this path. We have talked for too long about social care. We need to act.
We're in for the treat now. One of 2 maiden speeches today, just to remind everybody, by convention, no interventions, and we're not putting the clock on the maiden speeches, but both have been told about time constraints. So, good luck. Maiden speech, Anam Keza Javid.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It gives me immense pleasure to be making my maiden speech during an incredibly important debate on the NHS. It was a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Ashford. May I thank my constituents for voting SNP in thus bestowing upon me the greatest honour of my life by electing me as their Member of Parliament for Airdrie and Shotts. I want to take this opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to send a strong message to my constituents. I am here for you. I pledge to stand strong and work tirelessly for you, for your families and our communities across the constituency. I would also like to use my maiden speech to pay tribute to my predecessor, Neil Gray, and to congratulate him on his election to the Scottish Parliament. In this place, Neil showed himself to be a fierce advocate for his constituents and for social justice. I very much look forward to working with him in the constituency we now share and delivering for our community from Westminster and Holyrood. I must confess, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am not altogether unfamiliar with this place, having had the privilege of working for my honourable friend for Glasgow North West some years ago. I subsequently followed my other passion and retrained as a teacher. Teaching modern studies and politics has been a delight. In fact, it was only recently that I showed my high school democracy pupils video clips of this very chamber. It was suggested to me by a colleague that I would miss my school pupils because no matter how rowdy they were, the House of Commons was much worse. I am pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, however, my experience so far has not confirmed that. Some say Scotland is cold, but in Airdrie and Shotts you will feel a warmth you will remember. The people are friendly, welcoming, honest and thoroughly decent. And at the beating heart of the constituency are hard-working activists. People like Sharon Craig, who has continually championed her local community in Craigneuk, and Sarah Quinn, whose dedication knows no bounds, making young voices heard via the Fertisset Youth Forum. Upon entering this place, I did in fact ask for an internal map. There's lots of corridors. And I was told that the best way to navigate myself through the building was to simply get lost. I must take this opportunity to thank all the House staff who have been very kind and welcoming, even though they were telling me to get lost. In particular, Kate Ems, who has been a source of guidance, and doorkeeper Sarah Binstead-Chapman, who has found me wandering whilst I was wishing there was a parliamentary sat-nav app. It's fitting to make my maiden speech whilst we discuss the NHS. It was, in fact, a campaign by my SNP predecessor that kept the Monklands Hospital in Airdrie. I have witnessed firsthand the sacrifice and dedication of our NHS staff, and not least by my husband, Dr Usman Javed, who is sitting in the gallery today. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the healthcare workers in my constituency and beyond for the sacrifices they have made this last year. I wish to make one more plea that goes slightly beyond the NHS. The NHS would have collapsed without overseas staffing and immigrants who have made valuable contributions to this country. It may not be popular in some circles, Mr Deputy Speaker, but the points-based immigration system championed by the government is deeply flawed. Were it in use when my father planned to come to this island, he would have been blocked, and this country would have been deprived of one Member of Parliament, one doctor and one medical student, myself and my siblings. This is one of the reasons why Scotland needs independence, Mr Deputy Speaker, so that policies best suited for our people's needs are developed and delivered by those in Scotland. So I end my maiden speech with a plea. Please let Scotland be free, and in the short time, devolve immigration so that we can set policies that are reflective of the needs of Scotland. Thank you.
Congratulations. My maiden speech was shocking. Yours was a bit like my other speeches, I know. But yours was accomplished, so many congratulations. Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me start by saying what a pleasure it is to follow the new member for Airdrie and Shotts. It was an outstanding maiden speech, and we congratulate her on her success and wish her every success during her time in this House. And we wish her our best to her predecessor, who many of us enjoyed chatting to on many different subjects. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to start my short remarks by paying tribute to and thanking the local National Health Service teams in West Wales and particularly in Pembrokeshire for their outstanding work over the last 12 months, particularly the teams working at Withybush Hospital in Haverfordwest. The National Health Service occupies a unique place in our national life. It's an institution, or more correctly, it's an idea that fosters national unity in our society. It's an idea that's wrapped in a fair degree of mythology, and one of the key myths about the NHS today is that we have a single national health service. The truth is we don't. We don't have a single NHS, not in a legal sense, nor increasingly in a practical sense. If you are to log on to www.nhs.uk today, it will take you to a website, but with no information about any UK-wide health services, no signposting for residents who happen to live in Wales, Scotland or Northern Ireland. There's precious little UK about it at all. Increasingly, the NHS across the UK is about a different set of institutions, different set of published core values, different policies, different approaches and different governance arrangements. And when I speak to staff from the NHS, I get the sense from them that they genuinely believe that they are working for one integrated, unified organisation and movement. But the truth is, increasingly, it isn't. And the point that I want to make this afternoon, Mr Deputy Speaker, isn't an anti-devolution point at all. That's not where I'm coming from. But I believe that the experience of the last 12 months has really reinforced the importance of better coordination, better communication, and the importance of data. One of the early arguments by proponents of devolution was that devolution would enable different policies to be tested in different parts of the United Kingdom, and there may be some truth in that. But we should also recognise that we have really no meaningful way of judging these different policies. There is no meaningful set of UK-wide health metrics. The Nuffield Foundation and the Health Foundation have both tried in the past to do studies looking at comparative data between the health services in different parts of the UK, but that's increasingly difficult with the increasing divergence that's happening. So we don't have meaningful debate about the performance of our health systems in different parts of the UK, and increasingly the debate when it comes to members from different parts of the UK is more akin to cheerleading your own party if they happen to be in power in a different part of the United Kingdom. And I thought the contribution from the member for Central Ayrshire, who's normally very, very good, I thought that characterised that very much, where basically she seemed to be saying the NHS in Scotland is so much better than everyone else's, without any real evidence or information to back that up. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think there are things that can be done to strengthen and create a more unified NHS without undermining the devolution settlement. I believe that we can strengthen the data sharing protocols between different parts of the systems across the UK. The Secretary of State himself this afternoon spoke about the importance of data. Data saves lives, he said. Well, we need to strengthen the way that the NHS in different parts of the UK can actually communicate data with each other. We actually need to improve the way that we collect and publish truly comparative data across the UK. I would go even further, Mr Deputy Speaker, in that I would have a more unified inspection regime across the UK. I believe in actually developing stronger UK-wide health standards, so it shouldn't matter where you are in the UK. You should have the same right to basic standards of healthcare, whether that relates to cancer care, bereavement care, child and adolescent mental health services. And I don't believe developing a more unified UK approach undermines devolution one bit. And then it comes to the point, Mr Deputy Speaker, about learning from the pandemic, and I strongly welcome the Prime Minister's commitment to a public inquiry. But that inquiry mustn't tiptoe around the issue of the four nations approach to the pandemic. This morning, the National Audit Office published a report about its initial findings, initial learnings from the government's response to the pandemic. In that report, it talked about a mixture of devolved competencies, a mixture of UK-wide competencies, but not once did it mention devolved government. And if we're going to truly have a meaningful inquiry, we need to meet that challenge head-on and have a genuine UK-wide debate. Thank you.
Link. Vrinda Sharma.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak in this vital debate on the NHS and social care. I want to speak about social care, which is still in the midst of a severe crisis. 40,000 older people have tragically died in care homes since the beginning of the pandemic. In response to this tragedy, in the Queen's speech last week, only one sentence was afforded by the government to fixing the care system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in their memory, the government must put in place a proper social care system which can never enable such an injustice to take place ever again. Instead, another year goes by where the PM has nothing to say to the hundreds of thousands of older people neglected by a broken system that still denies them the care they so desperately need. This government has been in power for 11 years and has done nothing to act. Over the last 20 years, there have been at least 12 government reviews, royal commissions, consultations, green and white papers, and yet still no change. During this time, Germany, Austria, France, and Japan have all solved this issue, and even the Scottish government under a Labour administration was able to institute free personal care. This government has dodged the issue for 11 years to the detriment of the 400,000 older people who go without the care they need. This is a failure of leadership. But it is also a collective failure of our political class to solve one of the defining issues of our time, ensuring that the older generation, who after a long life of hard work and contribution to our society are afforded the dignity that they deserve in older age. It cannot be right, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that over 10% of older people spend virtually all of their life savings on care. The Prime Minister, when he came to office, committed to fix the crisis in social care once and for all. Now, nearly 2 years on, he needs to do something and fix this problem once and for all. And when it comes to who needs access to care, it is often smokers. So we need to commit to support reduced risk products as the best way to help people move off cigarettes. We cannot let those in deprived areas continue to suffer from further smoking-led health inequalities. We must establish two distinct categories of regulations to differentiate between the most harmful tobacco products and reduced risk products like vapes and heat not burn. I'm deeply concerned that public health advice is not getting to my constituents. Black, Asian and minority ethnic community have to have access to the right information and to the advice needed to quit cigarettes or move to less harmful alternatives. That would be a distinct success. But because of these pressures, every year, more and more care homes close, and year on year, fewer people can find the beds they need. I urge him on behalf of the thousands who need help today to take two parallel courses of action. Firstly, I urge the government to immediately commence cross-party discussions in good faith to create consensus, not over the problems, but to find solutions. Over the last half-century, at every turn, politicization has scrubbed what window of opportunities we have had available, and the adversarial nature of our politics has not solved this vital problem. Lastly, the government must have faith in local government and give councils the tools and resources to build and then run a cohesive system of social care. Local authorities have performed admirably during COVID-19 and have shown that they are truly capable of running such a system. Take the lessons learned over the last 14 months and put them into action. Local government knows how to run programs. Give them the resources to do it. Acting now is not a political white flag. It is not compromise. It is showing decisive leadership. It is weak to leave this issue unaddressed. Strength is acting to save lives and the dignity of everyone forced into the arms of social care.
Sorry, Virendra, just run out of time. I do apologise. No offence intended.
For free.
Maiden speech, Robin Miller.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to rise and speak in this debate, and indeed a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Ealing Southall. I must say it's been a particular pleasure too to listen to speeches in this chamber for the last 17 months. And I'm humbled by the eloquence, the learning, the quick humour and concerns that honourable and right honourable members across this House bring to debates such as these. Mr Deputy Speaker, my predecessor, Gitor Bebb, was a man who followed his principles. As a backbencher, his campaign on interest rate swaps led to 11 bully banks paying out over £1.5 billion in settlements to more than 15,000 businesses. He went on to become a Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Wales and then Minister for Defence Procurement. In short, he was a 3-time winner of general election campaigns, a 2-time Minister of State and an effective advocate for the exploited. He earned the respect of colleagues and opponents and secured the affections of his office team. These are considerable accomplishments, and they've guided me since entering this House. So it's a pleasure to recognise them with these few words today. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was born and raised in North West Wales. That is where I learned the importance of family, where I found my Christian faith, and where lifelong values were formed. It's also where I had my first political experience as a 6-year-old in 1974, campaigning for the late Wyn Roberts MP, more recently Lord Roberts of Conwy. Even now I remember his campaign cry of "Win with Wyn." And I still proudly wear the campaign rosette he gave me to thank me for my decisive contribution to his successful re-election campaign that year. Mr Deputy Speaker, in Wales we have a word, cynefin, which loosely translates as habitat. But it means much more than that and carries a sense of belonging and being in the right place. So although I left family and home for education, a career and for love, it was perhaps inevitable that I should return to Wales and end up in politics. But to be sent to Westminster by the people of Aberconwy is a very special personal honour and great privilege, and I will do all I can to repay the trust and the confidence they have placed in me. Mr Deputy Speaker, for centuries the beauty of Aberconwy, its heritage and culture have drawn visitors from around the world, including many honourable members from this House. Many who've come have stayed, and the houses they have built tell a fascinating story of ambition and influence, dispute and resolution. The Victorians enjoyed our seaside towns and villages so much that their houses line the promenades from Llanfyfachan to Llandudno. The Groes Inn on the shoulder of the Conwy Valley is the oldest licensed pub in Wales and has been a place of rest and refreshment for weary travellers since 1573. Each of the castles of Aberconwy along the Conwy Valley, Deganwy, Conwy itself, Gwydir and Dolwyddelan, offer different perspectives on our rich history of English kings and Welsh princes in their mountain passes. Further up the valley and deep into Snowdonia, or Eryri as we call it, is Tŷ Mawr, the house of Bishop William Morgan. His translation of the Bible into Welsh not only saved the Welsh language, but changed the history of Wales. And it serves as a testament to the relevance of timeless truths to us today in this place. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are rich themes and points I'll return to another day, but the subject of today's debate is the Healthcare Bill and Her Majesty's gracious address. The UK has a growing and ageing population. Around 18% are over 65 years old, but in Aberconwy that figure is closer to 27%. While there is no cure for old age yet, the challenge we face is to reduce the burden of care and help ensure longer, better lives. So I support the Prime Minister's aim to give every older person the dignity and security they deserve. And on this one point, I'll make a simple observation. This UK government ensured residents in all parts of the UK could benefit from the furlough scheme and receive financial relief at a time of crisis. This UK government ensured residents in all parts of the UK would benefit from a world-leading and life-saving vaccination programme. And this UK government can use this health and care bill to ensure that residents in all parts of the UK will have access to consistent minimum standards of healthcare. Yeah. While residents of Aberconwy in North Wales are served by the gifted and hard-working professionals of Betsy Cadwallader Health Board, it was in special measures for 6 years until just a few months ago. And while the workers there have coped superbly with the pandemic response and delivered are delivering hundreds of thousands of vaccines, today some 6% of residents in North Wales have been on a waiting list for treatment for over a year. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are UK residents. They need the support of their UK government, and this bill surely is an opportunity for us to enable that support. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I draw to a close, this is just one of the challenges we face in Aberconwy. We must build back a balanced economy, improve our road, rail and telecommunications links, develop green energy schemes, tackle flooding and more. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, whether it is climate change, public service finance, social care, national security, our economy or international trade, these challenges are best faced together. I believe our United Kingdom is the best response to the global challenges we face today. I do not underestimate the difficulty of building solutions across political parties and parliaments, but we must strengthen the ties that bind us to best serve those we are here to represent. Thank you.
Congratulations, Robin, and thank you for the Welsh lesson on Cynefin. I used to see it outside houses in Swansea. Always wondered what it meant, so now I know. Thank you. We're now going to 3 minutes. Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This government, with its 80-seat majority, is in an enviable position. It could put forward an ambitious and visionary plan to improve the country's health and well-being and put social care at the forefront of its agenda. Yet here we are, following the biggest health crisis in 100 years, at a watershed moment, and the Queen's speech presents us with a government that prioritises unnecessary and discriminatory legislation to introduce voter ID over ensuring that people can get the care that they need and over ensuring that we have a plan to train the next generation of doctors and nurses that we will all rely on. What a waste of a precious opportunity and a mandate to bring about transformational change to the quality of British citizens' lives. Just 9 words, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the Queen's speech were devoted to social care, despite the Prime Minister's promise to fix the crisis in social care once and for all on the steps of Downing Street 22 months ago, and still nothing on unpaid carers. Instead, reform keeps being kicked into the long grass for this overlooked and critically important sector. And whilst it's very welcome that the Health and Care Bill seeks to improve integration between health and social care, it does not address the fundamental issues facing our care system in terms of structure, workforce and funding, problems that were highlighted so tragically through this pandemic. Ministers need to urgently commit to cross-party talks. They have a clear choice: leave a lasting legacy or be responsible for an abject moral and political failure on one of the biggest public policy challenges this country faces. Now, if the Prime Minister really wants us to believe that the NHS is safe in Conservative hands and he genuinely cares about social care, then we need urgent action to ensure that we have enough doctors, nurses, carers, physios and other healthcare professionals, both in the short and long term. We know in 2019 there were around 100,000 full-time equivalent vacancies in the NHS, and after a gruelling year, as we saw just yesterday, with the nurse who treated the Prime Minister when he was in intensive care, many are leaving. They're burnt out, stressed and fed up of their goodwill being taken for granted. With record waiting lists for both physical and mental health treatment, clearly we need some short-term solutions, but we mustn't shirk the long-term challenges. These shortages predate the pandemic, so I support calls, and Liberal Democrats support calls from the Health and Social Care Committee for a transparent and independent annual workforce report with requirements for future staffing that cover the next 5, 10 and 20 years, with regular updates to Parliament on progress and resourcing. So I implore the Minister, think big, Don't squander this unique opportunity to bring about lasting, positive and long-term change in our health and care services and to improve the well-being of the British people.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and could I start my remarks by congratulating the Honourable Gentleman for Aberconwy and the Honourable Lady for Airdrie and Shotts on excellent maiden speeches. Whether it takes 17 months or less than 7 days to make a maiden speech, I think we have seen two politicians who have come to this place to represent their local constituencies, to get things done, and are passionate on both sides of this chamber to really make a difference. And I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman and the Honourable Lady will both do that in their respective roles. Could I also say, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to speak in today's debate on the NHS and what our NHS has done over this last year plus has been nothing short of remarkable. In Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland, our NHS staff have risen to the enormous challenge that they faced with this global pandemic, and they have responded in such a magnificent way. And because time is short today, I really just want to focus on my own local area of Moray. Because Moray is one of two local council areas in Scotland that sadly didn't see an easing of restrictions in the last week. While the whole of mainland Scotland, apart from Moray and Glasgow, moved from level 3 to level 2, and the islands thankfully moved to level 1, Moray and Glasgow remained in level 3. And I'm very optimistic that Moray, at the end of this week, will come out of those restrictions. And I would say to anyone watching, hopefully, towards the end of this week, Moray will once again be open for business. It will be welcoming businesses, and I know our tourism and hospitality sector is ready to welcome people back to our wonderful area. But we're only in such a positive position now because of the response from our local NHS staff. And one of the keys to getting our spike in cases down has been more testing, rapid testing and an increase in the vaccinations. I myself went along to the vaccination centre at the Fiona Elcock Centre in Elgin on Sunday and was amazed by the professionalism of the staff, how they have converted a former Tops Tile shop into a vaccination centre that was allowing people, even without appointments, to just walk up and get the vaccination. We now have 85% of our population in Moray vaccinated with the first dose of the vaccine in response to this spike in cases. 20% of those have been vaccinated in the last 2 weeks. And that's down to the hard work of Alison Smart and her team in turning that derelict retail unit into a vaccination centre, the Fiona Elcock Centre, and every single member of the NHS staff, the Elgin Rotary team who are volunteering, and everyone involved in that operation have done an outstanding job. And when Edith Campbell said to me as I walked out, is there any way I could highlight the great work they were doing, I thought, yes, I can. So today in the House of Commons, I thank Edith, I thank Alison, and I thank everyone at the Fiona Elcock Centre for what they're doing to get Moray back on track. And Mr Deputy Speaker, that is just one example of how our NHS have gone above and beyond to get us out of this crisis. Thank you.
Ms Twist.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. For a few glorious moments at the start of this debate, I thought I might have 5 minutes, but you're getting the abbreviated version. So the first thing I want to touch on is social care. And many speakers have already mentioned the value and importance of social care in this pandemic. It's really brought out the value of the people who provide social care and the importance of doing so. It's disappointing, therefore, to see no real concrete plans being brought forward. We need a plan for social care that looks not only at caps on care costs, but looks at properly resourcing and valuing social care workers and giving them parity of esteem with NHS staff. And I'd like to mention also the role of unpaid carers who have done so much to support people through this pandemic. Secondly, I'd like to look at the NHS and say a big thank you to all of the staff in the NHS and say to the government they deserve so much more than 1% that the government is suggesting is appropriate. They deserve so much more. Now, we've seen a tremendous response from the NHS, but we know there is a great deal of catch-up to do to ensure that people are followed up. So many organisations have contacted all of us, I'm sure, about that. This morning in the APPG on respiratory health, we talked about the importance of catching up on lung cancer tests, breast cancer the same, and I would also like to draw attention to the need for mental health treatment to be improved and caught up with. Too many people have lost out. I also want to talk briefly about public health. Now, I heard the Secretary of State talk about public health, but we don't need just talk, we need action and we need funding. The pandemic has shown the real value of public health, and we know that it lies behind so many other issues as well. And it is important that we have an effective local public health system. And that links to my next point, which is really about child poverty. End Child Poverty have today produced a set of figures, and sadly it shows that the North East, where my constituency is, child poverty has increased. And in my constituency, over 4,300 children are living in poverty, and that must be addressed. So we need to retain the £20 universal credit uplift, extend it to legacy benefits, and to focus on child benefits as well. Mr. Speaker, there is so much more that I would like to say about planning reforms and accessible housing, but I don't have time. But I would like to end by commending the honourable member for Aberconwy on his maiden speech. It shows that he knows his constituency well and cares about it, and I wish him well in his future career. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Biddy Link. Sir Paul Beresford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With your ceiling of 3 minutes, I'm going to focus on one aspect of one bill, and that's namely the proposal to change the approach on fluoridation of community water supplies. I'm a dentist and I'm a member of the British Fluoridation Society. It's therefore with considerable enthusiasm that I support the proposed change on the procedure for introducing fluoridation of domestic water supplies. Our Western nation comparators have between 60 and 80% of their domestic water supplies fluoridated. This country is a shameful 10%. When I first came to this country as an ethnic minority immigrant, I worked on the National Health Service in a deprived area in London. I was appalled at the general state of my patients' teeth, and particularly appalled at the state of the teeth of the children. Trying to maintain children's dentition was, and still is, as a colleague put it, like trying to fill a bath with a plug out. Far and away the biggest reason for referral of children for general anaesthetics to hospitals in England is to remove rotten teeth. Hospitals throughout England carry out an average of 177 operations a day on children and teenagers in 2019, just removing decayed, rotten and abscessed teeth that shouldn't be in that state. The annual cost is more than £40 million. Tooth decay is essentially highly preventable. Water fluoridation is the single most effective public measure that could be taken to prevent tooth decay. Implementation of fluoridation is in the powers of the local authority. Little progress has been made since that was introduced in 2013. The costs are to local councils and the cost benefits are to the National Health. The process of consultation is lengthy and tedious, and it's enabling a platform for protesters of the same genre as the anti-vaccination people. On a more practical point, there are considerable difficulties for both the local authorities and the water companies in that their boundaries are really, if ever, conterminous. It makes eminent sense for the process of the implementation for new schemes of fluoridation to be put in the hands and driven by central government. I hope in doing so the government will curtail the procedures on consultation, as this only permits continuous reception and repetition of scaremongering stories from people who are basically cranks. The safety, efficiency, cost-effectiveness and benefits of fluoridated water supplies, whether it's natural, and it is in many parts of the world, or as an additive, have been proven worldwide for what must be approaching 100 years. With this proposed step and government determination, rather than lagging behind the rest of the world, we could actually lead.
Video link. Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We will fix the crisis in social care once and for all, with a clear plan that we have prepared. Now, I'm not the first to quote the Prime Minister's words as he took office, and I'm sure I won't be the last. And of course, I recognise that the Prime Minister has a loose relationship with the truth and a willingness to make commitments with no intention of honouring them. But the Health Secretary has said that the government will bring forward proposals this year, with the Prime Minister now claiming he wants cross-party working to develop a plan. I hope he means it, and that there'll also be real engagement too with those in receipt of care, those who work in care, and with the hundreds of thousands of unpaid carers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the pandemic has shone a spotlight on the crisis in social care, but the failure of the system has been clear for a long time. In developing a new approach, we must have real ambition, as our predecessors did in establishing the NHS. An entirely new model, not just tinkering with payment mechanisms. Viewed in the same way as the NHS, a comprehensive system of high standard residential and domiciliary care that ensures no one is denied support because they can't afford it. And we should take the same approach to those who work in the system, raising the status of carers to that of other healthcare professionals, training them, supporting them, and crucially, paying them in a way that reflects the critical nature of their work. Now, of course, it will be expensive, but we need an honest national debate about the costs of reforming the care system and how we pay the price. Not branding proposals as a death tax or a dementia tax, or talking about unaffordability. We should also recognise that however good the system, there will always be an important role for unpaid carers, and they must be recognised in the plan too, not cast adrift. According to the Carers Trust, the numbers providing over 50 hours care a week have more than trebled in the past decade, but only 1 in 10 say they have enough support. They need that support, they need respite, and they deserve an adequate carer's allowance. We must also do more specifically for the invisible army of young carers, extraordinary children and young adults with huge resilience and strength, facing all the demands imposed on adult carers, with the added challenges of schooling and making the most of their young lives. Ministers should act now to require schools and GPs to identify young carers and point them to the support that they need, which we must ensure is available in every part of the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a Green Paper was nearly published in 2017 and in almost every year since. The limited mention of social care in the Queen's speech suggests the government are delaying again. It's not good enough. Millions of people are looking for better. We need a real commitment to act.
Graham. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is time enough today to focus on 2 things. Firstly, a suggestion on how Members of Parliament can work most efficiently with their local NHS trusts. And secondly, a look at hypothecation, i.e. a dedicated fund to help boost the ways of funding health and care in the future. It is now 14 months since the leaders of the 3 NHS trusts, our Director of Public Health, the Leader and Chief Executive of our County Council, the 6 Members of Parliament for Gloucestershire, got together virtually every week, and more recently fortnightly, to cover all the issues involved in the pandemic. And during this process, we all have had a much better understanding of the immense debt we have to them and their staff, to GP surgeries and to volunteers, for all they've done to give my constituents in Gloucester and across the county a service and a vaccination which has given people reassurance and confidence. And I'm very grateful for that. And I do believe that there are opportunities for other parts of the country to benefit from a similar form of partnership, because what this does is to resolve problems faster, act as an early warning signal back to government, communicate more effectively with our constituents, and ultimately save us all a lot of time in helping getting things done. Now, the second thing I'd like to highlight today, because inevitably we are going to need more money if we're going to resolve the issue of social care, is the possibility of hypothecation. In March 2017, I wrote a paper for the then Chancellor of the Exchequer, laying out the case that I and the then Right Honourable Member for Grantham and Stamford made for using hypothecation as a means of linking increases in taxation directly to improved health and social care services. And at that time, the Chancellor had already said to us that he would only look at this in more detail if we could find a reputable think tank to advocate for it as well as us. And so we encouraged the King's Fund to write a report, which they did, recommending hypothecation, and the former permanent Secretary of the Treasury, now Lord Macpherson in the other House, also agreed that this would be a huge step forward. And the reason, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is this: because ultimately the National Insurance Fund is not used to insure anything or anyone particularly, but were it to become a health and care fund with the self-employed and the employed contributing equally, and those who passed retirement age also contributing, then there would be an opportunity for our constituents to realise that additional taxation into this fund would help them and their families.
Link. Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is the Queen's speech which lacks the ambition to deliver the transformative change which our country needs and wants. Despite repeated promises, this government has no plans for how to fix the biggest challenges facing our country today. They have no solution for the rising problems of insecure, low-paid work. They have no solution to address the ever-increasing backlog of treatment needed in the NHS, and they have no solution to tackle the climate emergency. Nowhere is this lack of ambition more clear than on social care. More than 10 years after the Conservatives entered government, they still have no solution to the problems facing our broken social care system. Since 2017, the Conservatives have promised 10 times to bring forward proposals for social care, and every time they have broken their promises. This continual kicking the can of reform down the road is letting down the people who need care, unpaid family carers and care staff. People deserve to be able to access care to support them to live independently in their own homes for longer, supported by care staff who are paid at least a real living wage. Instead, they are facing rising charges for care services, shrinking support packages, wage freezes for care staff, and no respite for unpaid carers. A health minister told me in a debate I led on carer strategy that only 45,000 carers had received respite care in 2019-20. That's a disgraceful record from the government when there are now 13.6 million unpaid carers. Secretary of State said earlier that the long-promised reforms to mental health law will come in the next session rather than this one. But we're coming up to the 10th anniversary of the revelations of abuse at Winterbourne View, and the government has failed dismally on promises it made to close abusive inpatient units and support people to live in the community. Delaying to the next session will mean 2 more years in these abusive settings. So I call on the Secretary of State to bring forward new legislation in this session so that we can finally change this appalling situation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with our Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham, we have seen the difference that radical local government can make to people's lives with action on homelessness and radical plans to create a public transport system which works for everyone. Instead of building on these plans to deliver transformational change, this government is content to let people down with this thin Queen's speech. Rather than giving our hard-working nurses and doctors a real pay rise to recognise the work they have done this year, they are tinkering with NHS structures and handing more powers to the Secretary of State. Rather than bringing forward plans to ensure older and disabled people can continue to live in their own homes, they are once again kicking the can of social care reform down the road. Rather than bringing forward legislation to protect people at work and end the appalling practice of fire and rehire, they're seeking to roll out unnecessary voter ID legislation. The people of this country deserve better, and I urge the government to change their approach, live up to their promises, and deliver the real change this country needs.
James Carlin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to be called in this important debate on the NHS in the Queen's speech. I want to join others in paying particular tribute to the amazing effort of NHS and social care staff in South Suffolk, all the staff at Colchester, Ipswich and West Suffolk hospitals, in our care homes, and particularly the community pharmacy and the vaccine teams in primary care who performed such an extraordinary job. And finally, a particular mention for those volunteers who were standing there in the snow of winter, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we started the vaccine rollout and have helped to achieve this basically what is a miracle of delivery of this vaccine, and it should make us all proud of the NHS and proud, frankly, to be British, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to make one key substantive point today, given we're talking about a bill that will reorganise the NHS, and that is that however we do that, we must maintain diversity of provision. And there's really 3 key areas which I refer to. The first is community pharmacy. I'm a great fan of community pharmacy. I think it does a huge amount already, but it's really earned its spurs in the pandemic, giving out almost over 3 million jabs to date. That's more than the entire population of Greater Manchester. And I've seen in my own constituency how community pharmacy can really make a difference, and it's something actually that my constituents have chosen as their preferable place to receive a jab, and it shows what more they can do. And I think we must give them a deeper role within the delivery of healthcare in this country. The second part is the voluntary sector, and I think particularly of mental health. The fact is that in Norfolk and Suffolk we do have a struggling mental health trust, but yet in my experience, where I've had constituents coming to me with mental health problems in my surgeries, the surgeries I was holding pre-pandemic obviously, and I've been able to refer them into local mental health charities, they have often achieved great improvement in the mental health of those constituents. And this is something that Ed Garrett, the brilliant head of our local CCG, supports. I think we should look at more of the funding going to our NHS Trust, going directly to those charities so that they become part of local mental health capacity. Finally, we should talk about the independent sector. And on this, I come back to the intervention, the two interventions I made on the Shadow Health spokesman earlier, which I thought it was quite extraordinary what we heard today. As I said earlier, in January, Ipswich Hospital in Suffolk used the local Nuffield Hospital to double the number of ICU beds it had and was able to move cancer patients into Nuffield to achieve that. Now, if you were to ideologically say we won't work with the independent sector, you are literally denying that capacity to people who use the NHS and saying you can only pay for it. It's an extraordinary political point, and it shows that the Labour Party has not moved on from the depths of its dogma. In my view, we should deliver the best possible outcomes within the universal NHS, and that means diversity of provision at the heart of its delivery.
Della Creasy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I join with the last speaker in wanting to thank the NHS for all the work they do. I would ask him to look at the cost of using the private sector, because that's the lesson we've learnt in London, that it isn't always best value for money. In the short time available to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to move Amendment G, which is about groups of people who have been forgotten in this Queen's speech, but people for whom, if we don't speak in this place, nobody else will. Some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. In particular, I'm talking about children who have been orphaned and victims of domestic abuse. They are people for whom the courts in this country have spoken. I'm sure everybody in this House would want to agree that if we don't uphold the rule of law, then how can we ask constituents to do so? But sadly, as of yet, the government has yet to act on those court rulings. Let me tell the House about these two particular instances. Every 22 minutes in this country, a child loses a mother or a father. 26,000 children a year, it is estimated, become orphans. I know that stat from the Child Bereavement Network, not because we as a country monitor this. We monitor how many children might be affected by divorce, but we don't recognise death as damaging for children, and yet we know clearly that it is. And of those families, it's estimated 2,000 families a year who find themselves in that horrific situation, many more who will have done because of COVID, are then not eligible for financial support. The reason they're not eligible is something very simple, because the state has decided because their parents are not married, those children must be pushed into poverty. 3,000 children a year, it is estimated, 8 children a day, who find themselves losing a parent and then possibly losing their home or losing their family circumstances. Now, the courts said in 2018 that it was wrong to deny children in this situation that funding. In 2020, the Jackson ruling made that point again. Children like the children of Joanna and Ros in my community, divided simply by whether their parents were married or not. The government knows it has to remedy this situation, because otherwise we are punishing children for the decisions that their parents have made. And I don't think anybody in this House would want to do so. Yeah. Let me be clear what remedying it means. It means making sure we put it right for every child and every family in this situation, including those who brought the court cases, and making sure that no family is punished by the tax or the benefit system by having that money put right. This isn't just about those children. It's also about the domestic violence victims who are paying the bedroom tax because they have a panic room in their house. Again, the courts told us several years ago this was wrong and that the government should act, but they have not done as yet. So let's be clear about what remedying that means. It means helping those already affected who have spent years struggling as a result, so that whenever regulations are made, that they do not have to pay this. I asked the ministers to think very clearly about those people who need our voices in this House to ring loud and clear, the 54 MPs across the House who've backed this amendment, to say, let's get it right now.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. I very much welcome the measures set out in the gracious address to deliver the national recovery from the pandemic that makes all of the United Kingdom stronger, healthier and more prosperous than before. I welcome the fact that this government is pursuing an agenda that will be for all parts of the United Kingdom, including Scotland and my constituents in the Scottish borders. It's also clear from the gracious address that this government is committed to the Union. Now, I welcome the measures to enhance transport infrastructure with investment promised to improve connectivity within the United Kingdom. I look forward to seeing more detailed plans for this in due course. But for my constituents in the Scottish borders, there are exciting opportunities to improve cross-border transport links by getting the Borders Railway extended to Hawick, Newcastleton and on to Carlisle, and also by upgrading the A1. Now, the theme of today's debate is the NHS and social care, so I think it's important that I pay tribute, as others have done, for those across the NHS who have worked tirelessly to deliver the national vaccine rollout. The nurses, the doctors and many others within the NHS family have been working incredibly hard to get jabs into arms as quickly as possible. We have been leading the world in this. But we should also recognise the efforts of UK Government ministers who have secured a robust profile of 450 million coronavirus vaccines for all of the United Kingdom, something which Scotland undoubtedly has benefited from. Now, this weekend I will proudly roll up my own sleeve and finally become part of the daily statistics and receive my vaccine at the Borders Event Centre in Kelso. A point that is worth pausing on because it's worth reflecting that the SNP Scottish Government would have preferred that Scotland be outside the UK-wide procurement scheme and be part of the EU vaccine process instead. Now, the SNP's desire to be outside of the UK leads me to the conclusion of my contribution today. But before I do so, I just want to congratulate my colleague and friend, Rachel Hamilton, MSP, who was re-elected to the Scottish Parliament last week. But we should also recognise my honourable friend and member for Murray and leader of the Scottish Conservatives for his achievement in the election. My honourable friend took over the leadership in August last year and in that short period dedicated himself to stopping the SNP majority. Many in the press thought he could not outperform our previous best ever Scottish election performance in 2016 achieved by Ruth Davidson. But not only did he secure 31 Scottish Conservative MSPs, he attracted 100,000 additional Scottish Conservative votes last week and crucially stopped that SNP majority and a mandate for a second independence referendum. Now, the SNP went into that election saying that by securing that majority they would then have a mandate for a referendum, but the Scottish voters thought otherwise. Now, instead of focusing on the referendum, they should be focusing on the day-to-day priorities that matter most to Scottish voters. That's the education system, the NHS system, and all the other pressing issues which need to be resolved. I congratulate my honourable friends in government for producing this programme for government, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Video link. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As you'll be aware, this is Dementia Action Week, and as co-chair of the APPG for Dementia, in conjunction with the Alzheimer's Society, we are arguing for the desperate need to reform social care in the Cure the Care System campaign. While COVID cases are going down in most places of the UK, dementia cases are only going to go up. By 2040, it's estimated that there will be well over 1 million people in the UK with some form of dementia, with a cost to the economy of £94 billion. During the pandemic, people with dementia have been the worst affected. Figures from the ONS show that more than 1 in 4 of those who died from COVID also had a diagnosis of dementia, making dementia the most common underlying condition amongst those who've died. We know that excess deaths of people with dementia, those not with a COVID diagnosis, was around 5,000 higher than in the previous year. There are a number of reasons for these data. The government did too little to protect care homes at the height of the pandemic, with hospital patients quickly moved from hospitals to care homes, all without testing, spreading the virus amongst the most vulnerable residents. There are also problems accessing PPE and testing for care staff, and many of us can remember the cases of care staff using bin bags as aprons or having to make round trips of hundreds of miles to access testing. We also know that in terms of the second cause of these excess deaths. It's about the worsening of the condition, and it's been primarily because of the isolation that many people have experienced, and the lack of ability to use basic skills such as speech, which they're at risk of losing. For these people with dementia living in the community, it's estimated the family and friends providing care have done an extra 92 million hours of care during the pandemic. People with dementia and their carers need more than warm words. They need action to address the dementia premium that's paid in care home fees. On average, someone living with dementia or their family will pay £100,000 for their care. So for their carers, for them, their carers, and also in terms of the dementia moonshot, we need much more from the government in the Queen's speech. With the government's proposed integration of the NHS and social care in the new bill, the principle of health and social care, of healthcare and social care, both being provided universally and free at the point of need, is fundamental. In addition, I will be arguing that this should be provided through progressive taxation. Finally, on health inequalities in the UK's appalling high and unequal COVID death toll, driven, as Professor Michael Marmot said, by rampant poverty and inequality, a decade of austerity, the underfunding of the NHS, and a political culture where division is fueled as key causes. I repeat my challenge to the Health Secretary and the Prime Minister to adopt Sir Michael's COVID review recommendations and build back fairer. Thank you, sir.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the Government's health service proposals in the Queen's speech, the unprecedented commitment and support to the NHS during the pandemic, and in particular the Government's continued commitment to the hospital building programme, which has resulted in promised commitments to Kettering and a write-off last year of £167 million of trust debt at the hospital. However, the Hospitals Minister on the front bench will know that promises are one thing and delivery in another. I also know that the Hospitals Minister has the words value for money imprinted in his mind, and in this vein, can I press him on the value for money that the Kettering General Hospital redevelopment offers? The problem is that the hospital faces at the moment two funding streams, £46 million for the urgent care hub and £350 million for the phased rebuild, but these are not yet meshing together. Building the original urgent care hub is no longer an option on a standalone basis because there would not be enough room on the hospital site for the health infrastructure plan funding that follows. So the value for money solution is to integrate the two funding streams. The best way to do this, I commend to the Minister, is to designate Kettering General Hospital as an early progress project in the hospital building programme. Kettering General Hospital is ready to go on this. It owns the land, so no land deals are required, and no extra public consultation is needed. It already has written support from local planners and the regional NHS. It's a phased approach that would deliver visible and real benefits. It is shovel-ready and has far lower risks than other hospital build projects. In developing this whole site plan, the hospital has identified the best way of delivering value for money to get these buildings up and operating, serving local people. Will the Hospitals Minister look closely at Kettering General Hospital so that Kettering people can have the long-awaited hospital rebuild that we have been long promised and that will be so valued in the local community? The department needs to be flexible in its funding streams. Let us have an early advance of the HIP2 funding and permission to mesh it with the £46 million for the urgent care hub. Then we can have the hospital that Kettering will be proud of for the future. The decision on this, Mr Deputy Speaker, lies in the Hospitals Minister's hands. Video link. Mike Kane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Wythenshawe Hospital in my constituency is built on the site of Bagley Sanatorium, which opened in 1902 to lead the way in tuberculosis treatment, planting the seed from which the excellent heart and lung unit we have now at the hospital. These specialisms are joined by an internationally recognised burns unit and the fabulous Nightingale breast unit, and also recently a world-class A&E facility, a campaign championed by my late and great predecessor, Paul Goggins. The government last week announced ambitions that the UK will lead the world in life sciences. I share this ambition, and with cooperation from government, Wythenshawe and our hospital can be in the vanguard. Wythenshawe Hospital's strategic regeneration framework sets out a vision for the campus, which will be supported by a world-class research and innovation business park alongside a redeveloped, modern and inviting hospital. Great companies such as Chiesi and Horologic are already based in my constituency. There is now an opportunity with the SRF to ensure that the fabric of the site reflects the world-class services at the hospital and the exciting prospect of leveraging the medical park to help Manchester and Britain continue to be a world-class leader in life sciences. Inward investment, high-skilled jobs and life-saving research, these are now more important than ever. The Minister will be pleased, I'm sure, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I am not asking today for a pot of public money for this redevelopment. The cherry on the top of this master plan is that it will require no funds from Treasury. In fact, it can be funded on site with the correct commercial partners. I'm so proud of this project, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I really wish to discuss this with the Minister at some stage in the near future. We need the Treasury to introduce a mechanism that can allow the vision to be realised and Wythenshawe Hospital become the 21st century leader in healthcare, research and innovation we know it can be. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mike. Dr James Davis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in support of the Queen's speech today. Now, the past year has highlighted the challenges facing our health and social care systems, and I welcome this government's legislative agenda, which will tackle some of the most pressing issues. In the short time available today, I'll focus my comments on three issues: plans to tackle obesity, the potential benefits that UK-wide comparable healthcare data could bring, and the need for better access to and choice of secondary and tertiary healthcare for the residents of North Wales. In the UK, 63% of adults are overweight or living with obesity. This places an enormous strain on the NHS, reduces quality of life and stifles economic productivity. The government has a clear agenda to tackle obesity, and I welcome, among other measures, the confirmation of a total online ban and 9 PM TV watershed for the advertising of high-fat, salt and sugar products. The commitment to legislate for calorie labelling in cafes, restaurants and takeaways is also welcome, and whilst I acknowledge certain concerns on behalf of those with eating disorders, I believe that this policy will have a clear net benefit for our national health. I would ask whether progress can also be made on the introduction of calorie labelling for alcohol products. I'm in no way anti-alcohol, Mr Deputy Speaker, as you know, and in fact I'm a proud member of the Beer and Wine and Spirits APPGs. But I believe that there is currently poor awareness that alcohol consumption is a significant contributor towards our national obesity crisis. An alcohol calorie labelling programme would be a useful tool to enhance the plans already outlined in the Queen's speech. The availability of comparable data on COVID infection rates and vaccination rollout throughout the country has been a key driver in our response to the pandemic. Yet looking at healthcare more broadly, comparisons between England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland can be difficult. Personal experience as a GP, anecdotal evidence and basic comparisons indicate that despite the hard work and commitment of health staff, patients in Wales often receive inferior levels of service when compared to their friends in England. By introducing UK-wide health data, politicians at all levels will be held to account, practitioners and policymakers can better share best practice, and ultimately equal health outcomes will be promoted. Such an approach would be complemented by the establishment of independent UK-wide healthcare inspection, safety and audit mechanisms. In short, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have opportunities which I believe we must seize to level up healthcare. I would ask my right honourable friend to consider what the UK Government can do to protect and promote the health of all British citizens beyond the legislative programme that's already been announced. I'm looking forward to seeing the progress of the Health and Care Bill. I do hope that as part of the legislative process, the Government will consider the challenges that Welsh patients currently experience, whereby access to specialist healthcare treatment in England is typically dependent on restrictive contracts or individual funding requests. Improving access to specialist care.
Video link. Margaret Greenwood.
A recovery plan for the NHS and social care is urgently needed. Almost 5 million people in England are waiting for NHS treatment, and a quarter of people with mental health problems are having to wait months to get help. NHS staff are exhausted from battling coronavirus, and there are nearly 90,000 vacancies across the NHS in England. Social care is in crisis following over a decade of savage cuts by the Conservatives, and 1.5 million older people are not receiving the social care support that they need. Care workers have been working in extremely difficult circumstances, many of them paid below the real living wage. Yet instead of addressing these issues, the government has come forward with a damaging white paper which says very little on care but proposes a major reorganisation of the National Health Service. To do so at a time when staff are exhausted and millions are waiting for treatment is reckless and irresponsible. It's not acceptable that the government has not carried out a consultation on its white paper, and ministers have failed to communicate the impact that the changes would have on patients and staff. It beggars belief that the Secretary of State said on Monday that his proposed reforms would help to deal with the backlog. Nothing could be further from the truth. Sir David Nicholson, former Chief Executive of NHS England, has warned that the government's impending shake-up of the NHS could prompt a lot of staff already exhausted by COVID to quit. The government's damaging plans to put 42 integrated care systems across England on a statutory footing, each with ICS setting its own plan for health and social care, would embed a postcode lottery with the health and social care services that people can access varying depending on where they live, open up the opportunity for private companies to have a say in what health and social care services are provided in an area, and the very same private companies could potentially then provide those services, representing the opportunity for huge conflicts of interest. They would give the government the power to remove a profession from regulation, with potentially serious implications for patient safety and for the employment status and terms and conditions of workers. Professor Kailash Chand, Honorary Vice President of the British Medical Association, has said, the core thrust of the new reforms is to deprofessionalise and downskill the practice of medicine in this country so as to make staff more interchangeable, easier to fire and services more biddable and above all cheaper. The plans would also allow the discharge of vulnerable patients from hospital before they have been assessed for continuing healthcare, leaving patients at risk and families to pick up the pieces. The government's plans would create immense uncertainty for NHS staff and open the door to widespread cronyism and increased privatisation. On Monday, the Secretary of State told me that my party's front bench has welcomed the reforms. He is wrong. Labour's front bench have not welcomed these reforms. He really should get his facts straight. So I call on the government to pause the whole process of its reorganisation of the National Health Service until after all COVID restrictions have been lifted and after it has carried out a full public consultation so that patients, NHS staff, care workers and unpaid carers can have their say on the proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Video link. Craig Whittaker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to put on record my support for a robust strategy to tackle obesity. I do, however, want to question plans to ban broadcasters and online platforms from advertising food and drink that are high in fat, sugar and salt before 9 p.m. If the government are going to have any form of impact, then even foods that we consider to be health foods will be covered under this ban. Eggs, cheese and avocado. The list of foods that include these items are endless. Let's just take a look at the ramifications of a ban on TV commercials. 40 years ago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I started my retail career with the Pizza Hut chain of restaurants, which is probably long enough not to have to declare an interest today. But today, the UK's three biggest, Pizza Hut, Papa John's and Domino's, they get 90% of their sales of pizza from online and apps like Just Eat, Deliveroo and Uber Eats. That, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was before the pandemic. That is 60,000 jobs at risk directly and tens of thousands more in the supply chain. And this is just 3 companies in the UK. Do the government seriously consider this is a price worth paying? Similarly, let us look at breakfast cereals. Under these proposals, we ban some of our everyday breakfast items from being advertised. The ironic thing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that over 50% of breakfast is no longer bought from a supermarket, but from cafes and greasy spoons around the nation. This immediately puts major brands like Kellogg's at risk, who have spent millions of pounds on reformulating their brands to reduce fat, sugar and salt. but under the proposals will be banned from advertising the products before 9 p.m. Meanwhile, our mainstream TV companies lose out on approximately 75 to 100 million pounds of advertising revenue that tax is paid on in this country. The Sun reported back in March that the government were looking at doing a U-turn with banning online adverts, as the evidence shows it will have little effect. Instantly, this creates a chasm between mainstream broadcasters and those online platforms who contribute little to the financial well-being of the nation because they are offshore companies. There are millions of small businesses who rely on online advertising to promote their businesses in this country and indeed in the Calder Valley, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is absolutely no evidence to say that this blanket ban proposal for mainstream broadcasters and online advertising will make one iota of difference to reducing obesity in this country. And I urge the government to rethink these draconian measures. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Greg. Neil Hanby.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to start off by thanking NHS colleagues from UCLH in London, all the way up to Scotland and in my Quarry and Cowdenbeath constituency for the incredibly hard shift that they have put in over the last year. The warm words of the Prime Minister telling them that he knows how hard it's been for them must be replaced by swift action. All the 9 words of the legislative programme demonstrate is that this government comprehensively fails to understand the interdependencies of care services from intensive care and acute care to social care, palliative and end-of-life care. In his first speech as Prime Minister on the 24th of July 2019, the Prime Minister promised to fix the crisis in social care once and for all with a clear plan. In his 2019 manifesto, he stated his government would seek cross-party consensus. In January 20, he claimed he would get it done within this Parliament, yet in October last year, the Care Minister could not give any commitment in this Parliament to the Health and Social Care Committee about action on social care. And rather than face the reality of a social care system that entered the pandemic underfunded, understaffed and undervalued and at risk of collapse, any response to COVID-19, however fast or comprehensive, would have needed to contend with this legacy of political neglect. And despite the government's espoused commitment to improving the social care system and to bring forward proposals in 2021, there is no evidence of how they will do so, never mind fix it. While integration is undoubtedly the way forward to make it work, requires funding and services that are in good order before integration begins. Without social care reform, a robust, funded and continuing cancer recovery plan and core funding for palliative and end-of-life care, services will continue to struggle and people suffer. There is an absolutely foreseeable risk that expecting integrated care systems to find the capacity to reorganise and provide end-of-life care pathways with such fragile resources is recklessly putting the cart before the horses. And of course, this all matters in Scotland. As ever, we are more reliant on Barnett consequentials, all the while the UK government finds ways to squirrel money away, preventing it from triggering our share. The Alba Party amendment to the gracious speech unequivocally recognised the recent majority vote for independence parties in Scotland, calling for immediate progress on independence. That this sentiment is dismissed by the UK government will come as no surprise, but that it is neither echoed or supported by the victors of that election will not go unnoticed at home. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Video link. Taina Davison.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating my honourable friends, the members for Aberystwyth and Adrian Shotts, on their excellent maiden speeches. And I remember all too well how daunting it is, having made my own maiden speech in the Queen's Speech NHS debate in January last year. Since then, our NHS has had the most turbulent of times. I pay tribute to the dedicated healthcare staff in my constituency, working day and night to keep us safe from coronavirus. And a special tribute to Dr. Purnima Nair, a dedicated and well-respected GP at the Station View Medical Centre who died with coronavirus last year. In this House, I've talked about the light at the end of the COVID tunnel. Well, thanks to the success of the UK-wide vaccine rollout, we're now starting to see that light. It was a UK grandmother that became the first person in the world to be given the Pfizer COVID jab, and from then on, it has been onwards and upwards. The government's early focus on securing an extensive vaccine portfolio means that now over 57 million doses have been given in the UK. But the pandemic has really highlighted the importance of local healthcare, as I mentioned in my maiden speech, as one issue that unites every corner of my constituency, and that has never been more true. From Bishop Auckland Hospital caring for COVID patients, to local GP surgeries and pharmacies vaccinating us to get us out of this pandemic, all parts of my constituency have pulled together. Local healthcare provision matters, and that's why I'll never stop banging the drum in this place for improved healthcare services at Bishop Auckland Hospital. I'm campaigning to restore the A&E that was lost under Labour, and I'm grateful to both the Health Secretary and the Minister of State for Health for meeting me to discuss the campaign. So far, the government has invested £450 million to upgrade accidents and emergency facilities in more than 120 trusts. So I know the government understands just how vital A&Es are to local healthcare provision, and I hope my ministerial friends hear me clearly when I say I will continue the fight to push for the restoration of our A&E in Bishop Auckland. The Queen's Speech has healthcare at its heart, and I want to focus on one aspect very close to my heart and to my politics, which is mental health. I've talked in the past about my own struggles around mental health. The importance of talking about it cannot be overstated. Every speech, every conversation, every time we talk about our own challenges that we face, we chip away at the stigma. But it's clear that talking about mental health alone isn't enough. So I'm glad the government is pushing ahead with its reform of the Mental Health Act. Work's already underway in improving access to community-based mental health support, with £2.3 billion a year as part of the NHS long-term plan. But I'm looking forward to seeing what further changes are proposed, because the stigma around mental health needs to end. And every time we talk about it, we help chip away at that stigma. So let's press ahead at improving it on the ground, improving mental health support, help ensure that no more lives are lost through poor mental health.
Thanks, Dana. Sadly, we had to cut the video, but we had a still of you. But the audio was not brilliant, and perhaps you could have a chat to the technicians just to try and establish what the problem was. Alex Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. On Monday, the Health Secretary told the House he's looking at what more he can do to invest in the NHS on Teesside. Well, I've been making representations for 11 years, including in conversations with the Health Secretary, that in order to tackle the health inequalities in my area of Teesside, Stockton needs a new hospital. So when will the Health Secretary make good on his word to deal with health inequality and build the new hospital that we need, a hospital his government cancelled 11 years ago? Last month, the APGG Longevity's report on levelling up health noted that health inequality between the North and South cost £13 billion a year in lost productivity. Indeed, even before COVID-19, health inequalities in England were estimated to cost the NHS an extra £4.8 billion a year. So I was bitterly disappointed that the Queen's Speech didn't contain improved funding for public health. Cancer Research have said, if the UK is to tackle health inequalities and make sure no community is left behind, then health must be hardwired into the government's levelling up agenda. Let me give the Minister a sense of the scale of the problem we face, though these figures are from before the pandemic and will now be much worse. I'll begin with lung health. In England, 6.5% of the population suffer from asthma. In Stockton North, that rises to 7.4%. The level of COPD among the population is 1.9%, which rises in Stockton North to 3.1%. Yet we're not seeing the level of progress we need in tackling inequalities in lung health. In fact, we're stagnating. The government committed in the Prevention Green Paper to making England smoke-free by 2030, but are on course to fail. Yet they could succeed by following the advice of Action on Smoking and Health and make the polluter pay. I asked the Minister, will she? Cardiovascular health. The level of coronary heart disease in England is 3.1% and 4.1% in Stockton North. In England, 14.1% of people have high blood pressure. This rises to 16.2% in Stockton North. In the last year, if the government has learnt anything, it should be about maintaining good public preventative health care. But instead, questions remain about the future of Public Health England. Mental health. 11.5% of adults in England have been diagnosed with depression. My constituency, 16.1%. Mental health services were overstretched before the pandemic hit, and many people face years. Some don't even get any treatment at all. There is no sign of that pay rise for our NHS heroes in this government speech either, this Queen's speech either. And disappointingly, no long-term promised blueprint for social care. It's time to address inequality in my constituency. Please, Minister, give us the hospital that we need.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've spoken to two constituents this week who have both given me permission to share their stories. The first is Lachlan Robertson, the son of Christine Robertson, who's a dementia sufferer with some additional medical needs. And Mr Robertson described to me what he called the Kafkaesque chaos of trying to get someone, anyone, in the health and social care system to take responsibility for his mother's care. And very sadly, she died last year, quite unnecessarily, after a fall that took place in hospital that should never have happened. And the second constituent is Nick Stokes, whose wife, Joy, died earlier this year of cancer after a litany of missteps and misdiagnoses by his GP surgery. And Mr Stokes believes his wife would still be with us if she'd simply been able to see a doctor in person rather than be fobbed off with a series of phone calls and online consultations. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, these constituents give me licence to be blunt. We all, and I certainly do, revere the founding principles of the NHS and I honour the staff who work in it. But the fact is that the systems which manage the NHS, and particularly its internal communications, too often let patients down. And that is why profound reform is so needed. And the watchword of that reform, I think, should be the simple word humanity. We need more human systems. And I am entirely in support of all of the digital revolution that's happening. Yes to more online telemedicine, yes to AI and machine learning. I yield to no one except possibly the Health Secretary in my enthusiasm for technology. But all of this tech should simply have one focus, which is to enable more face-to-face consultation and better internal communication. So I particularly welcome the steps that have been set out towards more integrated care services. That is absolutely the right principle. And I particularly want to welcome and thank the Health Secretary for the announcement that happened this very day, Mr Deputy Speaker, of a new integrated care centre finally being built in Devizes after many years of campaigning. I pay tribute to ministers and also to my predecessor Claire Perry, who campaigned long and hard for this treatment centre. It means that we can finally end the long tradition of the MP for Devizes standing in an empty field with the Health Secretary on a photo shoot pointing to the empty plot of land where this building is going to arise, because as of next month, I believe, shovels will go in the ground. And we will now get our integrated care centre, which is absolutely in keeping with the principles that the government is setting out. So I want to encourage the government to be as bold as possible in the reforms that are coming. We are no longer in the 1940s when a great state system was created. We're not in the 1990s when market disciplines were introduced into the NHS. We are in a new era, and we need a new NHS that is not state-led, not market-led, but properly community-led. I think that is the direction of travel the government is on, and I welcome it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Video link. Dr. Lisa Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak in this debate today, and I firstly want to start by congratulating those who have made maiden speeches, and also by thanking all of our NHS and care staff across my constituency of East Kilbride, Straven and Lesmahago, including allied health professionals. They've gone the extra mile to meet the demands of the past year in relation to treating both physical and mental health. As a psychologist, I, along with the Royal College of Psychiatrists, hope that the proposed Health and Social Care Bill will mark a very significant step towards the parity of esteem for mental health services. In December 2020, there was an 11% increase in referrals, and the UK Household Longitudinal Study found that during the peak of COVID, average mental distress was 8.1% times higher than normal levels. So we cannot underestimate the potential tsunami of mental health issues that will require to be treated as a consequence of this pandemic. We also cannot forget that staff have been exposed to significant trauma and will require psychological first aid provision to ensure their well-being. So I remain concerned by the lack of statutory requirement in the government's white paper to have mental health representatives on integrated care systems boards. Failure to do so could, I fear, result in mental health services being sidelined once again. And Mr Deputy Speaker, our children have coped in their young lifetimes with one of the biggest adjustments and crises we have ever seen. We must be cognizant of their resilience, but also the impact, because they've been dealing with a killer disease that they know can take away their loved ones and have had their educational and social lives turned absolutely upside down. So ensuring mental health concerns of children are identified, referred and treated is of paramount importance out of this pandemic. The Royal College of Psychiatrists found that 1.5 million children are predicted to need new or extra mental health supports as a result. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, little has been mentioned about people with disabilities, but I would hope I do not have to remind government a comprehensive reform to health and social care that ignores disabled people would not be comprehensive at all. Levelling up for people with disabilities must be at the heart of the response, and as chair of the Disability All-Party Group, I would once again implore government for a disability-inclusive COVID-19 recovery plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Video link. Elliot Colburn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And as a former NHS worker, I warmly welcome this Queen's speech to not only deliver on our manifesto commitments on health and social care, but help our fantastic NHS and social care partners come out of this pandemic even stronger. In the last Parliament, of course, we introduced the NHS Funding Act, enshrining our unprecedented £33.9 billion investment into the NHS into law, and got started with our commitment to build 40 new hospitals, including in Carshalton and Wallington, where over £500 million has been allocated to improve Epsom and St Helier hospitals, but also to build a brand new third local hospital in Sutton, protecting A&E and maternity services right here in our borough. Whilst our health and social care sectors could certainly not have been described as quiet pre-pandemic, since that time they have been on the front line of our pandemic response, greater extraordinary demands on their services. The challenges that our health and social care sectors face as a result are stark. The NHS long-term plan had already highlighted many of these issues, especially around workforce and integration, which of course existed pre-pandemic. But coronavirus has also presented challenges around backlogs, such as elective surgeries and cancer treatments, against coronavirus. This Queen's speech gives the NHS and social care the tools necessary to not only recover from the pandemic, but deliver positive change and outcomes for patients in the years to come.
Video link. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. A house without foundations will subside. The decennial reorganisation of the NHS has neither sure foundations nor structure. It will struggle to withstand the complex health challenges raining down on it. The one chance to meet the next decade's health and care needs still await the foundational pillars of public health, mental wellbeing and social care white papers. The Minister's proposals for yet another mass reorganisation is structurally unsound without these vital foundations. With 5 million people queuing for operations and appointments, old and disabled people stripped of their money and dignity in a broken care market, mental health challenges enduring and deepening, embedded inequality and complex comorbidities. It is only the love and care of the staff that is holding the whole NHS together while robbed of pay, respect and battling their own mental exhaustion. 4 things. Number 1, for years, Professor Michael Marmot has called for a focus on tackling health inequalities to improve health and well-being. This reorganisation will not see a shift in health outcomes. Number 2, absent of a funding framework and with the national prescription of NHS provision ripped out of the NHS in 2012 by the coalition, the postcode lottery will entrench. In places like York, rationing denies you vital healthcare. Number 3, I know this government hates scrutiny, but without it, wrong decisions are made and people suffer. Better accountability, not less, national and local, is needed. There is too much blame shift under this Teflon Tory administration. Strong governance and accountability leads to transparency and better outcomes. And 4th, tragically this last year, the most vulnerable have been exposed to the greatest risks. Of the 128,000 who have died, a third have been in care homes, many alone. Since 2010, this government's annual pronouncements of imminent social care white papers have been worn like the Emperor's new clothes, laying the government bare with no resolve. Unless there is a fully integrated public health and care service free at the point of need, we will never build the caring and compassionate society we need. The government's proposals drive the market through the centre of our NHS while stripping out Section 75 regulations is a must. Their purchaser-provider approach conflicts with the planned collaboration necessary to fix the scale of the challenge before us. These reforms provide neither remedy nor cure, no foundations, no strong structure. The Minister needs to go back to his architect, and in my book, the Labour architect of our NHS, and redraw his plans.
Order. There have been some withdrawals from from colleagues wishing to speak, so I'm going to put the time limit back up to 4. Suzanne Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an absolute pleasure to be called to speak in support of the Queen's speech today, especially with 1 minute extra to speak on as well. Now, as the Prime Minister has launched his own Levelling Up agenda and Building Back Better, and the Queen's speech endorses that, I too today are launching my own Levelling Up agenda in my Stourbridge constituency, focusing on regeneration, focusing on growth and focusing on protection of my green belt, regeneration of my town called Lye, and also the growth in terms of jobs and also bridging that skills gap, beautifully working with Andy Street, who is obviously the Mayor for the West Midlands, who we successfully got elected in the other week. Now, I would like first to pay tribute to all those who work in the NHS from my Stourbridge constituency. They have gone above and beyond, and we owe them a debt of gratitude. Now, those on the opposition benches paint a picture of the NHS as a crumbling facade, held together with sticky plasters, bandages and a bit of surgical glue. I see a picture instead of talent and dedication, an NHS that has stood the test of time since its inception, and indeed this pandemic. An NHS leading the way, one that has been truly transformational, adapting to a pandemic. One that is centre stage of the government's Levelling Up agenda, with their ambitious plan to protect the health of the nation, continuing the vaccination programme, bringing forward legislation to empower the NHS to innovate and embrace technology. I am always troubled when I hear emotionally charged words such as rescue plan for the NHS. I suggest it is not I or the NHS that needs a rescue plan as a priority. Of course, I am not blind to the pressures on the NHS. It is under significant financial pressure. But what I'm equally not blind to is this. It is this government that has delivered the biggest cash boost in history for the NHS, enshrining that in law, safeguarding it for future generations, investing an additional £33.9 billion in frontline services every year by 2024. That's right, every year. The largest and longest funding settlement in the history of the NHS. Now, I particularly welcome the introduction of the Health and Care Bill, focusing on delivering better health outcomes for my constituents, making healthier choices easier, focusing on the preventative, taking action to tackle the growing concern of obesity. I welcome the ban on junk food adverts on television before the 9 p.m. watershed. Our relationship with food must change, and I know mine must too. Now, I strongly believe that every child should have the best start in life, and that includes their physical and mental health. Physical education in school should not be a painful endurance once a week, but understood to be something more fundamental, our physical well-being, keeping our hearts strong and healthy. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the worst we can do with mental health is to ignore it, and I particularly welcome the boost to mental health funding of at least £2.3 billion. Now, I just want to touch on something, because I have got this tiny bit of extra time, in terms of the social care reform this year. I very much welcome the government's confirmation that it will bring its plans for social care reform this year. But my one ask is this: we must look for mechanisms to protect taxpayers' hard-earned money and look to increase the threshold when it comes to paying for care to above £100,000. The Queen's speech is more than a mirage and more than emperor's clothes as described by others. It is instead a commitment to the next generation, a clear commitment to our NHS, to our social care system, to my constituents, to their values and to all they have entrusted in this government.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as we've heard today, the government's continued inaction on social care is failing families across the country. We need a social care system based upon the principles of our National Health Service, free at the point of use and funded by everyone based upon their ability to pay. But sadly, that's not the only damning omission in the government's legislative agenda. Madam Deputy Speaker, the tax system in this country is rigged in the interests of the super rich. The government knows this, the public knows this, but there's nothing in the Queen's speech to fix this. The government should be introducing measures to make the super rich and big corporations finally pay their fair share, but that would mean taking on the super rich funders of the Conservative Party, and we know that they won't do that. This crisis has shone a spotlight on the deep and deadly inequalities in our society. But while 4.3 million children are in poverty, and while food bank usage soars, some have had a good crisis, a very good crisis indeed. The number of UK billionaires has not only soared, their collective wealth has increased by over £40 billion in the last year alone. Now that tells you everything that you need to know about whose interest our economic system is set up to serve. There's a massive public support for increased taxes on the super rich and on big business, but this government just refuses to take on the wealthy and take on the powerful. So I've put down an amendment with cross-party support calling for changes to our tax system to make the wealthy pay. Firstly, to introduce a windfall tax on those companies, like Amazon, that have made super profits during this pandemic. Secondly, to introduce a wealth tax on the super rich, so that they aren't grabbing a greater and greater share as millions fall further and further behind. And thirdly, to increase tax rates so those on over £125,000 a year, the top 1%, pay a fairer share. It's time, it really is time, to break with the failed trickle-down mantra which has been used for decades to justify deepening and grotesque inequality. A fairer tax system is how we start to build a fairer society. Now, if the Conservative Party actually wanted to help working class communities level up, if they wanted to move from rhetoric to reality, then they would actually be doing this. The fact that they are not tells you everything you need to know about who this government truly represents.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I made my maiden speech in the last Queen's Speech debate on health when you were also in the chair, so it's a pleasure to speak in this one. And I welcome the commitment to bring forward proposals on social care reform. COVID has underlined the long-standing issues facing the sector, and in our recent report, the Public Accounts Committee highlighted that among the challenges to be addressed are funding, workforce and the future accommodation model. Importantly, the plan needs to focus on younger adults with learning and physical disabilities and mental health issues, as well, of course, as elderly people. It should also support the essential role that unpaid carers, like those I've met in North West Norfolk, play in looking after their family and friends. As well as tackling social care, the Queen's Speech pledges to increase investment in the NHS, and my constituents are particularly focused on the new hospital building programme. As one of the best buy hospitals, the Queen Elizabeth in King's Lynn was built with a life expectancy of 30 years. Now in its 41st year, QEH is in need of urgent modernisation due to major structural issues with concrete planks in the roof. The Expert Committee on Structural Safety first issued an alert regarding these rack planks 2 years ago, and currently there are 194 props across 43 areas of the hospital supporting the roof. The Trust's risk register has a red rating for, and I quote, a direct risk to life and the safety of patients, visitors and staff due to the potential of catastrophic failure of the roof structure due to structural deficiencies. Aside from the safety concerns which the Trust is managing, the props create a poor experience for patients and the hard-working staff in the hospital. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the recognition of the seriousness of the situation by the Secretary of State and my honourable friend the Minister, and the £20 million of new funding QEH has received this year will help deal with the most immediate issues. However, the need is greater, and this is literally money to prop up the roof. As the Secretary of State said last week, you get to a point with a piece of infrastructure where continuing to just keep propping it up gets to the end of its usefulness, and you need to do something completely new. I agree, and we've reached that point with the QEH. The Trust estimates it will cost £550 million over the next decade just to manage the risks, not to improve the situation. In contrast, it's developed a strong case for investment to transform the hospital to meet modern healthcare requirements, to deliver healthier lives, harness innovation and technology, and all at far better value for money. Other best buy hospitals are on the list of new hospitals, and the QEH is a compelling case to be one of the 8 additional schemes that the Prime Minister has committed to. So I'd be grateful if my honourable friend could update the House on when the selection criteria for those schemes will be issued. And I reiterate the invitation to my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, to come to QEH to see the situation for himself. The need is obvious. Patients and 4,000 members of staff need a hospital that's fit for purpose. Thousands of people locally have signed a petition in support. Local council leaders are supportive. And with significant housing growth planned in the area, demand for healthcare is only going to increase. So I urge the Government to back our bid to deliver the hospital that patients and staff deserve.
We now go to Taiwo Owatemi. We hope.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to first start by thanking the NHS and all the staff at University Hospital, Coventry and Warwickshire for all the incredible hard work that they have done over the past year. I'd like to also start by highlighting one of my constituents' most pressing topics of concern, which is the need to rebuild our NHS and reform social care. Now, everyone in Britain has a right to be kept in good health, cared for from cradle to grave. And it saddens me, therefore, that far too little is being done to fulfil that promise, and that our NHS staff are paying the price for the failures of those in government. With children's mental health referrals increasing by a third last year alone, over 1 million patients waiting more than 6 months to start treatment and 370,000 suspected cancer cases that have gone unseen by specialists, now is the time for an NHS rescue plan. The pandemic has exposed the issues that 10 years of austerity created for the NHS. Unable to paper over the cracks any longer, we can now see how badly the government prepared our health system for this crisis. The NHS, it's not failing, it's just being failed. Even before the pandemic struck, we were short of 40,000 nurses, 7,000 doctors in all settings, and the number of community nurses, health visitors, mental health care specialists had all been cut between 2010 and 2020. A conscious choice made by this government to run down the services that we all rely on. This is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need bolder remedies than the weak response proposed by the government. Embarrassed by the crisis that their cuts cause, they are short on ideas and even shorter on answers. Nowhere is this clear than in social care. Each and every year we have been promised far-reaching reforms, and every year this government has proven to be an abject disappointment. 1.5 million people have unmet care needs in Britain today, and we cannot fix the NHS without fixing social care too. Yet the government has been far woefully unable to fill the over 110 vacancies open in the sector. The care system problem runs from top to bottom. Carers are paid low wages on 0-hour contracts, which rarely provides them with the time or resources to offer the comprehensive care, quality care that they want to give themselves. Funding too is in a state of acute crisis. The government cowardly chose to pass the brunt of austerity onto local councils and has stripped £8 billion from care budgets over the last decade. Millions of older people now fear that they will lose everything they own, everything that they've worked for their entire life, simply to afford the most basic care in the last year. With 2,000 people with learning disabilities trapped in unsuitable care settings and with a lack of bed accounting for fully 1/3 of those patients stuck in hospital, waiting to be discharged, now is the time for wholesale reform. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a duty to make the new normal better than what came before. The NHS needs its funding restored and its vacancies filled, and the backlogs of operation referrals appointments must be cleared. Our care system, left in the lurch for so long, must finally be reformed to meet the standards we expect, with better paid, better trained staff who have the time to care for those in their charge. And in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will say this. The government is eager to claim the NHS success as its own, but we should thank instead the thousands of healthcare workers who have done more than ever before to keep the system going. They gave us their all, and who are we to do any less in return? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ben Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to welcome the measures in the Queen's speech, particularly on skills, legislation to back up our white paper on adult learning, retraining to help people move across sectors, funding for that learning, and better career paths for people into work, particularly important in the wake of COVID, and vital to our levelling up agenda. If we're going to make a long-term impact, capital investment is all well and good, but actually this and education is the key to that long-term levelling up, and particularly also on immigration. There's a strong expectation amongst my constituents that we deliver in this particular area, and I welcome that commitment in the Queen's speech. There's a strong theme on levelling up throughout the Queen's speech and what it means, and the East Midlands is consistently at the bottom of the charts when it comes to government investment and private sector investment too, and therefore I'd argue most clearly in need of levelling up. I'd welcome conversations with any and all ministers about setting out a clear vision for that. It's my belief there are a handful of key decisions around HS2, devolution, our Freeport and Development Corporation, that are fundamental to our long-term progress in the East Midlands, and when we can't afford to let our region down, and I know that the Minister from his Leicestershire constituency will appreciate the importance of our support for the East Midlands. But the theme today is health and social care. I've got a number of points to make in a very short time. First, I'm pleased to see the government plans to make progress on social care reform in this session, and I welcome the elements of this in the speech. We know it's long overdue, and whilst ad hoc grants to support local authorities in delivery of this have been very welcome, they're not a long-term solution. We need certainty on this issue. I wonder if the Minister might, in summing up, give us some timescales, if he has those, for ideas and proposals coming forward. Second, on prevention in the Health and Care Bill, I welcome some clarity here and perhaps, in truth, to look again at some of these priorities. I've raised concerns about the obesity strategy before a number of times, and the proposals, in my view, that verge on meddling in people's freedom and choice. I think we've seen over the last 18 months that our public health functions have a huge amount to do to ensure their preparedness for major health issues, and we should focus on that rather than limiting people's choices in shops, pricing people out of items, or the dubious impact, if any, of banning adverts. Let's support people with information, with facilities, to encourage healthy lifestyles and exercise. Banning 2-for-1 Mars bars is not going to get and make the impact that we would hope. The bill is set to look at a more integrated system of care between the NHS and local authorities. Can I make a plea to the Minister, I've spoken to him about this already, to start on the right foot by confirming our county's integrated care boundaries and fix those to the county boundary in Nottinghamshire. That can allow us to deliver more efficient and effective primary care. I know that's in line with government priorities. And unblocking the gateway in primary care is absolutely vital to offering a better experience to residents. It's an area we can make a big impact with an early and good government decision. The record levels of support and investment in our health service is something this government can be very proud of. We need to use this opportunity now to ensure that funding is put to good use with the most efficient and most effective service delivery for residents. Let's not waste it on meddlesome interventions in eating habits. Instead, let's look at direct support to improve healthy lifestyles for those who need it. Let's encourage activity, let's educate, let's improve access to community-based services, which is key to tackling our health inequalities, and therefore a big part of levelling up in terms of life chances. There's a huge amount to welcome in this Queen's speech, and not even touching the surface of it in just 4 minutes, but I very much welcome the proposals that have come forward. I look forward to supporting government over this session in its delivery.
Exactly. Number 39 has withdrawn, so we go to Paul Bristow.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in this debate. And I would like to divert members' attention to my entry in the Register of Financial Interests. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all of those who work in our NHS and social care system in Peterborough. Both of my parents were nurses in Peterborough's NHS, and so I know firsthand about how much the NHS means to the people of Peterborough. But yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Health and Social Care Select Committee took evidence from Jonathan Freeman. Sadly, his mother Gillian died in January after suffering for many years with dementia. His answers to my questions were powerful and worrying. The death of a parent is upsetting in any circumstances. Unfortunately, it was made far worse because of the difficulty in securing the right care for Gillian, or in fact any financial support. It took Mr Freeman 2 years to persuade her GP that there was a problem. When advanced dementia was properly diagnosed, he got his mother into a care home. That care home made mistakes and lacked the support for her dementia. He had to move her again. This new home was much better. They encouraged him to apply for funded nursing care to meet his mother's needs. Years of savings were being rapidly depleted. A month of rental income from her house was paying for less than a week of her care. To get the assessment, Mr Freeman told me, "You wouldn't believe how much nagging was needed and the delays that we had." But he got there, and he was told his mother qualified. The assessor even told him that her funding would be backdated. The assessor left, 6 months passed, he pushed for answers. The assessor had registered the claim on the computer, but never filed the paperwork. He was assured it would be sorted out, but instead the CCG secretly commissioned a peer-led review on the assessment. Someone who'd never met his mother concluded she should get nothing. They wouldn't tell me the reasons for that, he told me. They didn't even tell me that there was a panel. He appealed. They refused. No reasons were given. He told me, "I was a senior civil servant. I understand bureaucracies, but this was Kafkaesque." Her illness progressed. He didn't want to go through that ridiculous process again, at least until he was certain it would succeed. By this stage, she was immobile and unable to eat by herself or even communicate. So he applied, and after further delay, everyone agreed with all of the assessments, apart from one: mobility. The CCG's assessor argued that this had been the wrong hoist had been used, but assured him that this wouldn't be used as an excuse not to fund. But it was. He appealed, they refused, and again, no reasons were given. Mr Freeman had to sell his mother's house to pay for her care. She was denied access to a continuing healthcare package despite the clear view of 3 expert assessors, and she died without receiving a penny. It was very clear to him that the CCG, and I quote, seized any possible excuse not to provide Mum with the financial support that was her right. The CCG doesn't even monitor its performance for meeting the statutory criteria for appeals. It took an FOI request for the CCG to admit it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Queen's speech committed the government to bring forward proposals to reform social care, and we've heard scepticism today about that. But this government deserves credit for making that promise, and there is no question at all, that reform is long overdue.
Jonathan Edwards.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate and to be back here in the chamber. The conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work and age all impact on our health, which means that wealth inequalities and health inequalities are inextricably linked. Even before the pandemic, avoidable deaths were twice as likely in poorer parts of Wales compared to more affluent parts of the state. Now, this growing link between poverty and poor health outcomes has been exacerbated by COVID-19. Poverty reduction, therefore, must be at the heart of tackling health inequalities, not just in Wales, but across the British state. Yet for all the talk of levelling up, this Queen's speech sadly is devoid of genuine solutions. Levelling up is clearly an easy slogan for ministers to use, but what exactly does it mean? Does it mean tackling the long-standing regional wealth disparities within the British state? If so, where is the detail about how meaningful change will be delivered? And there was a damning report this week, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the Resolution Foundation and the London School of Economics, which indicated that the UK was facing decades of prolonged stagnation by the end of this decade, by the end of the 2020s, because of the failure of the British government to come up with policy solution for the major challenges that we face, which are, of course, COVID recovery, the challenges posed by Brexit, the green transition and the challenges posed by decarbonising the economy, automation and all the challenges that will bring with the loss of jobs in the economy, and, of course, the demographic changes we are all too aware of in terms of an ageing population and the challenges that brings. And what the authors of this report said this week in the newspapers was that the Queen's speech failed to grapple any of these major challenges. Levelling up, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you will well remember, is the new rebalancing of the Cameron and Osborne era. Slogans without detail. Glaringly missing also from the humble address, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a new act of union to reconfigure the British state for the post-Brexit age. Even unionists in the Welsh Government recognise the need for urgent change and are advocating Home Rule for Wales. Their problem, of course, is that nothing they advocate is deliverable because of the implosion of the Labour Party in Scotland and in England, and this means that the structures they envisage can only be introduced by a Tory British government here in Westminster, who are hell-bent on a strategy of aggressive unionism. I know that some here on both sides of the House dismiss talk of constitutional matters as a luxury in the context of deep-rooted social inequalities we face, but it is essential. The truth is that the British state has fundamentally failed to ensure that a sizable chunk of the population have sufficient income to be healthy. If this place cannot reform, as I suspect is the case, then it is inevitable that more will flock to the banners of Yes Cymru. Before I bring my remarks to a close, Madam Deputy Speaker, may I touch briefly upon another element missing from the Queen's speech: support for those who have lost loved ones. The British Government have established a Commission on COVID commemoration, and having laid a heart on the memorial wall on the opposite side of the river to this place earlier today to my great friend Les Thomas, I do not seek to undermine the value of creating spaces for remembering and coming together. However, if we truly want to build a society that deals with grief compassionately, the UK Government must introduce paid bereavement leave and paid miscarriage leave. Losing a loved one can be one of the most difficult and painful challenges that anyone will face in their lifetime. No employee should have to worry about keeping a roof over their head or food on the table when they are dealing with grief. Being pushed to return to work before they are ready can have a devastating impact on a person's mental and physical health. Currently, the British Government place the responsibility of supporting employees onto employers and hope that they will all be sympathetic, but the reality is that they are not all are.
Sean Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start my contribution by congratulating the members for Adrian Shotts and to say to my honourable friend from Aberconwy. Massive congratulations for Ansar for doing the translation. This debate has been an interesting one, and I've been here pretty much from the start, so it's been great to hear the breadth of contributions that we've heard today. And obviously I rise in support of the Queen's speech. And before I talk specifically about our health service and the NHS, I just want to talk about those fundamental principles, because what we saw in the communities I represent in Wednesbury, Albury and Tipton 2 weeks ago is that they back those principles, and there are now 9 Conservative councillors on Sandwell Council, the first elected in 10 years, proof as to how my communities in Wednesbury, Albury and Tipton are endorsing that. And indeed, in Tipton itself, my new adopted home, we now have 2 out of the 3 seats Conservative councillors. And what I found quite interesting is actually the Sandwell Labour Group are now apparently bringing in mentors for their councillors to teach them how to do things like catering. And I would just say, save a bit of time and money. Our group's quite happy to do that and give you a bit of a hand to the members of the Sandwell Labour Group if they need that. But turning to the context of today, I think this is a really important debate. And I think first of all, I have to pay tribute to the fantastic NHS staff in my communities, people at the Tipton Sports Academy who have been volunteering on the mass vaccination for nearly 3 months now. And I was actually had the honour of volunteering myself there too, and at the Portway Leisure Centre too, who have also been providing vaccinations. And when we talk about the breadth of the services that we offer, of course, social care is an absolutely fundamental one. And in my communities, we estimate there's roughly about 16,000 people who are providing care in some form or another. This is absolutely vital that we do get this right. And I also sit on the Public Accounts Committee alongside my honourable friend from North West Norfolk, and I won't go over the challenges he's highlighted because he's probably articulated them better than I would, but tribute to the Samwell Young carers and the work that they do. They are truly inspirational in the work that they're doing and stepping up. And also, I think when we talk about this debate around adult social care, we've got to remember the role the third sector plays in that, because quite often the third sector is overlooked. And during my sort of conversations, particularly in preparation for our inquiry, I had a lot of conversations with the third sector in Sam about adult social care, and they see those challenges. The challenges articulated by my honourable friend are absolutely the same ones that the third sector, the private sector and the public sector face. But my contribution today, what I really want to focus on, because it's something that has been so prevalent in my own communities, is primary care. Now, I welcome the 1.5 billion that the government intends to place into primary care. It is right. But ultimately, for my communities, the key thing for them is to be able to see a GP. Now, don't get me wrong, the investment from the government has been great. The Midlands Metropolitan Hospital, people are excited for that to come online next year, and it is great to see that come through. But my communities, particularly in areas such as Oakham, in Tividale, where people are struggling to see their GP and are we've been inundating correspondence on, they need to ensure this primary care investment works and works in the right way. So I implore my honourable friend for Charnwood that when he makes his response that we look into that, because the investment's absolutely there and it's great to see. It's just about making sure that delivery works. And just to pick up on a point finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, from my honourable friend from Devices, he was absolutely right. Technology is great, but we will never eliminate the need for face-to-face appointments. There are people in my community that are digitally disconnected. They are not going to be able to have online appointments. So we've got to ensure that our balance as we move forward is the right one. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to correct the record. So I heard a number of members, honourable members from the government side, repeating a statement that the Prime Minister has made on numerous occasions, being somewhat economical with the truth when it comes to the so-called record levels of investment in the NHS. I double-checked on fact check as people were talking in this debate. And actually the largest increase for NHS spending was between 2004 and 2010. And hey, by a Labour government. And that was £24 billion. That's a fact. Check on fact check. It's the truth. It's not economical with the truth. It's the truth. So please do check that and I correct the record. Also a fact is today, Jenny McGee, the nurse that looked after, one of the nurses that looked after the Prime Minister when he was incredibly ill with COVID, he praised, obviously, the nurse for her care, has resigned. And she resigned because she stated she was concerned, as were other colleagues, with the lack of leadership and direction in the COVID crisis and felt unappreciated. Beyond the clapping, take our minds back to the Thursdays, in terms of pay and working conditions. A fact. That's the truth. Also a fact. I'm now going to go to things that were missing in the Queen's speech, is that yesterday, while my front bench was preparing to highlight the ongoing nightmare of the building safety crisis, I got a call from a local councillor to inform me that the roof on part of a building at Northwich Station in my constituency of Weaver Vale had collapsed. It was a miracle that nobody was killed or seriously hurt. The emergency services quickly stepped into action, and Northern and Network Rail started the hokey-cokey, have taken responsibility of making the area safe and eventually reopening the line. An investigation will take place. And I can tell you with confidence that part of the answer lies in the lack of investment on that line and infrastructure over the last decade. Investment that I and other parliamentarians have called for. No leadership, no direction and no investment. Nothing in the Queen's speech spoke to my constituents that will reassure them that that decade of failure will be put right. If you are disabled in my constituency on that line, you can't even travel in one direction. Just after Christmas, in the midst of the pandemic, Northwich again had a major flooding incident. Second one in as many years. Indeed, the good people of Acton Bridge, local schools, businesses and residents felt the brunt of this. Elderly residents were evacuated. In all fairness to the Environment Secretary, he came along and paid a personal visit. But when I pressed him for support and investment in our creaking infrastructure, my words fell on deaf ears. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to set ministers a challenge to respond to calls from my constituents who want first-rate, affordable transport and stations that don't fall down, to invest in modern drainage systems, and let's have a new hospital for Halton, Minister. Thank you.
We now go to Darren Henry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to start my short remarks by thanking all NHS and care workers within my constituency of Broxtowe for the work they have all done over this past year. There is much to welcome in the Queen's speech that will begin to help all areas of the UK recover from the devastating impact of the pandemic. I welcome the government's plans to deliver the Health and Care Bill, which will put in place better integrated care between the NHS, local government and other partners. The Minister will be aware that any comprehensive health service must focus on mental health as well as physical, so it is on that issue I would like to focus my remarks today. Mental health affects all corners of our society and has for far too long been overlooked as a priority, which is why I'm proud that this government is ensuring mental health is at the top of the agenda. The Office for National Statistics has shown that during the pandemic, mental health has worsened across every age group in the UK, and the number of individuals showing symptoms of depression has doubled. The announcement to boost mental health funding by at least £2.3 billion over the course of this Parliament, as well as transforming mental health services and supporting more people in our communities, is very welcomed. Recently, I wrote to the government to offer my thoughts on the Mental Health Act White Paper. The government announced landmark reforms to the Mental Health Act give people greater control over their treatment, ensuring it is fit for the 21st century and delivering on a key manifesto commitment. The White Paper details an increase in community support. I would welcome, Madam Deputy Speaker, a detailed outline of what this expansion on community support will look like at all levels, when it can be expected, and how it will be implemented across the country to ensure that all areas of the UK have the same levels of support in place. I welcome these much needed changes, and I'm particularly pleased to see recommendations to ensure mental illness is the reason for detention under the Act, and that neither autism nor learning disability are grounds for that detention. I've met a number of Broxtowe residents regarding the issues surrounding autism and mental health, and there is a clear need for further support. While speaking to constituents, I have come to understand that a lack of community resources is often the largest barrier to those with autism and learning difficulties returning to their communities after inpatient facilities. So, I would appreciate a commitment to evaluate and improve upon services currently in place across the UK to ensure this support is available. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the bills outlined in this Queen's speech, and I look forward to seeing the government continue to prioritise our nation's mental health.
Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Once again, despite big promises, we have before us a Queen's speech that just tinkers around the edges. It falls short of what we need for the country and what is needed for my constituents in Putney. Madam Deputy Speaker, you may be surprised to know that the volunteers at Putney Scrub Hub are still working flat out to provide much-needed scrubs for hospitals and clinics across London and beyond. Because COVID exposed the urgent need for a national uniform to save millions of pounds and provide our healthcare workers with the uniform they need at the right place at the right time. Instead, there's a fragmented system, a fragmented bureaucracy that was unable to scale up at the speed needed. We don't pay our healthcare workers and care workers enough. Clapping is not enough. The very least we can give them is the right uniform. No minister stepped up at any stage and recognised the problem, took it on and solved it, and that still hasn't happened. I welcome the consultation on a national uniform, as they have in Wales, and I hope it will go through in the next year. But one of the biggest issues for constituents in Putney is that of social care. On his first day in Downing Street, the Prime Minister promised to fix social care once and for all. 22 months later, we have seen nothing. It's not been kicked into the long grass. It never left the long grass. This morning, the Prime Minister said again that there is a plan, but where is it? This afternoon, the Secretary of State gave a passing comment in his statement at the beginning of this debate, saying it will be brought forward this year, but again, no plan. Since the Prime Minister's first day in office, dementia victims and their families have paid a staggering £14 billion for social care. The Prime Minister and the Government has let down every single one of those families. This includes many families in Putney. Even before the pandemic, there were 1,628 individual older people in Putney with unmet social care needs. And that translates to 1.5 million people across the country. Adult social care council budgets are being cut, and it's no surprise that 69% of the public believe that fixing adult social care should be a top priority as we recover from the pandemic. We need a national social care system that's joined up with the NHS, and we need the much-promised Operation Dementia moonshot. Without life-changing treatments, the number of people with dementia is set to grow to 1 million people in the next 5 years. So no more empty promises, no more leaving families struggling and despairing. We need a clear, budgeted plan for social care reform, complete with milestones and reform happening this year, 2021, not next year, not on the never never. These reforms must improve access to care, quality of care and better working conditions for care workers, and joined up between the NHS, social care providers and community providers as well. So I urge the Government, listen to the public, come good on your promises to cure, to end and fix adult social care at last, so that we can all recover from the pandemic. Thank you.
We now go to Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to be called to speak in today's debate and to support Her Majesty's gracious address that sets out a bold, ambitious plan to truly unite and level up every region of our United Kingdom. Over a year on from the 2019 general election, that saw this Conservative Party record its highest vote share and return members of Parliament for parts of the country that had either never elected a Conservative or hadn't done so for a generation. This gracious address sets out how we will recover from the pandemic, supporting our economy and address the legacy of COVID-19 by improving the health of the nation. Just 2 weeks ago, the people of Hartlepool added another blue brick in our blue wall. Another great northern town with a proud history has seen the merit of electing a Conservative MP. This was undeniably a vote of confidence in this Prime Minister and his mission to bring about opportunity across our country and turbocharge our recovery from the effects of the pandemic. Darlington, with a Conservative MP, a Conservative-led council and the re-elected Ben Houchen Conservative Mayor, are working together, and it is that collective resolve that has seen a phenomenal level of investment in the short time since I was elected to this House. And I can report that this government's investment is already seeing the unlocking of private sector investment in Darlington. My right honourable friend the Chancellor, in choosing Darlington for his Northern Treasury, has unlocked a steady stream of other Cabinet Ministers heading north from King's Cross, bringing more jobs to Darlington, including the Secretary of State for International Trade, and only yesterday an announcement from my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Bays, with 100 more. We have also seen £105 million invested in Darlington Station and £23.3 million from the Towns Fund. And through the pandemic, millions of pounds to help our council respond and to support our businesses. I look forward to the future opportunities that the Levelling Up Fund will bring. This investment is being matched with a firm commitment to continue to improve the health of the nation, investing in our NHS, delivering more nurses and bringing about comprehensive reforms for our social care sector. I welcome this government's commitment to introduce the Health and Care Bill, which will deliver an integrated care system, ensure NHS England remains accountable to the taxpayers, tackle the growing problem of obesity, and put the Health Safety Investigation Branch on a statutory footing. The government has committed to bringing forward proposals to reform adult social care, delivering an improved care system that provides the dignity and security people deserve, as well as embarking on long overdue reform of the Mental Health Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst the opposition continue to focus on their internal strife, this Conservative government continues to deliver on the people's priorities. This Queen's speech delivers on these priorities, and I am pleased to support it.
We now go to Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The legislative programme outlined in this Queen's speech lacks ambition, depth and understanding to address the many health, poverty and social inequalities facing residents, communities and families of Leicester East. There is nothing in this legislative programme to save the Leicester General Hospital from being downgraded. Our NHS staff and care workers are exhausted, and there are nearly 5 million people in the UK waiting for NHS treatment. Rather than invest in our NHS, the proposals actually cut services, including hard-working staff. NHS staff and social care workers deserve much more support than they are currently getting, including they need a 15% pay rise instead of the insulting 1% full-time pay cut offered to nurses. We should all be very worried by the new powers granted to the Health and Social Care Secretary to accelerate privatisation of our NHS. Madam Deputy Speaker, they want more profit and less care. Rather than downgrade the Leicester General Hospital, sell off its land and extend NHS privatisation, I urge the government to reverse its strategy and properly fund all hospitals in Leicester and across the UK. In terms of planning, they want to give more powers to property speculators and developers whilst delivering genuine affordable housing. The Royal Institute of British Architects have already warned the government's plans could lead to the next generation of slum housing. And in terms of overcrowding, there are pockets of areas in my constituency close to Leicester's General Hospital with populations of 2,000 living in an area the size of 60,000 square metres. Now, you may not know what this equates to. It means that each person has an average of 32 square metres of space, which is the equivalent to a bedroom. The UK average is 3,676 square metres of space per person, which is over 100 times the amount of space afforded to some people living in Leicester East. There is nothing in the government's legislative programme to address this stark inequality or to provide the health services that such overcrowded populations need. Rather than making it harder to build homes fit for working families, the government must properly fund local authorities like Leicester City Council, rapidly increase the construction of council housing and genuinely affordable family-sized homes. In terms of jobs and tackling poverty, I was proud to join the picket line in solidarity with workers at SBS Technologies at Poppy Road in Leicester East, who bravely took strike action with their union Unite against their employers' appalling fire and hire employment practices. Well, we won. This form of solidarity will now be needed across the country because the government has failed to outlaw these exploitative practices. Endemic wage exploitation in Leicester's garment industry continues apace, with workers still being paid as little as £3 per hour, whilst the retail brands make super profits, profiting with impunity from exploitative sweatshop labour workers in Leicester and worldwide. Factories compete to supply at the lowest price possible, and 60% of garments end up in landfill within a year. In addition to strengthening powers of the unions, collective bargaining power and workers' rights, we need a garment trading adjudicator similar to the groceries code adjudicator to ensure that payment terms to suppliers are fair, that wages are paid at a legal rate, and that employment is secure. We need a more sustainable and ethical fashion industry and an end to zero-hour contracts and throwaway fashion. I would just finish by saying that the well-being of the entire planet and our health relies on us using the post-pandemic recovery to mitigate the existential threat of climate change with a radical Green New Deal to rebuild the country in the interest of people and profit, people and planet. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
48 has withdrawn, so we go to Peter Grant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I associate myself with the remarks of members who have once again reminded us just how much we all owe, even in normal times, to health and social care workers across these islands, and how much more we're in their debt for their work during the last 14 months. Could I also take this opportunity to congratulate my good friend and colleague Hamza Youssef on his appointment today as Scotland's Health Secretary, and indeed to congratulate all of those who have been appointed to the re-elected SNP government. And can I congratulate my honourable friend for Adrian Shotts on an outstanding maiden speech earlier on. Although I'm now an adopted Fifer, I was brought up less than 200 yards from her constituency boundary. She now represents a significant number of my relatives, although not nearly enough to account entirely for her magnificent majority last Thursday. Madam Deputy Speaker, there shouldn't be any argument over the fundamental principle that care services need to be much better coordinated and integrated. There will be arguments about how we achieve that. There's certainly been arguments in Scotland where we're quite a bit further forward in the process. But if it's done properly, it can have a huge and positive impact on the lives of millions of people. I understand the concerns that have been raised in a number of quarters about the changes the government are proposing, and it has to be said that nearly all of these concerns boil down to one simple problem. People don't trust this government. They don't think the NHS and the social care sector are safe in this government's hands, and I don't blame them. A government that still refuses to legislate to prevent the backdoor privatisation of services as the price of a trade deal with the USA. A government that refuses to pay health and social care workers anywhere near what they're worth. A government that insists on treating immigrant workers as if they were a necessary evil, rather than as a valued and welcome part of our society. That is a government that is always going to struggle to make anyone believe that it truly cares about our care services. If the government thinks that's an unfair description, if the government wants to change that perception, could I suggest a few things it could do? They could outlaw extortionate parking charges at NHS hospitals. They could abolish prescription charges. They could commit to abolishing all charges for non-residential personal care. They could commit to abolishing charges for NHS dentistry. They could commit to a proper living wage of at least £9.30 per hour for all social care staff. They could commit to providing 76 GPs per 100,000 population rather than the 60 they currently provide. All of this and much more is already being delivered or is committed to by the SNP government in Scotland. All of it is deliverable and affordable in England right now. The only thing Scotland's got that England hasn't is a government that cares. On the 6th of May, that SNP Scottish Government was re-elected for an unprecedented fourth consecutive term of office. It received more votes than any party has ever received in a Scottish parliamentary election. It got a higher share of the vote than the Conservative Party has achieved in any UK general election during the 60+ years that I've been alive. The people of Scotland have insisted at the ballot box that decisions about our NHS and our care services are taken by a parliament of our choosing. They've also made it abundantly clear that now is the time to give the people of Scotland the right to choose whether that parliament of ours is once again given the full powers of a sovereign, independent nation. Thank you.
We now go to Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must admit I greatly enjoyed the Health Secretary appearing to argue that our health and care sectors need to recover after a decade of Tory government. I couldn't agree more. The COVID-19 pandemic has served to expose the damage from Tory austerity and privatisation to our NHS and social care sector. They're understaffed and underfunded, whilst existing staff are overworked and underpaid. However, unlike the Health Secretary, I don't think further privatisation is the answer, even if he and his pals are already drooling at the thought of selling off the NHS to every Tom, Dick and Tory donor. It's clear that our health and social care sectors are in crisis. Before the pandemic, there were over 100,000 NHS vacancies, while a quarter of staff were more likely to leave than the year before. The government's plan to address this: give NHS staff another real-term pay cut. Added to this, there are an estimated 112,000 social care staff vacancies. Again, with zero-hour contracts and the median pay just £8.50 an hour, I don't think there's any great mystery behind these shortages. However, the social care crisis goes beyond staffing. Age UK estimate that there are 1.5 million older people not receiving the necessary social care support that they need. Councils have had their budgets slashed by nearly 50% on average since the Tories came to power, with around £8 billion taken out of social care budget since 2010. So is it any surprise? We desperately need a plan for social care that relieves the pressure on unpaid carers and widens access to adult social care where it's needed, yet the government appear clueless. This crisis requires a dynamic government, one ready to accept the ideological failures of austerity and privatisation, one that's willing to invest in publicly run health and social care services and that rewards workers who staff them. Instead, the promised plan for social care is still missing. Private healthcare firms are being welcomed with open arms and workers face pay cuts and poverty wages. The Health Secretary speaks about the prevention agenda, but the main cause of ill health isn't obesity alone, it's poverty. He can talk about levelling up, building back better, and the rest of their buzzword bingo, but until they address insecure work, low wages and welfare reform, health inequalities will continue to grow. The government needs to wake up to the health and social care crisis, because the effects are already being felt by real people, the people this government promised to help. Thank you.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to all of my constituents in Liverpool, West Derby who work in the NHS and social care, and I send my solidarity and thanks to them. My speech will focus on defending these workers and on defending our NHS against the government's plans for a major reorganisation. Words which should terrify every citizen in this country who values this wonderful model of socialism. These worrying plans come at the same time as 5 million people are waiting for NHS treatment, at the same time as NHS staff are exhausted, and at the same time these same NHS staff are facing a proposed real terms pay cut. Madam Deputy Speaker, I held a meeting with RCM members last month and they were visibly exhausted, and I came away genuinely worried for their well-being. How can this be? So we urge the Minister to listen to the concerns of Save Liverpool Women's Hospital campaign, Doctors in Unite, Every Doctor, Keep Our NHS Public, We Own It, and many, many others who are calling for the reorganisation to be halted and for a full public consultation. The Government's proposals for the NHS, as set out in their White Paper, could, as the Honourable Member for Wirral West has said, open up privatisation, deregulation and cronyism, open up opportunities for private companies to be represented on ICS boards, have a say in what healthcare gets delivered in an area and then provide that service. Allow for the deregulation of professionals that would threaten patient safety and have serious implications for the pay terms and conditions of NHS workers. It is unthinkable that the Government is pushing ahead with these plans after the events of the past year. A person more cynical than me would maybe think the exhausted state of both the NHS and the nation have created an environment that the Government find ideal to push these changes through, which would imperil the public ownership of our NHS even more than it is now. So in closing, I would like to ask that this Government find the same values they discovered earlier in the month when greedy billionaire capitalists tried to destroy our football heritage, putting profit ahead of the interests of football fans, and the Government reacted. Well, now they are back, but this time it's our NHS they wish to destroy, so act with equal urgency to protect the greatest jewel in our heritage. Halt these plans for reorganisation of the NHS and the rollout of integrated care systems. Instead of pushing ahead with privatisation and threatening the rights of our NHS workers, give our health service the resources it needs and give our NHS workers a 15% pay rise. They deserve no less.
Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to close today's debate and especially to hear from many honourable members across the House and two excellent maiden speeches. The Honourable Member for Adrian Shotts was a teacher in politics, and I'm sure she will continue to give us all a schooling in the chamber when she stands up for her constituents as she did today. Even as a granny, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't match the lifetime of commitment to politics shown by the Honourable Member for Aberconway. We have been on opposite sides of the many campaigns he has fought, but his love of Wales and the beautiful coastline of his constituency are sentiments that I'm sure the whole House will share. And let me start by adding my voice to those of honourable members on all sides of the House who have reflected on the role that key workers have played throughout this crisis. I want to especially mention those who work now, as I once did myself, in social care. They worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic. Too often, they themselves became ill and some tragically paid with their lives for keeping our public services running. When he took office, the Prime Minister told us he had already prepared a plan for social care. 2 years later, this Queen's speech offered just 9 words and the promise that proposals will be brought forward. So much for that prepared plan, Madam Deputy Speaker. For the 11 years the party opposite has been in power, care workers have been given only the promise of jam tomorrow, and tomorrow never comes. And in the meantime, the problems that's facing the sector have only been worsened by the crisis our health and social care services face. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a union rep in social care, I saw firsthand the success of the then Labour government's Delivering the Workforce programme. By working together, we improved the quality of care, increased pay for the staff and reduced hospitalisation and ultimately, therefore, the cost to the taxpayer. It is a false economy to not ensure that people can live as independently as possible in their own homes with the right support at the right time and in the right place. But today, the workers that were praised by everyone in this chamber are underpaid and overworked, and that has consequences for all of us. If only this Queen's speech had contained more than vague promise of proposals and had a bill to address that. My honourable friend, the member for Liverpool Wavertree, has even tabled such a bill in the last session. Like other private members' bills in the last session, it fell not because the House rejected it, but because the government removed parliamentary time. If the Minister listens to one thing I say tonight, I hope it will be my plea to them to make time in this session for another such bill. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the low-paid and insecure nature of employment in social care meant that many carers were not entitled to sick pay. That issue is at the heart of our response to this pandemic. There is simply no substitute for raising the level of sick pay and expanding the coverage so that all carers can afford to self-isolate. A healthier country rests on a healthier economy. That goes not just for workers in health and social care, but all workers. It is why we would have legislated for an immediate £10 an hour minimum wage, banning zero-hour contracts and full rights from day one, with entitlements to sick pay and annual leave. We all remember the disgraceful scenes over the past year where carers did not receive the basic protections during the pandemic. Care workers had significantly higher rates of death, but there has not been a single prosecution of a single employer. The promised employment bill was supposed to create a single enforcement body to protect health and safety and exploitation at work. Perhaps the Minister can tell us why, in the face of a pandemic, that has not been a priority to tackle. The honourable members for South West Surrey and Ashford both spoke of the challenges of integrating social care and health. And let me remind them and those opposite that they have no mandate to privatise our NHS. And of course the party opposite administered an £8 billion cut to social care budget since 2010. And yet they have made millions of pounds available to enforce voter ID as part of this gracious address. If politics is the language of priorities, this says a lot. There was one case of voter personation fraud in 2019 out of the 59 million votes cast that year. Madam Deputy Speaker, the odds of me winning the national lottery are better. So why would they think that this crime is more urgent for new legislation for those, for example, of violence against women? My honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow, touched on this issue with her usual passion, and I urge the ministers and members on that side of the House to accept her amendment, and we will support her in the lobbies if not. Madam Deputy Speaker, voting is safe and secure in Britain. Ministers should be ensuring confidence instead of spreading baseless scare stories. And the fact is, this measure will price some voters out of democracy. Millions of people lack voter ID in this country, in particular older voters, low-income and black, Asian and ethnic minority voters. The Conservatives are reversing decades of democratic progress and urgently need to rethink this policy. Because it is yet another example of the government too focused on gimmicks and slogans rather than real action. The so-called levelling up agenda is another such case, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister set up a business council in January, he promised it would level up opportunity for people and businesses across the UK. But just one of the 30 council members was based in the north of England and 2 in the Midlands. 25 are in London or its commuter zone. In March, the Industrial Strategy Council warned the levelling up agenda was unlikely to succeed because there was too much control from the centre. So what did the Prime Minister do? He set up another unit in Whitehall. A senior Cabinet Office official told the Financial Times that there was widespread cluelessness about what levelling up actually means. The Prime Minister promised that the Queen's speech would put rocket fuel into the levelling up agenda. But no one seems to have told the Housing or Business Minister, who yesterday could not answer even the basic questions. They didn't even know that levelling up had a task force that existed. Not so much flagship, but ghost ship. Or as one Prime Minister's own advisers put it, a slogan without a purpose. If only, Madam Deputy Speaker, they'd looked over the Atlantic and drawn inspiration from this President and not the last. The Queen's speech could have included £30 billion stimulus package the Shadow Business Secretary had proposed, creating 400,000 new jobs in the industries of the future. It could have built on the lessons of a vaccine rollout driven by an active interventionist state. Instead, the government's investment plan is absolutely tiny in comparison to that of President Biden's. The Queen's speech has no employment bill, and the country will instead face and confront an unemployment bill. Yesterday, the Paymaster General told the House that any criticism of ministers' many dodgy deals was anti-business. But I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is this Prime Minister who famously said exactly what he'd like to do to business, and that is just one promise he has kept with his gracious address, because he has left business high and dry. Across the country, small and medium-sized enterprises face a long road to recovery. For months, we have called for a comprehensive plan for British business with debt restructuring at its heart. Instead, we have a bill that tinkers with state aid but will leave us investing a fraction of the support countries like Germany or Denmark give to their industries. Many members across this House have mentioned mental health, and we know this pandemic has left our nation needing more support. And I hope that this government will take inspiration from the Welsh Labour government, who has put well-being at the heart of their nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, we face a critical moment as a country. As life begins to return to normal, we are left asked if business as usual is really what we aim to return to. The pandemic has exposed the millions of insecure jobs, the key workers that are underpaid and undervalued even as we applaud them in the streets, the service that they provide collapsing under the strain, and an economy that doesn't work for working people. Now, last October, the Prime Minister rightly summoned the spirit of our greatest post-war government and promised to echo Attlee's plan for a post-war New Jerusalem. But I'm afraid he is no Clement Attlee. This was the moment for our new economic and social settlement, to tackle insecurity at work, to meet the climate crisis head-on, to rebuild our public services, to support our businesses and share wealth and power fairly among our citizens and communities. The British people deserved a Queen's speech that met those challenges of the moment, but has fallen short on every count. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this granny knows it's our grandchildren that will be still paying off the debt that we've amounted over this period. We owe it to them to offer them better paid jobs, better, real, affordable homes and a better government.
Minister Edward Agar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would start by saying I welcome the Right Honourable Lady to her new post and I wish her well in it. I do apologise to her that she's facing me giving the wind-up rather than the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster or the Paymaster General. However, given her encounter with the Paymaster General yesterday, she might be quite grateful for that. Madam Deputy Speaker, since the last Queen's speech in January last year, we have all collectively been engaged in responding to the biggest crisis since the war, fighting a highly infectious and highly dangerous virus that has caused so much disruption to our economy and to our society. Everyone has made huge sacrifices to get this virus under control. And I'd like, as I often do on these occasions, to once again put on record my thanks to everyone in the NHS and social care and the entire British people for the massive part that everyone has played in that effort. We now have a way out, thanks to the vaccination programme that is making this country safer every day, and I pay tribute to my honourable friend for his work on that. But we all recognise that alongside that successful vaccination programme, we must also, as a society, learn to live with residual elements of COVID for some time to come. My honourable friend, my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary's vaccination programme has been the biggest and fastest in British history, with around 7 in 10 adults having had a first dose, including my right honourable friend and myself, and I resisted any temptation to do so without my top on, and around 4 in 10 have had a second. So, as we've rolled out this programme, we have been able to carefully remove some of the restrictions that have been so difficult for us all. And even this week, we've been able to restore more of those precious moments, like meeting friends and family indoors, or having a pint inside a pub once again. And as we do that and take the road to recovery, we must take forward what we've learnt about all parts of our health and care system and draw on the spirit and endeavour that we've seen in our vaccination programme and so many other parts of our response to make the lasting reforms that will allow us to build back better and make us a healthier nation. And there is still a lot to do, and there is no time to stand still. This Queen's speech sets out an ambitious, positive programme to seize that opportunity. We need, as my right honourable friends set out, to tackle waiting lists through our catch-up and recovery plan to support the, and I believe around February time, 4.7 million people in England waiting for treatment. We need, as we continue to do, to continue to deliver on our manifesto commitments of 40 new hospitals and 50,000 more nurses. And we need to level up on the health inequalities that this pandemic has laid bare. To meet this challenge, we have an agenda to transform our health and care system and to give us those firm foundations that we need to thrive in the years ahead. We've set out our plans for our health and care bill to enable greater integration, something in my years, as I suspect many other colleagues in this House would have done, serving as a local councillor, I saw the benefits of the NHS and local authorities and social care working ever more closely. Reduce bureaucracy and strengthen accountability to this House so we can allow staff to get on with their jobs and provide the best possible treatment and care for their patients and give the NHS and local authorities the tools they need to level up health and care across the country. We'll also give the funding and support to help our NHS to recover and deliver the care that people need, bringing the total package of additional COVID-19 funding given to our healthcare system to £92 billion, on top, of course, from the legislation that I and my right honourable friend passed last year, which will see funding in our NHS increase by £33.9 billion by 2024. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a virus that has attacked many parts of our society and our healthcare system. And before returning to some of the key themes in the health space and care space in this speech, I want to turn to some specific contributions made by honourable and right honourable members. My honourable friend, the member for Norfolk, highlighted to him the importance of knowing what the criteria will be for the bidding for the extra 8 hospitals that we have committed to bring forward. And I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this week you and my honourable friend, the member for Don Valley, came to see me to talk about your proposals for Doncaster hospitals. We do recognise the eagerness of colleagues to know what that procedure will be, and we will bring forward that procedure in the coming weeks. I would highlight, of course, that that is dependent upon the spending review as well. Turning to the Shadow Secretary of State and some of the points he raised, which I'll endeavour to try to address from his speech. Now, the right honourable gentleman is a good man, and I know that he will still be basking in the joy of Leicester City's success on Saturday. But he raised some important points. First of all, he talked about diagnostics, and he said, where are diagnostics in all this? Well, I would remind him that in 2019, we brought forward £200 million of additional funding to provide for around 300 new diagnostics machines, which have already been bought for our NHS. And we set out plans for the future for 44 diagnostic hubs. He talked about capital spending. £3.7 billion in the first tranche has been allocated for our 40 new hospital programmes, and he'll know, because his constituency neighbours mind, that he's one of the beneficiaries of that, with a new hospital in Leicester. I'd also highlight the Shadow Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster that Tameside Hospital, of course, has benefited from considerable capital investment, £16.3 million in 2019, thanks to this Conservative government investing. And atop this, actually, there's the £450 million of extra money we brought forward for capital for urgent and emergency care last year, of which I believe around another £2 million is going to Tameside and Glossop ICS FT. This is a record of investment by this government in communities up and down our country. Now, the Shadow Secretary of State was pressed a couple of times by my honourable friend, the member for South Suffolk, on whether he ruled out or whether he supported the use of the private sector hospital facilities to help get down those waiting lists. And he dodged around answering it. He avoided that question. Now, I know that he's a sensible and pragmatic chap, and I know he'll recognise the need, which we do, to use every resource at our disposal to get those waiting lists down. So I hope he won't give in to the siren voices of some on his side of the chamber who, in their comments, have highlighted what I think is a real issue for the opposition, this sort of Orwellian Animal Farm type tendency, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, public sector good, private sector bad, this binary approach. The reality we've seen throughout this pandemic is that the key has been partnership working, public, private, voluntary sector working together, putting ideology aside to get the best outcomes for patients. And all I would say is that those who would advocate a binary approach are actually letting down our public services. Moving on, he's getting a new hospital. Moving on to other honourable members' contributions. I turn to the honourable lady for Adrian Shotts and my honourable friend, the member for Aberconwy, both of whom gave eloquent, accomplished speeches. I wish I'd been as eloquent in my maiden speech. And they are clearly strong advocates for their constituents. And I sincerely hope, and indeed I'm sure, we will rightly hear a lot more from them in the future, and that is all to the good of our democracy, Madam Deputy Speaker. A couple of other colleagues whose contributions I particularly wanted to pick up on. The honourable gentleman, the member for the Rhondda, who is a strong champion of the cause of those with acquired brain injuries and brain injuries. And he and my friend, my honourable friend, the member for North Dorset, relatively recently came to see me to talk about the importance of that group of people in our resetting of NHS services and our recovery of waiting lists. And I would say, not only do I pay tribute to him, but I'm always happy to meet him to further discuss those issues if he feels I can ever be of any assistance. Turning to some of the key themes of this Queen's speech, and particularly in the health space. Madam Deputy Speaker, as many honourable and right honourable members have highlighted, this is a virus that has attacked our population's mental health just as much as our physical health. And on top of the record funding we've already given to mental health, an extra £2.3 billion a year for mental health services by 2023-24, plus the £500 million additional investment my honourable friend, the Mental Health Minister, announced recently, we are determined to address the impact of the pandemic on mental health and well-being. And I know that that objective and that desire, whatever the party politics that sometimes occurs in this chamber, would be a shared objective across both sides of this House. And while we will rightly be held to account, I hope that we can all move forward in seeking to improve services in that space together. Just as I hope we will be able to work together in reforming the Mental Health Act, which, as my right honourable friend said, hasn't been fully updated for nearly 40 years, and there, in so doing, giving people greater control over their treatment and ensuring dignity and respect. We also know, as members have highlighted, that there's more to do so that everyone receives high-quality, joined-up care in our social care system. And the Prime Minister and my right honourable friends have been absolutely clear in their determination that we will bring forward our proposals for reform of social care this year so that everyone receives the dignified care they deserve within a system that is sustainable. And I have to say, while I hope we can move forward together, I will take no lessons from the party opposite, who I believe in their time in power had, in seeking to address this, one Royal Commission, 2 Green Papers, and at Spending Review 2007 said it would be the main focus. That's 13 years of consultations and no achievement, and I hesitate to draw attention to it, but some of those years would be years when the right honourable gentleman, of course, was at the heart of government in the Treasury and in number 10. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we do this work, we will be drawing on the considerable strengths that have played a starring role in this pandemic. The technology, the research, the life sciences, so beloved of my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, to drive innovation in our NHS and social care and to make life easier for patients and staff alike and to help us all live healthier and happier lives. And in that vein, for example, we'll be increasing public spending on research and developments to £22 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour to make the final contribution to this Queen's Speech debate on behalf of the Government. And I would highlight in concluding that we've seen before us a stark choice. A government with a clear, ambitious vision for our country and its health. An opposition, yet again, devoid of ideas, tired, lacking in energy, whose only solution is yet another policy review. That's been the response to the damning verdict of the electorate when they said they were fed up with being taken for granted and fed up with being let down by Labour. Whereas, over the past 6 days of debate, we've heard about this government's ambitious agenda, an agenda to level up all parts of our country, an agenda to beat this virus and beat it together, and an agenda that will unleash the potential of the whole of this United Kingdom. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the Queen's speech to the House.
The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes. Jess Morden and Liz Twist. Tell us for the noes. Tom Pursglove and David Rutley. Lock the doors.
Order!
The ayes to the right, 264. The noes to the left, 367.
The ayes to the right, 264. The noes to the left, 367. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. I call Owen Thompson to move Amendment I formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that the amendment be made. Does members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that Amendment I be made. Does members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? No. Tellers for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Richard Thompson. Tellers for the noes, Tom Pursglove and David Rutley. Oh no, that's everyone. Yes, I can lock the doors. Lock the doors! Order!
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 367.
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 367. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. I call Stella Creasy to move Amendment G formally.
Move formally.
The Honourable Lady doesn't have to stand. I'll take it that she has metaphorically stood. Amendment moved formally. The question is that Amendment G be made. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division, clear the lobby. Order! The question is that Amendment G be made. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, no. No, I've said division. Tellers for the ayes, Liz Twist and Jessica Morden. Tellers for the noes, Tom Pursglove and David Rutley. Lock the doors. Order!
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 366.
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 366. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. As mayors that opinion say aye. 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 Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Tom Pursglove and David Rutley. Tellers for the noes, Jessica Morden and Liz Twist. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 367. The noes to the left, 264.
Ayes to the right, 367. The noes to the left, 264. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to motions number 2, 3 and 4, which with the leave of the House I propose to take together. Motion number 2 on international development, motion number 3 on international development, and motion number 4 on energy. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition, Mr. David Linden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present this petition. I've had many constituents get in contact with me regarding the Sheikh Jarrah evictions and the recent violence across Jerusalem. I therefore rise to present this petition on behalf of East End constituents who wish to see the illegal occupation investigated and a peaceful resolution to the ongoing violence. To the House of Commons, the petition of the residents of the Glasgow East constituency declares that the residents of Sheikh Jarrah in the occupied East Jerusalem are facing dispossession and forced evictions from their homes. Further, that Israel's illegal occupation of East Jerusalem has facilitated discriminatory laws against Palestinians who now have little recourse to the law and face the constant threat of dispossession and displacement. Further, that the SNP strongly condemns all breaches of international law and violence and supports European Union position of a two-state solution based on the 1967 borders. Further, that the International Criminal Court must be able to do its duty and urgently conduct a full investigation. Further, that the Israeli government must reconsider its position of non-cooperation with the ICC's impartial probe. Further, that this illegal occupation cannot continue with no investigation or repercussions. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to support the ICC's investigation into the illegal occupation and to take the necessary steps to reach a peaceful resolution to the current violence, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, occupation of East Jerusalem.
Mr. David Linden.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to have secured this adjournment debate. And through you, could I pass my thanks to Mr. Speaker, not only for this debate, but also for his own advice on the matters of landfills, because I know he has suffered from an issue in his constituency of Chorley as well. I have raised the issue of Walley's Quarry many times in this place since I was first elected in 2019. In a debate in Westminster Hall in February 2020, which the Minister will remember, and she responded to me then, and I'm grateful for her continued engagement since then. in the Christmas adjournment debate at the end of last year, and again in my 10-minute rule bill, which I introduced on the 9th of March, the Landfill Sites Odorous Emissions Bill. But I'm here yet again, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I will not stop representing my constituents on this issue. And I'm very sorry to report to the House that the situation has worsened even further since those the prior mentions of Walley's Quarry in this place. We are now in Newcastle-under-Lyme experiencing not only an environmental catastrophe, but I believe a public health emergency. And my constituents are genuinely frightened about what is in the air that they breathe and the impact it is having on their health and the health of their families. And they are also pretty angry that it has come to this, Madam Deputy Speaker, as am I on their behalf. Now, in the interest of time, I'm not going to rehearse the whole storied history today. A lot of it is on record in those other debates I spoke of. I will focus on the newest developments and what's happened in recent months. But I'd like to stress that this isn't really a local issue. Not only is it so big that it is affecting neighbouring constituencies, and I'm grateful to see the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central here, but it's also now become a national issue in that Walley's Quarry itself is generating 85% of all odour complaints in England to the Environment Agency in March. It's also generated national coverage in the newspapers, across the BBC, the ITV, and that is because this year things have moved on quite considerably. There have been 5 breaches by the operator of their permit, and the Environment Agency have had to issue an enforcement notice, which I will come back to later. But I'd like to start really by focusing on the impact it's having on people's health, and I'll start by quoting the letter my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, wrote to the Chief Executive of the Environment Agency, expressing his, quote, grave concerns about the current situation, recognising the distress and disruption it's causing to the local community, and highlighting how imperative it is that the Environment Agency exercise, and again I quote, the full range of their regulatory enforcement powers to resolve the problems at the site. And that's a sentiment with which I must say I wholeheartedly agree, and so do my constituents. And to speak directly for them, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have recently conducted a health and impact survey, which I published earlier today, which I published on my Facebook page and via my newsletter and Twitter. I had over 1,000 responses in the first 24 hours, and this survey is based on over 1,400 responses. And the findings, I think, make pretty shocking reading, and I've shared it with the Minister earlier today, and I've also sent it to the various bodies involved. 64% of respondents reported a significant or severe impact on their mental health, and this rose to 73% amongst those living in the closest proximity to the site, in Silverdale, Nutton, Poolfields and Thistlebury, the areas immediately adjacent to the site. Similarly, 60% of respondents reported a significant or severe impact on their sleep, and 52% said the same about their physical health, and again, the figures higher for those living closest. And if I could just quote some of the testimony from residents that I put into this report. Claire from Silverdale says, my son is having weekly nosebleeds. My whole family is suffering with dry skin, throat and eyes. We are staying in the house much more than we usually would, with the doors and windows shut, as the smell outside is horrendous. My heating bill has increased. We only moved into the area in December 2019, and we are greatly regretting this move. We've been saving for 16 years to move into a house like this. It was our dream home, and now that has all been ruined. Ian from Newcastle says, some days we feel like prisoners in our own home. And Sandra from Port Hill says, I have lived in Newcastle for over 30 years. It's frustrating to see this blight causing so many issues and not being able to hold someone responsible for controlling the odour. I've shopped in Newcastle town centre for decades, and even I don't want to go there when it stinks. Well, you can understand how difficult this is for me as the Member of Parliament for Newcastle. We've got so much good going on in Newcastle, but so much of a cloud being cast over us by what's happening at Walley's Quarry. As I say, I've sent this report to the Environment Agency, Public Health England, the Borough County Council, the Secretaries of State concerned, and also the operator.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
Can I congratulate my honourable friend for the amazing work that he's doing in connection with this landfill site in his constituency, and for representing his constituents so fantastically on this issue, and good luck with everything my honourable friend does on this. I too have a waste site in my constituency where we have had a fire for the last 3 weeks due to the illegal dumping on a site that had actually been abandoned. Does he agree with me that there must be stronger powers for local authorities to intervene where illegal activities are occurring on site so that we can better protect our communities in the way that he is seeking to do?
I thank the honourable member for Telford for her contribution. I have seen that what is going on in her constituency is also completely unacceptable. I should stress I have other sites in my constituency, illegal waste dumps, that are causing huge problems. One at Doddles Pool, one at Bonnie Braes. And again, the Environment Agency appear hidebound and unwilling to act in the face of blatant law-breaking by people who have, in one case, already been convicted. So these problems are not unique to what's going on in Silverdale at this legal quarry. But I'd say the health concerns I was raising a moment ago are not just anecdotal, they're backed up by evidence from the local GPs. And only this morning, a hospital consultant was quoted in the press talking about a particularly heart-rending case of a 5-year-old child, Matthew Curry. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend very much for giving way, and I really want to thank my honourable friend, the member from Newcastle-under-Lyme, for bringing this really important matter to the House. While the quarry lies within his constituency, the effects are very much felt in Stoke-on-Trent Central, particularly where we border with Newcastle-under-Lyme in Basford, Hartshill, Penkle and Trent Vale. In addition to supporting all the comments made by my honourable friend, I would like to make the Minister aware of a concern raised by the Royal Stoke University Hospital, based in my constituency and only 2.5 miles away from the quarry, regarding hydrogen sulphide emanating from the quarry, which has caused a poisonous toxic gas with an eggy smell. I know my honourable friend agrees that this is deeply concerning, and my constituents and I join in calling on the Minister to take immediate action, both to mitigate the worrying environmental and public health impacts and to find a lasting solution to this issue.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for...
That was a very long intervention. I haven't interrupted the Honourable Lady because we're trying to get back to some kind of normality, but I have to make the point that it was a very long intervention. Very interesting one, of course. Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend from Stoke Central for that intervention. I also thank the members for Stoke North and South, neither of whom can be here today. The support I've had from all the Stoke MPs on this matter has been greatly appreciated. And I would stress the fact that this odour is now reaching into Stoke, up to Torque in my honourable friend from Stoke North constituency. The member for Stoke South can smell it at his own house in his constituency, which is over 6 miles away. The problem, if anything, is getting worse. And I've also got testimony from people who work at the hospital explaining how damaging it is for both patients and staff. There was also a Westminster Hall debate in this place on the 27th of April, held by the honourable member for Twickenham. It was about air quality in London, but nevertheless, 126 of my constituents wrote in and submitted some really moving testimony. I thank the Chamber engagement team for providing it to me. Jane wrote, "The effect on mental health is worrying. Many people feel trapped in their homes, often filled with a dreadful stench. They can't open windows or enjoy going out into gardens. Depression and isolation are quite profound. People are feeling at their wits' end, and some are expressing suicidal thoughts. We are desperate for it to be resolved." And Thomas said, "It's made me and my whole family physically sick. It's made my eyes sore to the touch. I cough constantly, live with a headache most of the time. I live with landfill gases that are ruining my life." I think we can agree no one should have to live like this. And they're not exaggerating, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been out to smell it for myself many occasions. I went out at 3 a.m. after the election count on the Gallingale estate, which has got the worst of it, and it was absolutely appalling. If you were woken up by that landfill at that time, I don't know how you could get back to sleep again. And I would say that the operator and the Environment Agency have actually been given years of warning about this issue, repeatedly flagged before I was elected by campaigners like Councillor Derek Huckfield, me in this place, by residents, that the concerns were growing. And this has been dismissed by the operator sometimes as a social media campaign, and I'm sorry to have heard the same at times from the Environment Agency. The problem is real, and I will keep pushing on this until we see stronger and tougher action. And with regards to the Environment Agency, firstly, there was a report before I was elected, a previous monitoring exercise. It was a very weak report, Madam Deputy Speaker. It wouldn't even identify the source of the odour, which understandably damaged the trust of my constituents who know perfectly well where it's coming from. And in September last year, I wrote to Sir James Bevan calling for fresh monitoring on the back of the complaints that I was receiving in my inbox. But this was not forthcoming. It was not felt it would be useful at the time. I think we can draw the conclusion as to what we've got to now, and I'll explain where we are now in a moment. Had the EA taken my warnings more seriously back then, perhaps the present crisis could have been forestalled or minimised. Now, as for the present crisis, I do feel the Environment Agency have been more concerned with their own reputation than that of my town, of Newcastle-under-Lyme. It doesn't do Silverdale any good to be called the UK's smelliest village, which it was in The Sun on the 30th of April. We take no pride in Newcastle in the news coverage we're generating, but there is a lot of it. We've been covered in The Guardian, The Independent, The Sun, The Sunday Mirror, The Mail on Sunday, Radio 4 Today, The Jeremy Vine Show, to name just a few. And actually, there are many more positive stories I would rather be talking about instead. All the investment that's coming into Newcastle as we build back better, the Future High Streets Fund, the Towns Fund. Newcastle College is through to the final round of getting Institute of Technology. These are the stories I want to be talking about in this place. I don't want to be talking about a stinking landfill, but I will keep talking about it until we get it sorted. And there have been failings of the Environment Agency over the last year. They eventually did install that monitoring equipment in February, Madam Deputy Speaker. the installation preceded the worst weekend we have yet experienced, the weekend of the 26th to the 28th of February. There were over 2,000 complaints to the Council that weekend, over 1,400 to the Environment Agency directly. There would have been more, but people couldn't get through on the lines. Yet, it turned out after that weekend that they hadn't actually switched the monitoring equipment on, so there was no record of it. And because they thought it was switched on, they didn't actually send anybody out to substantiate it. So we have no empirical evidence at all to substantiate what I believe is the single worst weekend we've experienced, other than the complaint numbers. I think that's an astonishing dereliction of duty by the Environment Agency. I mean, I would laugh if it wasn't quite so serious, Madam Deputy Speaker. And they've also berated my constituents for all the calls they've made to their call centre. They encouraged people to email in instead, but subsequently that email address fell over and broke a couple of weekends ago, and people had to go back to calling in again. I'm sorry if the complaints of my constituents are inconvenient, but it's imperative they understand the scale of the problem and the scale of the issues. Now we come to what's happened this year, where they did issue an enforcement notice against the operator. They also found 5 breaches of the permit, 1 significant, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they set a deadline of the 30th of April for the capping of cell 1 and the temporary capping of cell 2. There are 4 cells. And it was expected, and I was told on a call with the Environment Agency, that those works mandated should bring about a significant improvement in odour levels fairly quickly after the 30th of April. Now, the operator got the capping done with minutes to spare, but if anything, since the 30th of April, the opposite has occurred. We're getting reports from further away than ever, places like Madeley and my honourable friend from Stone's constituency. Now, not unreasonably, the EA's priority is to address the odour before they take punitive action against the operator. However, 20 days on from that deadline, we have no idea of the action they intend to take to punish the operator for their many failings. And in advance of that enforcement notice, I think the operator jumped before they were pushed by voluntarily suspending tipping. But they've now gone back to tipping without any explanations as to why we have so much odour. Why won't the Environment Agency suspend operations until they've figured out what's going on, Madam Deputy Speaker? And now the Environment Agency proudly say they are auditing the loads before they go into the tip. But seemingly for the first time, and 6 loads have been turned away in the past week. How many similar loads have not been turned away in the past? What exactly is in this landfill? It's hard to believe it's only now that RED's customers are sending inappropriate waste to the tip, and that this has never happened before. Now, I'll be careful here, Madam Deputy Speaker, but multiple contractors and employees of the company have made allegations to me, I believe criminal in nature, and investigations are ongoing, so I'm not going to repeat them verbatim. But if what has been alleged to me is true, then RED have serious questions to answer about what's happened in the past at this site. I have passed those on to the Environment Agency's crime team. I would encourage anyone who's listening to this who has evidence that may be important to come forward and discuss it with that environmental crime team. Separate from the operations team, they're staffed by former policemen and policewomen, and I've had a personal assurance from them that they will carefully consider any evidence brought to them, and all allegations will be taken seriously, and they will pursue all credible leads, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as for the operator themselves, Madam Deputy Speaker, they have stopped answering my letters. They didn't answer my letter of the 22nd of February or an open letter of the 19th of March. And they won't answer questions that need answers. They won't say what's causing the problem. Either they don't know, Madam Deputy Speaker, or they won't say. And I don't know really, honestly, which is worse. They have not offered any plan for making things right and compensating those affected. Their communications are a travesty, Madam Deputy Speaker. In fact, the chief method of communication with some of my residents appears to be via lawyers' letters or via a discredited residents' association who doesn't speak for any of the residents in their area. They've refused to make the liaison committee publicly streamed, and understandably councillors from both parties have felt unable to participate on those terms given the present crisis. Instead, they've been on their social media celebrating their fast-growing profits and their appearance on the Sunday Times profit track list. In the year to December 2019, they claimed profits of £6 million. Those are profits, I believe, made at the expense of my constituents' health and well-being, and I hope they're setting them aside for remedying the issues with the site and putting things right with the community. They also allege they found an alternate explanation about the hydrogen sulphide, disused mine working, but they can't or won't corroborate this. They won't even share the basis for these claims with the EA, and the Coal Authority has now said publicly they found no evidence at all for this claim. I can only conclude that they're trying to muddy the waters and evade their responsibilities. They misrepresented the Environment Agency itself by saying they consulted them about the resumption of tipping. The Environment Agency had to clarify they were only notified. And to quote the excellent letter my friend Alan White, the leader of Staffordshire County Council, sent to the operator a few days ago, the operator must accept it has moral responsibilities as well as legal ones. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last month, they've changed their name. They've changed their name from Red Industries RM at the site to Walley's Quarries Limited. I'm sure that's because of the damage this is doing to their brand. But I say to them here, they can change their name, but they can't change the facts of this case. They can't change their culpability and they can't change their liability, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if I can come to the data that we have seen from the monitoring that's been put in, and I'm grateful for the monitoring, The 30-minute data, i.e. 30 minutes at a time, from the Gallingale View monitoring site, which has had the worst of it in March. In March, the whole of March, odour levels were above the WHO annoyance threshold for 38% of the monitoring period, quite frequently at night, in the early evenings, stopping people getting to sleep or waking people up early. And there was a peak of 1,200 micrograms per cubic metre, which is over 160 times the annoyance threshold, which is 7, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think that worst weekend we had at the end of February was probably even higher, but we'll never know. And the 24-hour data on which the public health test is assessed, it's a much higher limit of 150 over 24 hours, was actually breached twice in March. And I don't believe that's ever happened in a landfill in the United Kingdom before, Madam Deputy Speaker. But yet the Public Health England commentary on this data in March said, based on the current data up to the end of March, we would stress that any risk to long-term physical health is likely to be small. However, we cannot completely exclude a risk to health from pollutants in the area. Short-term health effects may be experienced, such as irritation to the eyes, nose and throat. Individuals with pre-existing respiratory conditions may be more susceptible to these effects. Well, I must say I'm struggling to get my head around this, Madam Deputy Speaker, about Public Health England thinking it's OK to experience headaches, nausea or dizziness for hours at a time. It's not normal. And we've gone from a position that I saw in ministerial written answers last year that the level and type of odour arising from a landfill should not be causing annoyance, to a position now which tacitly accepts not only annoyance, but minor repeated health issues. This is completely unacceptable. It feels like we're a lobster being slowly boiled, Madam Deputy Speaker. Residents are supposed to be accepting the premise that there might not be long-term health consequences. That's somehow acceptable that we've got these short-term ones. That's a creeping normalisation of a completely unacceptable situation. I believe the modern term is gaslighting, Madam Deputy Speaker. Gaslighting and gas at the same time. What about the Council, Madam Deputy Speaker? Not unreasonably, many constituents have inquired about the possibility of Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough Council, ably led by my friend Simon Tagg, acquiring a statutory nuisance or abatement notice. But as the Minister will know, this is a very challenging process, which firstly would require a lot of work on the part of Council officers to make the case. And I think the Council have been hamstrung by the EA's own failings, which they raised directly with the Minister in a letter sent yesterday evening from the Chief Executive, Martin Hamilton. But nevertheless, the scale of the problems means it's not something the Council can ignore, and I believe they are moving towards a position of serving an abatement notice in light of the suffering of borough residents. And I do hope the Secretary of State will give the necessary permission for a prosecution of that abatement notice, should it prove necessary. But if the Council needs to take that action, it will be because the Environment Agency have failed. It shouldn't fall to a borough council to spend £70,000 of local taxpayers' money on legal advice and landfill experts, or ask its staff to work around the clock because the performance of a national agency has been so inadequate. And yesterday's letter, which the Minister will have, requests an independent inquiry into the performance of the Environment Agency over the long term, and I completely back them on this. Why have the Environment Agency ignored every warning sign until it was too late? This is not how a responsible regulator should behave. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the message from me and my constituents is clear. Enough is enough. And, Minister, put some extra funding into this emergency situation if necessary. Step in if the Environment Agency continue to mismanage the situation. They've been repeatedly too slow to react, behind the curve. And install fresh leadership if that's what's necessary. But we must have a resolution, and it must be urgent. We cannot carry on like this. And because since nobody, least of all the operator or the regulator, seem to understand the root cause of the problem, I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no reasonable conclusion to this saga of Walley's Quarry that does not involve it being shut down. Ultimately, Madam Deputy Speaker, the site needs to be capped off.
Minister Rebecca Palm.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as ever, it is a pleasure to see you in the chair. And I must thank and congratulate my honourable friend from Newcastle-under-Lyme for securing this debate, and indeed for his ongoing work on this issue, which indeed he's been absolutely assiduous about in every respect, whether it's on his website with his surveys, which we've heard all about, social media, liaising with all those involved in fairness, and the press, and indeed he has kept me well informed throughout, and I have listened to what he's saying, and I've actually had a good look at that survey. And I must say, obviously, I do fully sympathise with local residents who have been suffering in the way that he outlines, and he did paint a very clear picture of what many people have been going through, as have other honourable friends here tonight. Now, whilst no landfill will be ever completely odour-free, odour arising from such operations should not cause serious offence, and the environmental permitting system operated by the Environment Agency, is there to regulate the waste sector in England. It issues permits, which includes requirements for odour management plans, as my honourable friend knows. And the EA sets out guidance on how odour monitoring should be carried out and the required competency of staff and equipment to be used when determining a permit application. And the EA considered the proximity of the proposed activity to local residents and set permit conditions accordingly. And local authorities draw up local plans to identify potential sites for waste facilities and then deal with relevant planning applications. And determination of applications takes account of likely impact of activities, including cumulative impacts on the local environment, communities and the economy. Now, this landfill site, operated by Walley's Quarry Landfill Limited, previously known as Red Industries, as has been pointed out, who bought the site from Lafarge in 2016, was given planning permission through the call-in process, admittedly in the face of local opposition, in 1997, and at some point material, possibly unpermitted plasterboard waste, has been deposited, which is now causing significant odour problems by emitting hydrogen sulphide gas. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we all remember what that smells like from our chemistry lessons at school. It is the rotting egg smell. So, I'm just going to talk a bit about the EA's enforcement powers. So, where an operator is not complying with their permits, there are issues of poor performance. The EA has a series of options at its disposal, from offering advice and guidance, civil sanctions, stop notices, suspension and revocation of the permit. And monitoring odour levels from landfill is challenging. So there are no numerical limits for odour or particular gases in landfill permits. Now, this is due, because I asked about this, Madam Deputy Speaker, in particular, but this is due to the variability of gas composition and then how it disperses. And the EA, therefore, uses a condition in environmental permits which is based on offence to the senses, and the odour is assessed by the level of offence it causes to the EA officer. In order to demonstrate non-compliance, an EA officer receiving a report of odour will attend the location, confirm the odour is actually coming from that site, assess whether the site is complying with its odour management plan or doing something that is contrary to best available techniques. That's the equipment that it uses. And this approach has evolved over a number of years following prosecutions and case law derived from these cases. And if non-compliance is confirmed, EA officers can take action in line with their enforcement and statutory policy. Now, in terms of this quarry, obviously, as I've said, I've got huge sympathy for the thousands of residents who've raised complaints. And the EA has an absolute priority to reduce odour from the site, and they have been working with local partners, including my honourable friend. I think he will admit this, and the whole community, to sort this situation out. But undoubtedly, the problem has got a lot worse in recent months, and from air quality monitoring data from 2017, 18 and 19, no World Health Organisation guidelines were exceeded, and annoyance levels were only exceeded for about 1% of the time. And whilst EA site visits and monitoring increased in that time, no significant compliance issues were found. However, when complaints escalated significantly in December 2020, and my honourable friend was assiduous in pointing this out, the EA's activity in monitoring at the site did increase, and they made 17 visits and nearly 50 odour assessments. So I don't think it's right to suggest they haven't done what they should have done. They have indeed put in a great deal of work, and significant non-compliance issues have been identified, and the enforcement notice was issued in March, and the EA is using its regulatory powers to the full and complies with the regulator's code. Now, 4 air quality monitoring units have now been installed close to the site and are taking measurements, and they will be there until at least the end of August, and the EA are working very closely with Public Health England to understand the health impacts, and the data monitoring will obviously be crucial. And Public Health England are assessing against WHO guidelines to look at the potential health risks. But my honourable friend mentioned this period, the 7th and the 8th of March, and this 24-hour period when the concentrations of hydrogen sulphide did exceed those WHO 24-hour health-based guidelines. And Public Health England did state that the analysis, however, did not indicate any serious impacts to long-term physical health. However, they fully accepted that some people may have experienced nausea, headaches and dizziness. Although they did recognise that persistent unpleasant odour can affect mental health well-being. This has been referred to by my honourable friend, can of course cause stress and anxiety. I think that's completely understandable, and a lot of this is highlighted in my honourable friend's survey. And so at the moment, air quality monitoring shows that the levels of odorous gas around the site, while not exceeding the WHO health-based limits, is regularly exceeding what's called the WHO annoyance guidance limits. Now, I take my honourable friend's survey seriously, and I also wanted to flag that the local authority and Public Health England are now conducting a formal health survey, which I think will be very useful to build that evidence. So they could obviously look at my honourable friend's survey, add to their own data. Details are on the website, Madam Deputy Speaker, and any local resident are encouraged to take part in that. I think that will be helpful. Now, the EA's enforcement notice issued to the company in March required them to cap the site with a harmless material to reduce the gas escaping. And that was completed within the timescale required. The EA has also required the operator to install further gas management equipment, such as a flare to burn off gas, which is actually being tested this very week, and they're assessing a new odour reduction plan and a surface emissions report, which the company has been required to produce, and new gas extraction wells have been installed. So I think you'll agree a great deal of work has been ongoing, and these should start to reduce the odours over the next few weeks. And it does take a bit of time. It's not instant. So I would urge my honourable friend to give it a bit more time. In addition, whilst the operator is now accepting waste, again following its voluntary suspension in March, the EA is now actively auditing the waste supply chain to the site, i.e. to check what's going in there, and only waste in accordance with the permit is being deposited, and the operator has agreed to check every load, and indeed 6 loads have been stopped, rejected. I think that's welcome, and this is to try and stop any further gas-producing materials like gypsum from getting into the site. It's quite clear that the levels of H2S, usually a minor gas coming out of landfill sites, and it disappears after a while. They are exceptional on this site, that without a doubt, and the EA is assessing the evidence from this site to consider what else they could do. And they've also got a national project underway to understand better what extent hydrogen sulphide materials, such as plasterboard, is creating when inappropriately, obviously, deposited in sites. Now, I hear my honourable friends' vociferous calls for operations to be suspended at the site, but actually that wouldn't secure the reduction in the odour of the gas, because the changes to the gas management being made at the moment by the operator, overseen by the EA, are the things that ought to help reduce the gas. The EA's priority is to do that, to reduce the gas and hold the operator to account to bring the site back into compliance. They want to continue to update their dedicated website on this site. I've actually looked at all the material now that the EA do share with locals. I actually think my honourable friend would admit they've worked very hard on that and that messaging, and they will continue to do that. And I think that's really important to engage the local community. I am aware that, unfortunately, also there has been some intimidating behaviour towards EA staff, and I would just urge respect, where everyone is working together. I'm going to get to my closing remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I have to stop the Minister now, but it would be more useful if she does have a final sentence, but we're past time.
Oh, apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker.
But I will allow the Minister. It's somewhat inconclusive if the Minister can't give her final sentence.
Apologies. I thought it was 8:06. I was carefully watching the clock. I will just summarise. I want to thank the honourable friend for his assiduous work. I am keeping my eye on it. The EA are we're holding their feet to the fire. and we do have to reduce the odours from this site. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for your time, and I will continue to have a really, really close look at what's going on at this site.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion say aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.